Bah oui.
Good morning, bonjour. I hope everyone has had a nice Saturday so far. I'm so excited to welcome you to this session. My name is Katie Morgan. I am the climate lead at MIT Solve, and I welcome you to the session where we're going to be talking about the unknown challenges of ocean preservation. Over the past few days, we've explored bold solutions to our planet, but some of the most urgent challenges Coalition, a network of over 2,000 seaweeds. This past year, he convened 35 leading plankton experts from around the globe to release the Plankton Manifesto, a call to recognize one of the greatest unsung heroes supporting our ecosystems and all of life on Earth. Help me welcoming Vincent to stage. Hi, Vincent. Thank you so
Hello.
much for joining us today.
Pleasure.
Vincent, you've spent so much of your career dedicated to championing sustainable food systems, raising awareness for seaweeds, role in planetary health, but recently, you've taken a little bit of shift. You've turned your focus towards another ocean superstar, plankton. Would love to hear about what inspired this shift and why you now believe now is the time that we should be talking about plankton on a global stage.
Thank you very much. Well, you know, nothing grows in isolation, and seaweed grows with the help of a black box, which is unknown to everyone, which is plankton. So what is plankton? Plankton is anything that does not go against the current, that is drifting in the ocean. So it's a very, very wide range of organisms, which goes from picoscopic virus to the longest animal on the planet, which is the siphonophore, which is a long animal of 120 meters long. So typically, if you take the smallest plankton and the largest plankton, it would be the same to compare the size of a ant with the size of the Great Britain. So it's kind of a wide range of organisms. And actually, plankton represents 90% of life history on the planet. So it has shaped the planet. Evolution was triggered by this capacity of this small and invisible organism to drift in the ocean, to meet each other, even before muscle or anything was organized to enable movement. The different organisms met and shared and mixed in order to evolve, create evolution. So plankton has shaped the planet. It has created the oxygen. It has created the rocks. It has created the oil. Every year we are burning 1 million years of sedimented plankton using oil and gas. It has shaped everything we have around us. It is the basis of any form of life on the planet. So we all come from plankton, all type of organism, and over the last 4 billion years of evolution. So, and you know, at some point, if you want to rebuild a house, you don't start with the roof, you start with the basement.
Yeah.
And the basement of life on the planet is plankton. The problem is plankton is invisible, most of it, because it's very small. So it's unknown, it's an unsung hero, but it's really the core and the basis of everything. We live on a plankton planet, and actually plankton is the same word as planet. It comes from the same origin, etymology, so it's drifting in the ocean just like the planet is drifting in the universe. So we are a plankton planet, basically, and I think it's time to to turn our gaze to plankton because it has shaped the history and it can really save our future.
Absolutely. I think that's a really important shift in your career to make sure that the unsung heroes are being seen. So let's talk about the Plankton Manifesto. You make the case that plankton are essential to addressing the triple planetary crisis, so biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. Can you walk us through why plankton matters so deeply to these challenges?
Sure, yeah, we gathered the top 30 scientists on plankton over the last year to build a 20-page document, the Plankton Manifesto, telling the full story about plankton and what is the potential. So people from all over the world gathered, and we released this document at the United Nations General Assembly last September in New York. And it's so important because, once again, the plankton has shaped the planet. I mean, the weather we have, the climate we have is because of plankton. It has made the planet very, very warm at some point, very, very cold at the other point. The plankton communities that are living on the planet will define if it sequesters carbon or if it releases carbon in the atmosphere and so forth. So it can really control what's happening on the planet. It can clean our ocean, clean the planet as well, recycle everything. All the bio and the geochemical cycles depends from plankton. So it will, oxygen, clean water, fresh water, nitrogen, phosphate, everything, carbon of course, everything goes through plankton to be recycled. So if we don't understand what's going there, we cannot address any of the global challenges we have. So we need to understand what is the role of plankton, and the role is absolutely massive, because the production of plankton every day is incredible. Every day, the daily production of just the phytoplankton, if it was a plank of wood, it would go from the planet to the moon every day. So that's the daily production of plankton. So it's absolutely massive, and that's once again, we don't know much about it. It's only 10 years that we have started to understand what plankton can do and is doing. So this invisible world is really, really interesting.
It's also the base of the marine food chain, right? So it's playing a really important role in our fisheries systems and making sure that the animals in the ocean
everything, because the birds and so forth, we saw all these marine birds which are disappearing because of a lack of plankton, basically. So yeah, it's the basis of the marine food chain. And we know today that our ocean covers 70% of the planet, but contribute to less than 2% of our food. So we are relying to produce our food production. We are relying only on less than 1/3 of the planet, and we totally neglect these two other thirds that are in the water. And if we want to promote this food production from the water to end starvation and to combat world hunger, we need to understand how this food is created.
Right.
And this food is created by plankton. That's the source of anything in the ocean. This primary production is a planktonic one.
Right. Well, let's talk about some of the technologies in this space. So my job at MIT Solve, I spent a lot of time thinking about the new technologies that are coming on the scene. And when we were talking, there was a lot of talk around the innovation in this space. So the innovation that's unlocking exciting new plankton-based solutions. What are some examples that you've seen here that are coming out?
Well, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of new product in medicine, new product to clean the ocean, to clean the air. You were a demonstrator here in ChangeNOW to cleaning the air using plankton. The thing, what we need to understand is that this new technology that you are talking about has enabled to understand what is plankton. We didn't know anything. Back 20 years ago, we knew 40 viruses in the ocean, 40 viruses. Today, we know more than 500,000 viruses in the ocean. So within 20 years, we discovered 500,000 viruses in the ocean. We discovered 150 million new genes in the ocean. That's massive because of this convergence of new technology, AI, satellite, gene sequencing, which is so important to understand what is invisible. So all these millions of new genes and 150 million new genes, it's massive. I mean, we have 20,000 genes in our body. So it's an unlimited potential of innovation that is coming, and it's a new age of discovery right now. I mean, the 19th century has been a very important part in the age of discovery with Darwin, Haeckel, and all these big scientists and these very famous researchers. And it was a step change in our understanding of the world. But this step change, this understanding of the world was limited to the visible world. Now we have to move to the invisible world, and most of it lies in the ocean. Because the ocean represents 96% of the inhabitable space on the planet. So most of life is below water. And we have to understand what's happening there and what is happening in this invisible world. And we can understand that because of this new technology. Without satellite to see the color of the ocean, which are defined by plankton, without gene sequencing, without AI, without drones to go in the water, we cannot understand anything. So it's not existing because it's in our mind, in our imagination, because there was no way for us to understand it. But now we have this possibility to understand it, and it's just starting, and you see the explosion of researches and publication over the last 10 years on plankton. Is just fascinating. And we are on the eve of something very, very big, a new age of discovery that will bring together our planet and our Gaia thing. This Gaia concept emerged from plankton, basically, initially, because Lovelock, the guy who developed the Gaia theory, realized that when the climate is increasing, plankton create a gas that will create clouds, and that will cool down the planet. So there's like a mechanism to regulate climate on the planet from the ocean somehow. So that was the fundamental of the Gaia theory back in the 70s. Right. And it was hard to explain that, but now with this new technology, we are able to explain how the Earth, how this global organism can really behave and organize himself. But the secret of it lies in the ocean, where everything started, and we have to get into that to understand that. But there's a lot of new, very fascinating projects at the moment, Tara being one of them, Tara Foundation, of course. Yeah. But there's a lot of new projects that are trying to address and understand that, and it's quite fascinating, and I think it's a source of hope and optimism for all of us, because there's so much untapped potential there, so much things to discover, so much things to innovate, to create. So it's a great source of optimism and hope for all of us, and I think we all need hope and optimism.
Yeah, now that you've got us all excited about plankton, I want to hear, for those of us here, whether we're scientists ourselves, investors, policymakers, citizens, what can we do to support this work and make sure that plankton stays a part of the conversation around climate and biodiversity moving forward?
Well, I think there's a big problem in education. We should know, no one knows what is plankton because once again it's invisible, but we should know what is plankton just like we know what is a lion or a monkey. It should be as familiar to us because it's everywhere. It's a source of life, once again. So I think there's a big piece of education. We should get interested into it. Some plankton are getting more and more popular. Spirulina, for instance, is a planktonic organism. And we all know spirulina, I think, and we all know how good it is. Mm-hmm. It's a very good source of nutrients. In general, plankton is abundant in everything we need, because once again, it has shaped our organism, so it is very well connected with it. So we should try to eat some when we can, get interested into that, talk about it, spread the word, spread this plankton gospel around the world, try to make the people understand that it's something unknown, it's an unsung hero, but it's there, and it's there to stay. And the thing is that the change in plankton community will affect our life and may endanger our life, but plankton is here to stay. They will not disappear. They will change, which will in the end lead us to extinction, maybe, as it did with many other species over the last 4 billion years. But the question is, if we understand plankton, then we can preserve these existing communities that are there at the moment and then protect us. And I think that's the idea. So I think it's for the benefit of all of us to get interested into that, to support science, to support education, try to understand what we can do. There's a lot of innovation related to plankton at the moment, but we are in the very, very, very early stage. So it's hard to relate that in our daily life, but there is still some. And so start to eat spirulina and some other stuff like this to support the development in this planktonic world is a good way to start.
And there's some important meetings coming up the rest of this year. There's the UN Ocean Conference in June, and then we have, of course, COP30 in Brazil in November, and it's really great to see some of the conversations around oceans, but I know that talking with you is maybe that plankton piece is being left out a little bit. So what are you doing to make sure that plankton is on the stage at these important meetings coming up the rest of the year?
We will be in New York. We have a Plankton Day on the 11th of June with an event at the CNRS laboratory in Villefranche-sur-Mer. I mean, that old Plankton Manifesto story came from the fact that I realized that in COP 28, out of 300 presentations, not a single one was about plankton. And plankton absorb 30%, 1/3 of the global emission are absorbed by the ocean. And most of this biological pump is made from plankton. So we do not talk at the climate conference, we do not talk about something that absorbs almost 1/3 of the emission. It's just insane. It's absolutely insane. Same with the COP biodiversity. I mean, out of 300 presentations in Cali last year, we had one about plankton which is, once again, supporting and has created the entire biodiversity, and is the biggest source of biodiversity. So it's just insane. It's totally absent of any global discussions. And we should talk about MPAs for plankton somehow, but we don't. So it's time to do. I mean, there will be a big talks at the UNOC. We will be in Rio as well, of course. So it's time to bring plankton into visibility there and make people aware of the role that plankton is playing on the planet.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that this conversation has sparked some excitement about plankton with the folks that are listening. I know you have an exciting book coming out in May. Tell us a little bit more about that and what's coming out and why folks should be interested in it.
Yeah, I wrote a book about plankton. I mean, the Plankton Manifesto had to be 20 pages, but there's so much things to say about plankton, so much stories about the world and all the plankton created life and how it evolved, what are the potential innovations. There's so much of them. There's so much biomimicking to be made. There's so much solution for the climate, for the environment, for pollution, how plankton can degrade plastic and so forth. There are so many things to say, so I decided to write a book. So that I also realize with my seaweed stories that books are a very strong, we live in a digital world, but books are still very powerful to bring the change, which is really good for all of us, I think. So writing a book, the Plankton Manifesto, the Manifeste du Plankton en français, released at the end of this month and translated in English by the end of the year. It's time to, that will be part of the advocacy work that we are leading, because we need to be aware of the potential for plankton and make sure that it is respected in the right way. And we should do that in the right way as well. That's another very important point.
Absolutely. I think you've done a really good job of being a PR agent for plankton, which I think we all know the ocean needs a better PR agent. So I appreciate your role in that. If folks were leaving today with one thing that you want them to leave with about plankton, maybe it's not something they've really ever thought about, right? That a lot of their breath, their oxygen is coming from this organism, that it's in their foods. What would you want folks to leave with?
Well, it's everywhere. The rocks, the cliffs of Dovers and the Falaise d'Étretat, they are all made in plankton. The shark we have at school, they are made in dead plankton. I mean, we are here above dead plankton. I mean, the bassin parisien has been made of dead plankton. So it's everywhere. Once again, the oil, the air we breathe, everything, the animal we feed. And once again, understanding this enable an unlimited potential for innovation. But we have to make sure, something very important, we have to make sure that this innovation, this unlimited potential is managed in the right way. Something that is very worrying me at the moment, we now discover the potential of marine gene, all these new technologies that are coming. But we need to make sure that it is done in an equitable way and a fair way. I'm very worried when I see that the first license on a marine gene was in 1988. Today we have more than 15,000 licenses on marine genes. Half of them belongs to BASF, the private company, the chemical producers. Half of them, and which is more than the 200 other companies owning marine gene licenses. 3 countries own 75% of the marine gene licenses, and 10 richest country, the 10 richest country, they own 98% of the marine gene licenses. So we are at risk of a new neocolonialism on marine gene. We preempt and concentrate all this knowledge, all this innovation, which is very much at risk, because what is in the ocean does not belong to anyone, but no, it does. And that's a very worrying problem, so we have to be aware that there's a big geopolitical issue behind this. So it's really time to discuss and to understand how to preserve life as it is on the planet, and plankton is a very, very powerful ally to do that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Vincent, for sharing your passion for plankton. I think it has spread to others here today, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty. Next up, we are going to be joined on stage by two incredible ocean advocates. And I'm so excited to introduce you to Anne-Sophie, who is an ocean activist and policy advisor specializing in deep sea mining and the high seas protection. In 2021, she co-founded the Look Down movement, a global youth coalition calling for the halt to deep sea mining. She is currently serving as an advisor to the Minister of the Sea for France. And Elena is the co-founder and CTO of SOS Biotech, the first blue tech company in the Dominican Republic, pioneering the transformation of invasive seaweed into high-value sustainable products for agriculture, cosmetics, and biomaterials. Elena is committed to sustainable ocean solutions and dedicated to positioning the Caribbean as a global blue hub, creating jobs, empowering local communities, and proving that profitability doesn't have to come at the expense of the people or the planet. Join me in welcoming Anne-Sophie and Elena. Hi both. I'm so excited to talk with you today. I love the woman power on this stage around oceans. I want to start with you and Sophie. You both are tackling complex and often overlooked ocean challenges, from invasive species, Elena, to deep sea mining. And I want to start thinking about, for those that are not familiar in the audience, what exactly is deep sea mining, and why is it such a concern?
Indeed, deep sea mining is usually not very well known by the great public. However, it concerns half the surface of our planet. The deep sea is basically the biggest ecosystem we have on Earth, and deep sea mining is a new industry that has not started yet, but that can start in the coming month, and that aims at extracting metals at the bottom of the ocean. And the scientific community is very concerned about this industry because it would have irreversible consequences on the ocean, on marine biodiversity, from the bottom to the surface, on fisheries, on our economies, and on our global climate. And because of these impacts, the scientific community calls for a global moratorium on deep sea mining, also because we know very little about the deep sea. 90% of the species that live in the deep sea have not yet been described by science. So it's basically our last frontier, the last wilderness we have, and we have a few mining companies, and now we have Trump. We are going to talk about that right after. That is willing to go against international law and the scientific consensus to mine the deep sea. So it is a very urgent topic which everyone should be hearing about.
Yeah, indeed. We'll dive into that a little bit. Elena, I want to turn to you next. Your company, SOS Biotech, is transforming a coastal crisis into a regional opportunity. Can you tell us about the impact of sargassum blooms on the Caribbean coastlines and how your work is regenerating environmental, economic, and social value?
Sure. Well, first of all, how many of you have heard about invasive seaweed? Please raise your hands. Okay, pretty good. I'm really happy about that. For the ones that you don't know, Seaweeds are our friends. That's true. We can't deny that. But as everything in this life, in huge quantities, they are a huge problem. In the Caribbean in specific, we are having something called massive invasions of sargassum. Sargassum is a brown seaweed that used to grow happily in the Sargasso Sea, the only sea in the world that is only surrounded by currents, not by land. But recently, due to increased CO2, ocean surface, and changes in currents, such as also runoff from land, it has found in the rest of the Atlantic the perfect environment, the perfect storm has been created for it to massively proliferate. So now, every year in the Caribbean, we are receiving over 20 million tons of sargassum. Sargassum is bulking on our shores, and when it's decomposing and rotting, it releases toxic gases such as CO2, methane, and hydrogen sulfide. This has created a triple crisis. This is why this is an unknown challenge. It's a social, economic, and environmental crisis. But, as Katie already hinted, we have found hope in this crisis. And we are transforming this crisis into a triple benefit for the society, for the environment, and for the economy too. What we do, to summarize, is we transform local boats, local fishermen boats, into seaweed harvesters with a system we patent called the literal collection module. And we employ local fishermen from this harvesting process. One boat per hour has the capacity to harvest 10 tons, so pretty good. And then we have a biorefinery where we extract all the cool things in seaweed, because they are our friends, to create different products for the market, for the agriculture, for the cosmetic, and even for the biomaterials. So in this way, we are taking a coastal crisis into a social, economic, and environmental benefit.
Amazing. You know I'm a fan of the work that you do. And Sophie, you alluded to this, but yesterday I got an alert on my phone that said that Donald Trump had signed an executive order giving the okay for the U.S. and for in international waters to kick off deep sea mining again. Tell us why that is a really important piece of news for us to be paying attention to.
So yeah, this is very fresh news, and we had very short nights since the announcement of this executive order. But basically, maybe to set up a very quick context, deep sea mining in international waters, aka half the surface of our planet, is managed by an international organization that is called the International Seabed Authority. It's a UN agency, where basically 170 countries are negotiating about the regulations to open the doors or not to deep sea mining. So this is how the UN multilateral system works. And this organization has been existing since 30 years. And you have countries like, even the countries that are for deep sea mining, not to name them Russia and China, are negotiating in the framework of this multilateral instance. And basically what Donald Trump has announced last night is, one, to start deep sea mining in US waters. And in US waters, of course, the US is sovereign. They can do whatever they want in US waters. And in international waters. And what that means is that Donald Trump wants to go unilaterally to mine the deep sea, so half the surface of our planet, outside of the multilateral framework, therefore in violation of international law. And so this is not only an environmental issue, because it would basically open the doors to this very destructive industry, but it's also a diplomatic and a legal issue because it's basically an insult to the 170 countries that have been negotiating for years and years about deep sea mining. And what that means concretely, in terms of calendar, we have 2 months before the first exploitation contracts are put on the table by mining companies to go mine the deep sea. And therefore, we have 2 months to generate a maximum of pressure from countries. Like now, all the countries that care about international law should take the mic and speak up and go to see Donald Trump and negotiate with them. Because if they don't do that, basically the Far West could be the high seas. And all the multilateral and all the negotiations that we have been having victories on for the past decades would be useless if Trump goes to mine unilaterally. So countries have a huge step to take right now, but the private sector also have a major responsibility, and maybe we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that context. I think it's important to hear from an expert, especially when we get those breaking news alerts on our phones. So appreciate you sharing some of those contexts. So both of you are driving change through pretty bold approaches on the ground and in diplomatic circles. How does citizen and grassroots mobilization support your work, and what role does it play alongside policy advocacy and technological solutions?
Yeah, so well, in our case, as I previously mentioned, our value change starts with and thanks to fishermen. Fishermen were the first one to believe in our solution, the first one willing to try it. And at the end of the day, they are the ones more capable and with the biggest knowledge to perform that type of job. And I always get asked like how we manage to include these communities, how we deal with them. And I promise you it's the easiest part of our job. They have amazing knowledge. They are willing to be part of it because they are the first one to be affected. And they want new opportunities. They are interested in being trained. They are interested in become blue actors. And sadly, most of the times, they are not given the opportunities. For me, it's not only how they help us or how grass communities or society can be included, is that it must be included. We should not conceive solutions without the people that are being affected having a voice on how it's solved. And this also includes, for example, students, youth people, the ones that are currently being trained to be the future leaders, the ones that sadly are going to be the most affected ones, but specifically the ones that have the biggest energy, the biggest interest, and they need the opportunities. And it's our responsibility to create them because we are in the spaces to do so.
Yeah, wonderful. What about you?
Well, for us in the world of deep sea mining, the movements of opposition to this industry have been really started by us, by civil society, by regular people. And it's really an example of the fact that activism works. Because 2 years ago, basically 0 countries were opposing deep sea mining. And now we have more than 32 countries that are for a moratorium or oppose on this industry, according to what the scientific community is asking for. And this was basically done thanks to a massive mobilization from grassroots organizations, from NGOs, from scientists, from parliamentarians, from diplomats, from ministers and heads of states, etc. And so it's a very, very collective movement that is happening on all continents that were able to push for a moratorium on this industry. And that is really an example of hope. Because when we mobilize, when we take action, whether it's on the ground or on social media, it has a huge impact. And that's why we need to mobilize right now because, again, we have this massive threat by Donald Trump. But we also managed to have a massive mobilization from the private sector. And that is as important as the political mobilization. For instance, we have financial institutions such as the World Bank, the European investment banks. We have companies such as Volvo, Volkswagen, Renault in France, Samsung, Google, who joined the moratorium on deep sea mining, saying we won't buy the metals from the deep sea, or we won't fund companies that want to go against the scientific consensus and international law. And that is as important. So as I know, there are many businesses here. If you want to do something useful for the ocean and that doesn't cost you anything, join the moratorium on deep sea mining. This is very urgent.
Perfect, and it actually leads me into my next question for you all, which is more around cross-sector collaboration. So we've just kind of talked a little bit about how important collaboration is to your work. And I'd love to hear about the role of the private sector in helping to protect the deep sea and other shared ocean resources like seaweed. So how can we partner across science and business and activism to help us do more faster?
Well, so usually we, the private sector, we are seen as the bad guys, no? And it's without no reason. Like in the past, private sector has been responsible and is continue being responsible of many of the challenges we are confronting. But I think this narrative is changing, and what a bigger place to see that here in ChangeNOW. We are seeing solutions, we are seeing startups, we are seeing private companies not forcing us to choose between ecology and economy, but creating spaces for both to thrive, including society, economy, and the sustainable development. We cannot do anything alone. We are all part of the value chains. We all are affected by the same things and can benefit from the same things. The academic sector is crucial. They are training the future. They have the knowledge. They have the ability to provide that knowledge. But that knowledge needs to reach the people. And to reach these people, we need the private sector. We are the executors, the one that can make products, that can make services that people can access to. And for that, we need also the politics. We need laws. We need legal frameworks that protect us, that benefit us, and that ensures that everything that is done in the proper way. And of course, NGOs and grassroots organizations to advocate for those ones that don't have voice, and for those ones that many times are overlooked, and for those challenges that many times are unknown.
Thank you.
Well, as for me, I would say that usually, as I'm an activist and a scientist by training, and usually we see activists and the political spheres like not going along with one another, and usually fighting and not being the same sphere, I would say. But to take a very concrete example of the benefits, I think, of the collaboration between the private sector, activists, scientists, and the political people. Basically, when we started mobilizing 2 years ago about deep sea mining with some activist friends, such as Camille Etienne, which you might know if you're French. She's a big climate activist in France. We basically started by mobilizing about deep sea mining to talk about it and to say what is happening, to explain the science, to explain to journalists, to take basically a big step to show how deep sea mining is a very big issue. We managed to generate a position from France, which took the most ambitious position today on deep sea mining, which is in favor of a total ban on deep sea mining, and that was really thanks to like big collective efforts from all of us. And after that, we basically managed to work together with the French diplomats, the administrations, the ministers, to firstly explain and lead this position in the negotiations, and also to continue to mobilize other countries to join this coalition for a moratorium or a pause on deep sea mining. And it was really a victory thanks to both of us, like the activists and the scientists and the political spheres. And while doing that, we also managed to trigger like a movement from the private sector with all the companies and institutions that I quoted earlier. Seeing that the movement on deep sea mining is growing, these institutions were like, okay, it's not even financially viable, so I'm not going to be a part of it. And also it would be against international law, accessorily.
There's that. I want to ask you both, what do you wish more people understood about the invisible or overlooked ocean threats that both of you work on?
So I will say that currently we are experimenting crises that 50 years ago were unimaginable. And that will be true 50 years later. We don't have the capacity, the tools, the system prepared for what is coming. And it has happened with sargassum. When sargassum first started arriving and being massively overtaking our shores, the government didn't even know who was responsible to solve that, which ministry and which law. In the legal frameworks, were sargassum and seaweed was not even there. So what we are going to do, how we can solve a problem if we don't have even the beginning of the tools to do so? So we need to be prepared. We need to have established solutions. We need to have as many tools as possible, because of course we are not going to be able to read the future and to see it, but we can be prepared, and we can prepare the future generations for having them. And unknown challenges also are unknown because media is really politicized. We need it to be covering more the reality of the world, and specifically the reality of the global south, that sadly many times is overlooked. And we only not suffer crises, but we also solve them. And the solutions can come from the global south, and they are already coming from the global south. So we must switch also the eye to start looking to these new regions that not only need help, but they can help too. And as the last thing I want to say, I said previously that we are here are the ones that have the voice, and that we must advocate, and that we must be the voice of our communities, and that we also must advocate for things to be changed. But we are here thanks to others. I'm here thanks to MIT Solve. We are here with our exhibitors thanks to GECO Ecopreneurs Awards. I've been supported by organizations such as the Rockefeller Foundation. And I want to here say first, thank you, but also to add more people to do this, because solutions are there. We have seen here, we are not longer on the time of innovating or researching. The solutions are here. What we need is support. And we need this type of organizations that are there, and now we that are here, to continue seeking for these unknown challenges, but also these unknown solutions.
I love what you said. For me, I think what I wish people would know about this, the unknown challenge, which is deep sea mining for my part, is the fact that we collectively can do something to protect the common heritage of humankind, which is the ocean and the deep sea. Something that is very, very important to know is that when we take action, like on our couch, for instance, like tagging a minister on Instagram or signing a petition or whatever, it might seem that we are not doing anything really relevant because we are alone. But just know that when we are tens of thousands doing it, it has a huge impact. And so for us, basically, this is what we're enabling us to open the doors to the ministries and to go lobbying them and to go talk to them and to shift the positions of entire countries. And same thing for companies. So what I would say to finish is that get involved with us, because now more than ever we need everyone on board, because we can win against the other at the other side of the Atlantic. So contact me you will find me on social media, LinkedIn, Instagram, wherever. We are going to post actions very soon on those platforms. And if you're a business, contact me as well, because joining the moratorium doesn't cost you anything, and it has a huge, massive impact. So yeah, we can do it, basically. That's what I would say.
Amazing. Well, give it up for these two ladies that are doing incredible work. Find them afterwards so you can connect about it and support them. Thank you both for being here. Alrighty, I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker. We have Hanli Prinsloo, is the founder of I Am Water Ocean Conservation and a young global leader at the World Economic Forum. With a background in social political documentary filmmaking, Hanli has traveled the world speaking and telling stories of transformation, hope, and inspiration. Focusing on her sport, Hanli excelled at competitive freediving, and as a sought-after coach, having worked with professional rugby players, cyclists, runners, and big wave surfers. At present, her energy is channeled into ocean conservation through human experience, reconnecting people with nature through the innovative I Am Water Ocean workshops offered to underserved ocean communities globally. Recently, her work has expanded to designing and launching the first ever sustainable freediving brand, Oculus. Join me in welcoming Hanli to the stage.
Good morning. Hope you're all having a good morning. My name is Hanli, and I'm excited to share with you today about your connection to the ocean. And that might feel like a stretch when we're sitting in Paris, but at least the sun has come out and we're next to the river. So let me invite you to have a little journey with me as we start reconnecting with where we come from. So even though you're sitting in the Grand Palais in Paris, join me on an aquatic journey. So uncross your legs if they're crossed. Sit up a little bit straighter. Get comfortable. And bring your hand onto your belly. Yes. And as we all have gone through the intense security to get in here, you are clearly in a safe space. So I invite you to close your eyes. And let's breathe. Inhale slowly to feel your belly expand. And exhale. And inhale. And exhale. And as you keep your eyes closed and your breath flowing, I want you to imagine yourself where you are sitting right now. So imagine you're just hovering above your own head, looking down on you. You might remember what you're wearing, you might remember who you're sitting next to, and then zoom out. Look at yourself from higher up under the roof of the Grand Palais, and zoom out. So you're looking down at the whole of Paris, and zoom out, up into the sky, into the atmosphere, looking down on this one perfect blue dot. It should never have been called planet Earth. It should always have been called planet Ocean. The only blue as far as the eye can see. And as you slowly come down, back into our atmosphere, back above Europe, back above Paris, and back into your own body, take one last big breath in. Open your eyes and sigh it out. And maybe this is what you looked at when you were up there looking down. More than 70% of our Earth's surface is covered by ocean. More than 70% of your body is water when you are born. Our tears cry the same salinity as the ocean. We come from the ocean. Our first 9 months are spent in a watery world where sound is muffled and sight is dim. And then we are born into this world of sight and smell, and we take that first breath, and every day we breathe. And we forget that we come from water, and we think we are terrestrial, when in fact we are ocean creatures, ocean beings, and our bodies remember water. So my journey back into water came through freediving, apnea, the holding of the breath for exploration, for diving deep. In freediving, we dive as deep as possible, as far as possible, and as long as possible. And now that you've been practicing your breathing in and out, and zooming in and zooming out, I invite you to join me on a dive. And I want you to take a few deep, slow breaths to prepare. And this is a discipline in freediving called dynamic apnea, no fins. So swimming as far as possible as you can on one single breath of air. This is many years ago when I was trying to break a South African record of 75 meters. 75 meters in a swimming pool was the South African record. I've taken my biggest possible breath in. Those of you who want to join me, take a big breath in and hold your breath. Thank you. Let's dive. I've started the dive with a big breath of air. I've got a green tube around my neck, which is filled with lead shot to keep me down. Anybody who's swum in a pool before will know that half your energy is taken by just staying down, right? So I can relax and swim slowly. That's 25 meters, touch and turn. The South African record that I'm trying to break is 75 meters. I've done 80 in training, so I know I can do it, but I'm nervous, so can I do it when I'm nervous? So let's see. So I'm trying to relax as much as I can. I'm trying to slow down my thoughts. Our body uses most of our oxygen that we take in is used by our thoughts. So make sure your thoughts are of a high enough quality to warrant the use of your oxygen. So here I'm touching, who's still counting? 50 meters. So at about this point, I'm still quite relaxed. I'm slowing my mind down. I'm using a visualization, imagining myself swimming with a pod of dolphins that I've spent many, many years with on the coast of Mozambique. And I'm literally telling myself, I am a slow dolphin. I am a slow dolphin. I am a slow dolphin as I swim. So here I'm coming up to 75 meters. At this point, my body is starting to ask me for oxygen. My diaphragm is starting to contract to make me breathe. I'm starting to become aware of the breath hold. Touch and turn, that's 75 meters for those of you who are counting. So round about here, I've broken the South African record, but I feel really strong. The slow dolphin visualization is working. So I think I'm going to keep going a little bit longer. I'm going to keep going as long as it feels possible, as long as I can. So I keep going. Now you can see I'm starting to swim a little bit faster. My muscles have started using lactic acid, so I'm not using oxygen anymore, so I can use my muscles more strongly. So there I've turned at 100 meters. So I'm speeding up because I'm trying to not waste space while I'm not wasting oxygen. And at this point, I'm telling myself, I can see the tiles, I can hear my thoughts, I'm fine. I've got more oxygen left, I can keep going. My coach is knocking on the side of the pool, wondering if I actually know what I'm doing. I touch the wall at 125 meters, and I come up at 126 and breathe, and breathe, and breathe. Who's still holding their breath with me? Tom? No. Okay. For those of you who tried, I appreciate it anyway. Thank you. So, on that video, when I came up from that dive, I was strong. I had to do my surface protocol. In free diving, you have to take off your facial equipment, show an OK sign at the judge, not at your friend or your coach, at the judge, and say, I'm OK. And if you can't do those three things in that order, you're disqualified, and your whole dive was worth nothing. So I came up, I took off my mask, I showed the OK sign, I said, I'm OK, I waited, I got the white card. My dive was a new record, a new continental record, a new Swedish record, a new Nordic record, a new South African record. And my coach said to me, you came up at 126. I never knew you could swim that far. And I said, me neither. It just felt really good. And he said to me, you do know the world record is 127. I didn't even know what the world record was at that point because it didn't matter. I was going for 85. So why would I even think of 127? And so that much is about a meter, right? Was how far I was from the world record. What you couldn't see on that video is that my lips were blue when I came up. My hand was shaking. I came up on the edge of my oxygen. I didn't have this much more in me. On that day, 126 was my maximum capacity. And freediving for me is this beautiful learning of what is possible and what's actually not possible. And respecting that, but challenging this, and finding your own answer to that. I sometimes feel like I'm an anti-motivational speaker because I don't actually think everything is possible. And I don't want to get up every day and do something that scares me. It sounds like a terrible way to live. But many things are possible. And many things should be done. So finding out for yourself what is possible and what should be challenged is the sweet spot of purpose. And my journey continued from competitive freediving into exploration. Being able to hold my breath for 6 minutes and dive down to 70 meters gave me the opportunity to go to places, meet creatures, and explore environments that I could never have imagined. The Hanli you see sitting on the boat here this day is scared out of her mind. We are 3 hours boat ride from the coast of Sri Lanka. We're above a trench that's 3 kilometers deep, and we've just been surrounded by a giant pod of sperm whales. I've never been in the cachalot, been in the water with a sperm whale. I've never seen a sperm whale, but I've studied them. I've spoken to researchers, I've read about them. And for those of you who have studied or had the opportunity to meet sperm whales, their intelligence is so beyond that we still quite don't have the words to describe it. People use words like they can be telepathic, they have memory, they have shared consciousness within the pod. And I'm sitting on the side of the boat, I'm a freediver, I'm an ocean conservationist, I believe I have a purpose in ocean conservation, and I think, what if I get in the water and this whale can read my thoughts and read my feelings and finds me lacking? What if what I'm doing isn't enough? What if I'm not good enough and the whale can see that? because it's beyond our words and what we choose to say. They can see your heart. And I get in the water, and the second I get in, these two huge females turn and they start swimming towards me. And now, if you know, a sperm whale has the loudest and most powerful sonar in the world, stronger than what any military can create. At depth, they can shock a giant squid into unconsciousness for hunting them. And these two females turned and they started scanning me with a gentle sonar, and it felt like a sledgehammer on my chest. Scanning, scanning, scanning. And I opened my arms, and the only thing I could do was say, "You're so big, you're so beautiful, thank you for letting me be here. You're so big, you're so beautiful, thank you for letting me be here." And they came around and swam right past me, looking straight in the eye. And then as one, this pod of sperm whales took a giant breath in and they dived. And no training in the world, no competitive freediving, no record can prepare you to dive deep with a pod of sperm whales. You have to let them go. And they went down to over 1 kilometer deep to hunt giant squid. I swam with them to about 40 meters and then had to come up to breathe. And I came up with a sense of loss, the sense of feeling bereft, of wanting to have spent more time with them. The other, the greatest. And I see this small shape coming out of the blue. And a baby sperm whale swims up to me. And what I'd heard from the scientists before the trip is when there is a baby in the pod that is too young to do the deep dives with the adults, they leave the baby with a female babysitter at the surface. And whatever those two mamas saw that day in me, I was the babysitter. And for the 45 minutes that they hunted at depth, this little whale and I played baby whale games. I would dive down, and then she would come down, and then we'd swim around each other, and then obviously I would have to breathe, so I would go back up to the surface and take a breath, and she'd be like, "What are you doing? Why do you even have to breathe? This is so boring." And then I would come down again, and we swam, and we interacted, and we shared time. And deep down below, we heard the adults ticking and clicking and hunting, and then they came up again, and as one, the baby joined the pod, and they swam off. And this moment in time, this moment of connection with a species so other, so great, so powerful, left me forever changed. That we can interact with something so big. I feel so small when I'm with whales, but the second I come back onto land and I step back into our human world and I come back to our species, we are so powerful, we are so great. We are the greatest, that we hold the beauty and the size of a sperm whale in the palm of our hand. So whether or not you want the job, you're also the sperm whale's babysitter. Because for whatever reason, our species has the greatest power on this planet. We do not deserve it, don't get me wrong, but we have it. And with that comes great responsibility when you think of the kind of consciousness that we can influence. And from these travels and all these experiences, for me, it wasn't enough to see the great. It wasn't enough to break the records. How do we share this with others? How do we get people to connect with the ocean and feel that love and feel that what the ocean gives us, what we are part of when we're on this planet? And as a South African, every time I would come home to South Africa, I'd stand on the beach, I'd go into the water, and I'd see who's on the beach and who's going into the water. And if you ever play that game when you're on the beach next, see who's on the beach and who's going into the water, and start thinking about access and start thinking about equity. And if we want to talk about protection and if we want to talk about conservation, we have to talk about who's going into nature, who is connecting with nature and feeling their hearts open and their behavior change because of love, not because of fear or rules or regulations or data that scares the living crap out of us. We act when we love. We have so much data, we have so much information, we haven't acted. So if all the information can't make us change, it has to be something deeper. We have to open hearts to the natural world. So I started I Am Water, a non-profit that works with taking children on experiences in the ocean to protect what they love. And let me give you a moment of what that looks like in Cape Town. Can we have the sound?
So they can fall in love with it, and that's protected.
I'm feeling totally nervous today. I'm scared of the water.
On our Ocean Guardians workshops, we have grade 7 students from local schools come to the beach and learn about their oceans. The workshop consists of 2 days. The first day, the experiences are had at a beautiful local tidal pool. On the second day, we bring them to one of our incredible pristine marine protected area beaches.
These ocean conservation workshops are important to the kids in our community. Some of them don't really come out of good homes, some of them can't even swim. So to bring them out a little bit of their comfort zone gives them that confidence to show them that they can actually do anything that they want to do.
The Ocean Guardians workshops have 3 stations. We do rocky shores exploration, a beach cleanup, and a snorkel station.
Our goal is that whoever was afraid, whoever had that fear, comes out with love and want to teach more people that everyone can overcome these fears.
It was the first time for me to snorkel. The ladies spent more time with me. Now I know how to float. I absolutely want to do it again.
We had a lovely time and the seaweed it came on your dinner again. Bang! But I did love it. And thank you for everything.
And I can tell you, thank you. And I can tell you that there is no freediving record that's ever given me greater joy than seeing eyes open underwater for the first time. And as a freediver, my journey continues from taking children into the water to running a small travel company, taking people on exquisite trips around the world to experience interactions with big animals, and clients saying, what equipment should we buy? And realizing that ocean exploration equipment is not built for sustainability or durability. So launching, can I get my clicker to? So launching a brand that builds sustainable freediving equipment so that you can explore the ocean without damaging the very ocean you love. And I grew up on a horse farm outside Pretoria in South Africa. I never thought I'd stand on a stage in Paris. I never thought I'd start a brand or a travel company or a non-profit that now trains organizations around the world to do ocean connection. But I knew that I love, and that I will forever love the ocean. And love triggers action. And every good story is a love story. Every good story. If you think of what you truly love, who you truly love, and how you would act if that was threatened, that's the impetus you want every day to do what you have to do. And it might not be the path you expected, it might not lead you to the places you expected or doing the things you did, but wake up every morning looking for that. Let that be your true north, because we have all the information, we have all the knowledge, we have everything we need to make the right choices. We just need the impetus, the inspiration, and the love to want to do it every single day. Thank you.
I don't know about you all, but I have a new life goal of being a whale babysitter. So I'm going to call up my boss after this and let him know. Thank you all to all of our speakers, Vincent, Hanli, Anne-Sophie, and Elena, for helping us surface the urgent and often invisible challenges of our ocean. From the microscopic power of plankton to deep sea ecosystems and community-driven innovation, today's conversations has reminded us that protecting our oceans is not only a climate imperative, but a human one. Let's carry these insights forward as we work towards a more just, resilient, and regenerative future. Thank you all for being a part of it.
Thank you. We have never lived in a world where the health of people and the health of biodiverse ecosystems and the health of our planet could be effectively addressed in silos. Yet this is precisely how our global health institutions, our nature conservation institutions, and our climate institutions have established themselves in the last century, siloed, isolated, and apart from one another. Our desire to compartmentalize, our desire to silo, this is not assisting our ability to outmaneuver humanity's grand challenges. In fact, it's constraining them, it's confusing them. Because nature is a system, life is a system. And our species, Homo sapiens, people, we are of nature. We are because of nature. And our health, our thriving, just like the thriving of any species in the biosphere, is fundamentally interconnected with the biodiversity and the healthy functioning of the planet's life-giving ecosystems. There is no such thing as a nature apart from us. We reside on the web of life. And what we do to this web, we do to ourselves. Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is Jonathan Jennings. I am co-CEO of a planetary health organization called Health in Harmony. For 20 years, we have understood that there is no difference between the health of humans and the conservation of nature. This is one and the same. We move global resources into the hands and the climate-critical system solutions of Earth's rainforest guardians. And we do this through reciprocity and trust-based anti-colonial approach. Because the health of Earth's tropical rainforests depends on the spiritual, cultural, and physical thriving of the rainforest guardians, the indigenous peoples, the Afro-descendant peoples, and the traditional guardians of these forests for millennia. We believe these rainforest guardians must be at the center of climate action and climate finance. Now, the Grand Palais is again buzzing. So I want to invite you into this space completely and fully. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, wiggle your toes in your shoes, feel the bottoms of your feet firmly on the ground, and let's enter this space fully, because we have the privilege today of meeting some remarkable people. People that have dedicated their lives to the conservation of the natural world. Each one of them is doing it differently, but each one of them is essential to the collective mission of the protection of nature and Earth's biosphere. Born and raised in Aceh, Farwiza Farhan, or Wiza, is founder of the Forest, Nature, and Environment Aceh Foundation, the grassroots organization working to protect and restore the looser ecosystem in Sumatra, Indonesia. This is the last place on Earth where rhinos, tigers, elephants, and orangutans still roam the wild together. She is a Time Magazine Time 100 Impact Award winner, a recipient of the Future for Nature Award, and the prestigious Whitley Award for Conservation. And in 2022, she was awarded the National Geographic Wayfinder Award. We're super grateful to have the power of her voice and her leadership here with us today to open our session. So please join me in welcoming the person whose life's work Dr. Jane Goodall called essential. Farwiza Farhan.
For the past 3 days, we have traveled to many places. We've been to the Amazon, we've gone the depth of the ocean, we've hung out with whales. And right at this moment, I want to take you to a place that is close to my heart. And this place is called the Loisa ecosystem. It sits in the northernmost corner of the island of Sumatra in Indonesia. The Loisa ecosystem is the last place on Earth where this critically endangered megafauna, the tiger, the elephant, the rhino, and the orangutan, still roam together in the wild. It is a space of 2.7 million hectares of relatively intact forests, home to various biodiversity, flora, fauna, and fungi. It is also home to 500,000 people living within it, and 5 million people depending on it. For the local communities, this wildlife are incredible, but the importance of the Loisa ecosystem is water. We understand the ecosystem services that this landscape gives to us, because most of us doesn't necessarily live here. But for the local community, the forest is what protects them. The forest is what gives them livelihood. A lot of people have asked me, what is the biggest threat to the Loisa ecosystem? And when they ask that question, they are half expecting an answer that is straightforward. They want me to say that the biggest threat to the Loisa ecosystem is palm oil. The biggest threat to the Loisa ecosystem is mining. That the biggest threat to the Loisa ecosystem is illegal logging. But in truth, it's not that. It's not palm oil, it's not mining, it's not illegal logging. What it is, it's the deprioritization of nature protection. It's the belief that we could engineer our way out of trouble. And the biggest threat to the Loisa ecosystem is the same to the threat to many other landscape and seascape and species. It's the apathy and disempowerment. Let me tell you a story that happened a decade ago. At that time, in 2012, a large palm oil company seek to expand their concession by burning forests illegally. So me and my friends and a bunch of people gathered a campaign together trying to get the government to put this company in jail. It was incredibly difficult because in Indonesian context, in Indonesian regulation, sometimes you clear the land, you burn it before you can claim ownership over it. But this act is clearly illegal. And at that time, so many people felt angry at what this company is doing. And so many people mobilized. They petitioned the government, they petitioned the court, they mobilized behind these cases so the company eventually get jailed. The director of the company, after a very long court proceeding, the director of the company ended up spending 1 year in prison for burning forests in the Loisa ecosystem. As we were winning this campaign, as we thought we are on the path to restoring this forest, the government of Aceh at that time chose to dismantle the protection of the Loisa ecosystem, the very reason that protect this landscape. I thought that was crazy. I thought that doesn't make sense. But for the government, that's the only reason that makes sense, because they believe that protection of landscapes stands in the way of prosperity. That conservation and protection of landscape like the Loisa ecosystem are the reason why we remain poor. And this problem are not limited to the Loiser ecosystem. This problem is what we are experiencing in Sumatra, in Borneo, in Papua, in the Amazon, in Congo, in Brazil, everywhere. But luckily, the planet is not powerless. The planet speaks. The planet retaliates. And us, humans, we are not powerless. We can take action. In 2017, we come to realize that grassroots communities do have power enshrined in the Constitution to have a say on any development, any exploitation that happen within their area, that happen within their landscapes. However, these rights are often underutilized. Why? I don't know about the local community in the rural of France, but in the rural of Indonesia, local community doesn't necessarily sit around talking about development plans. They don't necessarily sit around discussing environmental impact assessment. They don't necessarily chat with their fellow farmers and say, did you hear about the new law? Very few of the grassroots community lived in that reality. But they know that when forests are deforested, when mines are being carved, that it's their livelihood that get impacted. But oftentimes this happens after the destructions have took place. So what we choose to do at that time, we come into the local community and we ask them, what is your experience? What have you witnessed? What have you seen happen in your landscape? What have you seen happen in your village? And the local community was telling us, we see the water change. We see the air become polluted. We see the soil lost its productivity. And when we ask them what do you want to do? How do you want to respond to this? And they respond in a way that is most moving. They told me, you know, a few years ago, I experienced flash flood. And the whole time, my whole life, every time floods happen, what came down the mountain is just water. But more and more recently, what came down the mountain is timber and rocks. And not only the flood swept away our homes, it's also destroyed our fields. We could no longer grow what we grow because everything is now ruined. But when we tried to protect the forest up in the mountain, we were challenged. The illegal loggers asked us the question, who are you and what are your authority? They're telling us not to log these mountains. So in that moment, I come to learn that mothers and grandmothers are actually the best protectors of forests because they don't get intimidated by illegal loggers. When these mothers and grandmothers choose to protect the forest and they become forest rangers and they go out and patrol and they come across illegal loggers, first thing they ask is not, why are you illegally logging? First thing they ask is, have you had coffee? Have you had food? Where are you from? Whose son are you? And by asking that question, they are using the existing social structure in the village. They are using the relationships of people that they know. They bring to the realization that everyone, all of us, are connected. And then they ask the question, were you here when the flash flood happened? Did you see what happened to our village? Do you take pride in participating in that? And this is how mothers and grandmothers are incredibly powerful and amazing, because when they did that, instantly disarm and de-escalate the process. So instead of going into a fight with illegal loggers and encroachers and poachers, they moved their hearts to protect the forest. When I thought of rangers growing up, I've always envisioned powerful men with arms go out to fight. But I was lucky, I was raised by a feminist father, a man that believed in the power of women. That has enabled me to further believe in the power of other women. And when these women show me how they shift society, how they protect the forest in ways that men doesn't, it opened my eyes. But then I also asked the men in the village, what do you think about these movements? Because now you see your wife as a forest protector. Now you see the female in this village engaging in direct conversation with high-level officials. They sit with ministers. And they give me the most surprising answer. They said, back then, if the women get involved in a village meeting, usually they would be providing food and they'll be providing coffee. But since they start patrolling, they sit in the meeting, they argue for the village budget. They argue for the village development plan. They are now driving what is happening in this village. And this begin to sprout everywhere in the Loiser ecosystem. Having faith, giving power, and trusting one another that they have the answer to the questions we're all wondering here today. And if there's one thing that I wish you remember from this talk, that thing is the question. If we would ever find a huge oil reserves or critical mineral underneath the Vatican or underneath the Grand Palais, would we choose to dig it? I trust that we won't. In the same way, the Loiser ecosystem, the Amazon, the deep sea, have that same level of cultural importance for the local people in that area, for the indigenous communities. Isn't it time that we give them the same level of respect as we would give the level of respect for the Vatican? Because these places might be, feels like a monument of nature for people that are far away. But for us, people that live in this landscape, these landscapes are our monument of culture. And I hope all of us will bring every power that we have to protect, to conserve, and to restore these wild places. Thank you.
That was incredible. Wow. Thank you so much, Wiesa. That was powerful, powerful. Thank you all for making this session part of your Change Now experience. And now I would like to invite 3 more remarkable speakers to the stage. Veronique, Marcus, and Santiago. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, enchanté. Welcome. There's water, please help yourself. So let me introduce you to these heroes of conservation. Veronique Andrieux has been CEO at Worldwide Fund for Nature France since 2019. Previously, she was regional director of Oxfam and senior policy advisor at the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 2024, she was made Chevalier of the National Order of Merit in France. Welcome. Santiago Gaulen is CEO of the Rainforest Alliance, leveraging social and market forces to create a world where people and nature can thrive in harmony. For 20 years, Santiago created sustainable business models and products at Unilever, Nike, and the Estee Lauder Company, and more recently with the Nature Conservancy before joining Rainforest Alliance. Marcus Giles is a serial entrepreneur, most recently co-founder and CEO of Planet Wild. Launching only 2 years ago, Planet Wild is now active in 25 countries, where unique rewilding projects are developed by a network of environmental pioneers who use storytelling to build one of the most engaged rewilding communities on the internet. Think Greenpeace for the YouTube generation. Welcome everyone, and thank you so much for being here with us today. Santiago, I would like to start with you. Rainforest Alliance's mission to transform the way the world farms, I believe, is essential to putting us on course to having a livable planet. But I don't want to assume that everyone here with us today understands or is familiar with the mission of Rainforest Alliance. Talk to us about the full meaning of the little green frog that I hope all of you have seen on some of the products that you are purchasing in your everyday life.
Thank you, Jonathan. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I love that presentation by Fawisa, by the way. And as she said, there are so many different approaches to achieve the level of conservation and biodiversity protection that we need, right? And the Rainforest Alliance was founded 40 years ago by Daniel Katz. And also we have Kerry Smith here, one of our board members. You can stand up, Kerry, because she's been with the Rainforest Alliance for forever, since the beginning. And the passion that brought them together was, how do we conserve biodiversity and, how do we fight against climate, global warming, etc. And because the tropical forests or rainforests are real acupuncture points in planetary health. They have disproportionate level of biodiversity and living carbon sequestered there. You heard from Fawisa, right? These places are unique in the planet, way more important than buildings like this or the Vatican or whatever. They are really last chance ecosystems on which our lives in this planet literally depend. So what do we do about them, right? And I remember when I was at the Nature Conservancy, I was very proud because the Nature Conservancy had bought 60 million hectares of land to protect it, right? To lock it from markets, etc. But in 40 years. But in that same lapse of time, soy alone, one commodity, had deforested 6 billion hectares of land. So the level of destruction that the expansion of the agricultural frontier was creating in the world was a real problem. So our founder, who's still the chair of the board, said, okay, if we don't change the market dynamics, there's absolutely no way we're going to be able to protect these, critical ecosystems. And that's how the frog comes to life, because to change a market, you need two things. You need to really invest on the ground with programs, landscapes, and community work that help producers, become empowered to be those stewards of those ecosystems, and you need to work also at the demand level, where the consumer also needs to be empowered to be in alliance with the producer and drive the market pool for those solutions. So the Rainforest Alliance is an alliance between the producer and the consumer that together, as people, right, that depend on these ecosystems, and our kids and next generations depend on this ecosystem, is how do we make sure that these market forces stop being such a driver of degradation and maybe become actually a source of regeneration of these ecosystems. And this is what we're going to talk about later in this conversation. After 40 years, now the Rainforest Alliance is big, right? So we work with more than 7 million producers in 62 countries. We work in those critical ecosystems where we have teams with boots on the ground that work very closely to the producer to remain producer-centric. And we have also now relationships with many commodities, coffee, chocolate, bananas, all those commodities that are critical to the tropical forest. And we are working hard to shift companies from being the problem to becoming the solution. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Veronique, you and I have something in common, and that is the emergency humanitarian work that we've both done. Before I joined Health and Harmony, I spent about 15 years with Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, and you too have been in the humanitarian industry, and now obviously with WWF. I'd like to know, in the emergency context of this environmental crisis, what are the links that you've seen and are aware of between humanitarianism and planetary health that inform how you operationalize nature conservation today?
Well, hello everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for this question. I would say that the climate and biodiversity loss crisis is a slow onset emergency, as we would call it at MSF or Action Against Hunger or any other humanitarian NGO. It's a slow onset emergency that has catastrophic impact on the people, on local communities. We hear on TV on a weekly basis about droughts, floods, sea level rise, mega fires, and counting, right? And so that has an impact in terms of, well, it costs lives. It means deaths. It's human suffering. It disrupts livelihoods. It's a huge driver of internal displacement. It also fuels conflict because natural resources become scarcer and scarcer. Desertification, for instance, makes arable land much more difficult to access and creates further water stress. So this creates insecurity and conflict. So I would say that humanitarian organizations act on the downstream end of the crisis, on the consequences and the effects on the people, whereas environmental NGOs such as WWF, we act on the upstream end of the crisis, right? On the root causes. Yeah. For instance, we advocate for phasing out fossil fuels now. We advocate as well for enhanced energy efficiency and for accelerating renewable energies. So this is acting on the root causes. We also act on resilience and adaptation, in particular through nature-based solutions. When we think forest or wetlands or mangrove, we have to think of ecosystems that protect local communities, that are the cornerstone of their livelihoods and security. And last but not least, and that's where there's commonalities with rainforest, we work to transform unsustainable production and consumption patterns across the world, the real economy. So with corporates, with finance, of course with public policies, we try to make the case, we try to make the case for, yes, for science-based policies and also for corporate policies and practices that align with science. So I would say that the humanitarian and environmental NGOs complement each other. They are the two sides of the same coin, and they are both essential for life and prosperity.
Thank you. What a unique perspective you have. Thank you for sharing it with us. Marcus, my friend, welcome. Your founding story, the story of Planet Wild, is very captivating and compelling. Can you share it with us? Why did you start Planet Wild?
Before Planet Wild, I had already founded a media company. We were bringing the best video stories from all over the world to the palm of your hand, to your phone. We did the whole thing, early prototype, great traction, top-tier investors, millions of users. Sold the company at its peak. I went from working in a backyard office in Berlin to the 82nd floor of the World Trade Center in New York. So I literally felt on top of the world there for a moment. But after years of accelerating startup life, I also felt that something was missing. I'd grown up in the countryside, and I started to feel this urge to reconnect to nature again. I grabbed my backpack and went to Alaska on what turned out to become the longest journey in my life, which over many months led me all the way to the other end of the world, to the south tip of Patagonia. An amazing adventure during which I also realized that the nature that I had come to reconnect to had become under threat everywhere. That iconic road trip in the US was covered at the time for 1,000 miles by wildfire smoke. Diving the famous Blue Hole in Belize, only to see that the surrounding corals were bleaching. Yeah. Bushwhacking through the heart of the Amazon, the most biodiverse place on Earth, just to learn about all the ways that corruption is leading to its demise. And then seafaring past Tierra del Fuego's gigantic glaciers, which are now receding at a record pace. So I came back home and realized I needed to do something. And I started talking to people that have dedicated their lives to protecting ecosystems. And then it hit me. It's their stories that need to be told, and that's how Planet Wild was born. Within 1 year, we became the fastest growing nature protection organization on YouTube, going from initially 12 to now 12,000 supporting members, individuals and now also companies. Every month, we go and team up with rewilding pioneers at the front lines and help them reach their goals by providing funding. Of course, that's crucial, but also by telling their stories and engaging videos that are quickly started to reach millions. That means educating and engaging people all around the world about our planet's most threatened ecosystems and also the solutions.
Yeah. Since meeting you, my kids have become enormous fans of Planet Wild, and we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. Veronique, I think probably everybody in the building knows WWF, but talk to us about the evolution or the difference in approaches that WWF has taken to the conservation of nature over its 50-year history.
Okay, so our mission, I would say, at WWF is to protect people and nature, very simply. I would say through 3 levers. One is expertise. We put forward science-based solutions, policy solutions, programmatic solutions. The second is about conserving, protecting the planet, restoring. And the third is about transforming the economy, transforming finance, and public policy, as I said. The main changes, I would say, I would name 3. One is we have evolved over time towards increasingly people-centered conservation. Fawisa said it very eloquently. It's about local communities, indigenous people. They are the nature custodians, the first ones. When I see, for instance, the numbers of global witness about environmental defenders that are killed every year, it's mainly local communities and indigenous peoples in countries in Latin America and Africa and so on. So people-centered conservation, I would say, is one. I have examples in Congo Basin, for instance. We work with local communities to do surveillance in protected areas, to do biomonitoring. They are trained and they do it with digital tools. Another change, I would say, is about scale. I mean, the urgency is so huge. It's millions of hectares, right, that are a threat. So it's about, developing scale through innovative financial and programmatic mechanisms. We have developed, for instance, here in France, a program that is called Nature Impact, which is about protecting forests through payment for environmental services. So we have two metrics, one on carbon, one on biodiversity, and we pay forest owners for doing what is right. A third change, I would say, is about storytelling. We need to change the narrative, right? I mean, science is there, and it's good. But we have to look at ourselves as well, and to also be a bit critical, right? Did we do everything we could? There is a lot of anxiety. I think everybody gets the crisis, but still we're not getting through at the scale and speed that we should. So we need to reinvent and revamp the narrative. How? Well, by connecting to what people care for, their health. I mean, polluted air, polluted soils, polluted water, nothing good can come from that. For our health, of course, but also for our housing and property. I recall The Economist having its front page on the housing crisis that is yet to come, because it will become impossible to insure, so impossible to fund. It's also about our economies, our livelihoods, and also, more deeply, maybe because we're in Europe, to our values. I think that Europe has a very interesting legislation when it comes to climate and biodiversity, although at risk, and maybe we can touch on that a bit later. But it speaks to the core of our values, of our identities, of who we are. It's a matter of dignity. It's a matter of purpose. And so I believe that this new narrative is something we collectively should be working on much more in the future.
Excellent segue into the question for Marcus. Give us some concrete examples of how Planet Wild is changing the narrative. And I believe we have a film to back you up.
Happy to. Yeah, thanks for allowing me to show some clips here. We're really working on a wide range of interventions. So everything from landscape restoration to ocean protection to reintroduction of species. What connects all these projects is, of course, the people on the ground that are doing incredible work at the front lines of nature protection for all of us. And yet, most of us have never heard about their stories, like the story of Paolo, an Italian fisherman who's teaming up with artists to stop bottom trawling. They're seeing marble sculptures that are blocking the trawlers' nets, protecting marine life while also raising awareness in a spectacular way. Or that of Masalu, who's protecting elephants with the help of bees. Turns out elephants are afraid of them, and all that's needed to nudge them away from human settlement and violent conflict is a fence of beehives alongside wildlife corridors. Or the story of Peter and Günther, who worked for 30 years to rewild a post-Soviet landscape in East Germany so they could finally reintroduce the little owl to its former habitat. We're now helping the environmental pioneers in 25 countries reach new goals. And by integrating storytelling into every step of our operation, we created a really unique ability to make people care. Just for comparison, we've now been around since 2 years, and we're reaching 200 times more people on YouTube than Greenpeace. That is the untapped potential and the great power of storytelling. And believe me when I say that everywhere somebody's protecting a part of nature, there's a story that people are eager to hear. But we need to focus on the positive and on the solutions that are out there. People have been writing us daily since the first video we put out that this is the kind of news they've been longing for, that it gives them hope, reminds them that we have the power to fix things, and even inspires them to start their own projects. Everything from backyard rewilding to million-dollar operations. And that makes storytelling the biggest unused lever, in my opinion, in nature protection.
Yeah. Solutions exist, and the people of the place have them. Santiago, when we spoke, first off, you blew me away. It was one of the best conversations I've had in a long time. But you spoke a lot about the global markets. And I would like to ask you to talk to us today about reversing the reality and shifting the role of markets from being the biggest problem to being the biggest solution.
Thank you, Jonathan. I want to build on what you're saying, Marcus, because at the end of the day, in this window that we have as a generation, right, in this kind of planet spaceship that is really in big problems, there is as much as a supply kind of challenge as it is a marketing challenge. And if we don't mobilize the billions of people that consume every day to be part of the solution, it is almost impossible to get to the Paris Accord, the Convention for Biodiversity, etc. So when you look at markets today, there are a lot of examples where this positive reinforcement is happening. For example, in Guatemala, in the Mayan forest, one of the biggest tropical forests still standing, that we need to kind of protect. We've been working for 25 years in an area called Petén. And a little bit to what Fawisa was also saying, that community that is managing the forest sustainably and making a living out of the forest are the single strongest stewards of that ecosystem health. Even more than protected areas, national parks, etc. Why? Because when the community benefits from the forest standing, then you don't see fires, you don't see illegal logging, you don't see a lot of the issues that you see in other places. And that community empowerment is absolutely fundamental. Now, the Rainforest Alliance is also producer-centric and committed to boots on the ground. We're not a think tank or some sort of, a lobby organization. We work deep in the communities, and we've always done that, right? But without connecting them to markets, without rewarding that effort, without making sure that producers benefit more by getting premiums, by getting technical assistance, training, access to markets, etc., then this doesn't really work. So the challenge is, how do you empower the producers, but then how do you provide a mechanism for consumers to vote also with a wallet, to get market pull, so that brands are not just exposed through compliance and transparency, but they also have a mechanism to invest more in those places. And so markets will really become part of the solution where we can get this equation right, when through data, transparency, and finance, you can support those producers to become stewards and thrive with nature together and not, against nature. And that's kind of the equation where the Rainforest Alliance is focusing on. The markets have been incredibly, in a way, pervasive in terms of externalization of costs. They were looking for free nature, cheap labor. This is, the whole commodity system was built on it. But there's something changing right now, and you can see it in cocoa, you can see it with coffee. When you look at the science, there's 50% less land for coffee by 2050 than it is today. Companies are beginning to realize that if they don't invest in those communities and ecosystems, there's no business in the future. Global warming is already kind of degrading land. So for the whatever reasons, maybe it's not from an ethical or moral reason, but from a survival imperative, markets need to come together. And when you look at agriculture, which is 15% of the global GDP and 40% of the global employment, you need agriculture to be part of the solution, not the problem. You can't leave that massive force, out of the picture of a sustainable future.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. And so unfortunately, we're coming to the end of our time together, but I want to ask all of you to comment and to close on the responsibility of the consumer. Humans are outstripping Earth's carrying capacity. Veronique, you've spoken very profoundly on the Earth's overshoot. Santiago, I know you and Marcus have too, but I would invite you to close and leave us with some comments on the role of the consumer in reining in the pressure that we put on this planet and life-giving ecosystems. Véronique, let's start with you.
Definitely. I mean, we are citizens, we are consumers, we are voters, and through all of those acts, we make choices. And so make a choice for the planet is always the best choice because it goes in your self-interest. As I said, it's I mean, everything that depends on it. Farwisa was mentioning the link between nature and prosperity. Some governments can see it as a constraint that is a barrier to prosperity. But on the contrary, nature is the cornerstone. It's the building block, essential building block for everything that we do for our lives. So that's the power that we have. We can use all of those decisions. But I would just finish saying that the whole responsibility cannot fall on our shoulders as citizens and consumers. I'm sorry, about corporates, about financial institutions, about governments. They do have to play their part. It's very important to understand that for decades there's been a lot of voluntary initiatives that have yielded zero result. So that's why legislation matters, and that's why we're also fighting for instance, at EU level, to have legislation that is science-based and that we can ask our governments to be accountable for.
Thank you, thank you. 30 seconds, Santiago. 30 seconds, Marcus.
Okay. So how many here had coffee this week or ate a chocolate? Raise your hand. It says almost everybody, right? And so that's the deal, right? I mean, when we can make sure that the brands that we pick have a program behind them that is working to protect people and nature, and if we begin to drive and require more transparency, more data, more evidence that there is, an effort to revert the situation, that's what we're going to see. This is, for me, a creative and marketing challenge as much as it is a science and a producer community support challenge, And the moment we can drink a cup of coffee and know that that cup of coffee is actually leaving the community and the environment better, not worse, that it's giving more than it's taking from people and nature, when that happens, the full power of consumption, which is today the driver of ecological overshoot in the planet, working for restoration, that's going to be an important, interesting era. And I think we are ushering into that era, and it's going to happen in the following year. So watch that space.
Yeah, well said. Thank you. Marcus, closing words?
Yeah, it's an interesting and age-old question. Is it corporates' responsibilities or consumers' responsibilities? I think if we can learn one thing from biodiversity is that everything is connected. So if we look at that blame-shifting game often, like, the consumers should demand better products, or as citizens they should vote better politicians, or the politicians should make better laws that regulate companies, or companies should just offer better products. I think underlying all of that, in each of these institutions and roles, it's humans. And I think rather than shifting the blame or trying to see where is the only source of truth, recognize that wherever we find ourselves in that circle, we have the power to act at each of these instances.
Yeah. Well, let's give them a big hand. Thanks to all of you. It's been a privilege to share the stage with you. Thank you so much. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thanks, dude. That was fantastic. Thank you. Okay, now we have a fireside chat, so please don't leave. There's no fire. But I would like to invite Scheherazade to the stage. Sada, where are you? Please come and join me. I'll try to be a better host. Please come. There you go. You sit there. Water.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
We are, finally.
Can I give you a hug?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Oh, are you kidding? Thank you. Okay, let me introduce you for the people. Sara founded Progress, a Sulawesi-based conservation NGO that protects threatened yet overlooked wildlife by weaving together people-centered and knowledge-based approaches to create just, collective, and impactful conservation strategies. She's a Fulbright scholar who co-founded Tambora Muda, one of the first national-level networks for Indonesian young conservationists. And she recently became part of the steering committee that established the IUCN Species Specialist Group in Indonesia to amplify global South leadership and bridge collaborative conservation across regions. Sara is a One Young World Ambassador and one of the Prince Albert of Monaco Foundation's Regeneration Future Leaders. So welcome, my friend.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. It's happy to be here.
So thank you so much for putting ChangeNOW in your busy schedule. And I just want to start by asking you about your journey. Your journey as a leader in conservation, it's a fascinating story. What motivated you to found Progress, your own conservation organization?
Ooh, long story, Jonathan. I'm from Palu, which is a city in Sulawesi. That's the middle part of Indonesia. And I remember there was a time in my childhood that my parents need to mix one egg and flour to make it adequate, to have it enough for me and my brother and sister to eat. And during that time, my dad told us that, Sarah, Oneng, Terry, we don't have anything, but you only have your brain and your heart, and that's will be your savior and salvations in life. And that's kind of what I keep remembering all my life, that to think and don't be shy away with my own thoughts, and then always tuning on what my heart feels, Jonathan. And for my career, I used to work in a big international conservation NGO in Indonesia for 3 years, and I'm very grateful for that experience. I very appreciate the support, and then I've met a lot of valuable networks and friends that I'm still connected with, so I'm very grateful. At the same time is that I had gone through a lot of personal dilemma. 12 years ago in Indonesia, I found myself in the space where the discussion treating people as an afterthought, treating people as a mere technical components that you kind of check the box and for the success of the effectiveness of a certain projects. And really the whole process of thinking about people and nature doesn't sit nicely on my heart. The whole process feeling that nature is decoupled by people, from the people. We need to conserve nature, we need to manage nature as it's a part that's separated from us. So really during that time, I'm really questioning that this kind of approach of conservation, isn't it like the only models in the conservations in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia, or even the global South? So at that time, I think this shouldn't be the case. This should not be the model, the only way. And that's what kind of Progress is all about. We established it to challenge the status quo, to show that there's other way to do conservations that attune to diverse ways of knowing, of living, of people that actually living in the high biodiversity places around the world, like Indonesia, and you work across the global South, Jonathan. So really, at that time, I had a hard time to find the words what I'm fighting for. Well, I need to learn English word by word with a candle, listening to Westlife song. I'm 90s. I don't know if anyone know Westlife. Is it like an Irish or a British boy band? but I learned English. But I also learned to find the words what I'm fighting for. And I learned is to decolonize conservation, is to really redefine conservation in my own terms, in our own terms, and claim our voices and claim our agency, what conservation actually mean to us. And that's what Progress is all about.
Well, to know you is to know your head and your heart. To getting to know you, it's been a pleasure for me. your conservation journey took you to the US.
Yes.
Where you got a master's and then a PhD. How did the experience influence progress and the value that you place on indigenous knowledge systems and culture?
Yeah. Well, I'm still trying to finish my PhD, Jonathan, so I'm not getting there. But really, it's for me, I'm a rebel, and then I'm a very curious person. So about the conservation, I will trace it down to where it was originated. So I went to the US, and it's really a transformative experience to me. I embrace that half of me is a scientist. I'm a small but a giant nerd. So I love science, but at the same time, I love doing the real impacts at the grassroots level.
Yeah.
And then pursuing the education in the US really opened my eyes, which is sounds like an antithesis of what's the science all about. But that's what I find the words about the difference of knowledge system. In the US, I had a privilege to talk with indigenous community, with people who are fighting for their land, and kind of giving other alternative to conservations that attune to their diverse ways of living. And at that time, I realized, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Indonesia, my homeland, and Sulawesi, we have other type of knowledge system, and I have not done the justice before by just relying on the scientific part of it, on the Western science. So really that experience transforming my approach through progress. We now using different type of knowledge system. We leverage upon the Western science, but also really championing the local and indigenous knowledge. For example, Jonathan, it took us 3 years to make only one children book because we took our time to understand what is this meaning of these tiny, tiny fish called Rono and Bungu, and what are the cultural meaning, the local narrative about this fish that's meaningful from the community. And that's what we amplify through our educations program. It's not about telling the community, these are the fish that you need to know, and these are the fish that you need to protect.
Right.
But really, we combine this different knowledge system and really championing the indigenous and local voices in the process.
Yeah, and you're a leader in that, that inter-scientific dialogue. Indigenous science, indigenous ways of knowing.
Yeah.
Provide humanity with a pathway out of the climate crisis, absolutely. So you're a champion for species that don't get a lot of conservation attention.
Yeah.
And when we spoke a few weeks ago about the conservation of overlooked species, you told me that your dream is starting to come true, and I just would like for you to talk to the audience about your dream.
Yes. Just 2 weeks ago, we make a workshop and a webinar, especially for people who are working in the middle and the eastern part of Indonesia, so Sulawesi, Nusa Tenggara, Maluku, Papua, and Papua Barat. And then at that time, I facilitated the Sulawesi hub, Jonathan, and in that space, I was really happy to hear the buzz of different Sulawesi dialects in this conservation space that I've never heard before. It's either English or in Jakarta Logue dialect, but never been delivered in my languages. Yeah. And what's fascinating is that 12 years ago, people talk about Kafarwiza, don't get me wrong, I love tigers, I love orangutan, I love rhino, but no one talks about bats. No one talks about these tiny fish, tortoises, couscous, and in that meeting, I was so happy and so stoked that people talk about, Sarah, how about shrimps? Like tiny shrimp with a very difficult scientific names. Talk about orchid, talk about stingless bee. And no one asking, oh yeah, would you please to provide a comprehensive justifications of why we should care? And I think that's the point, Jonathan. When we accept that other beings on this planet have the rights to share the space with us. So if you read progress strategic programs, like our ally, Mike Balzer, he used to work for WWF, he will say to me, Sarah, your program's full of love. And that's what all about the progress is, to introduce how to love unconditionally, that you can love and you're capable of loving without so many reason and justification.
Yeah.
And for all these overlooked species, Jonathan, they're so meaningful to the community. Indonesian, Southeast Asian love durian.
Yeah.
And durians are pollinated by bats. I know probably most of the people here don't like it or despise it. And then the tiny fish is the pride of local delicacy from the Lake Poso. So there's bantiluku, which is the tortoises can only be found in Sulawesi. Its main color is yellow, and that's the color of a local ethnic group, Kaili, where the tortoises are found. So there's this rich cultural meaning of these species that we never talked about 12 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, that dream start to come true on these streams, orchids, stingless bee, and really warm my heart. Yeah.
The web of life, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we had the pleasure of listening to a very powerful woman open the session, Wiza, and you are also powerful of heart and mind. And the list of women leading conservation efforts around the world is extraordinary. Yeah? What has the journey been like for you in Indonesia and then globally to establish your authority, your leadership in conservation?
Yeah, first and foremost, I'm very grateful for the women who really opened the path for the next generation of women. So it's a bit easier, Kawiza, but not really. So the journey has been really tough, Jonathan. I think there are so many layers that you need to get through, you know, coming from quite unfortunate economic and social background, and also as a woman from the rural part of Indonesia, there were layers of social expectation. I didn't know that there is a job called conservationist. I only know that, oh, I want to work for forests and animals. That's it. And then people around me want to be doctor or government officers. Yeah, I don't know that there is other options of like other than being a wife or being married. But now I can choose to not getting married yet. I don't know, maybe yet. but it's the journey has been quite tough. But the thing is that a lot of joy and also fulfillment. Jonathan, if you visit Sulawesi, if anyone visits Sulawesi, you could feel the heart of the people. We survive life through laughter, through like laughing at sometimes at inappropriate time. So even though it's a rough, but it's very fulfilling journey. We operated with only $150 per month, and that is from my mentor, and with 2 second-hand motorcycles for 4 years. So even though it's tough, we can still find the joy out of it. And really the woman, I'm at this position because of my mentor. I want to call out her name, Susan Sang, and also Mbak Anim, who is my co-director. And they've the one that mentoring me for 10 years, supporting me financially to access all these opportunities around the globe. So I'm very grateful for that. And men allies, like you are one of my inspirations, Jonathan, with the Health in Harmony, and Matt Linky from WCS Indonesia and now in Latin America, Mike Balzer. So the male allies around the globe is really also the one that's supporting me and setting me up for this journey. So I'm very grateful for that.
Well, thank you, but we're riding your coattails. Yeah, that's the truth. In Indonesia, speaking from Indonesian context, how can you and Wiza create more of you and Wiza? Whether it's men or women. I mean, are you feeling like there is a new generation of, whether they're young people or middle-aged people, who are understanding that Indonesia's role in planetary health is magnificent?
Yeah. I think I share a similar approach with Kafiza in Aceh. In Sulawesi, we are doing it at the very grassroots level, Jonathan. And for women, especially me and my co-director, who is also a woman, we're very targeted and very intentional on who that we want to partner with. For example, for our community and scientist network, we only want to work with female lecturers from the local university because they never get a chance and funding to do biodiversity research. We supported female students who always back down from biodiversity research because the field is unsafe. It's just technically very unfeasible for them. So we support their journey at the finest and detailed level of how is it to make them feel safe to start their own journey in this conservation space. And we really invest in people. If I can choose, I always trust in people until they give me a reason that, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't trust him or her or them anymore. But we choose to believe in the goodness of the people. And even though Progress now working with about 100 community members, and as I told you 1 week ago, it's a bit creepy because we know each one of them, their names, their family, their houses, their children's, every single soul that ever touched with Progress. And that connections is what is meaningful. And for women, talking about empowering the next generation, for women, that connections, heart by heart, that I matter, I'm significant. That's very powerful for them to stay in this career. So last year, I'm preparing for retirement, no. But
already?
But starting last year, we already have Sasi and Winnie, 2 girls from Sulawesi who went to Singapore. They barely can speak English, but you can do it, you can do it, you can prepare it. But they're the ones that showcasing Sulawesi biodiversity in Singapore to celebrate World Wildlife Fund. And then we also have Pikra and Kilo, who has been with me for 7 years. They were only high school graduates, and then when they were single, now they have family and son and daughters. And they started by learning how to type in Microsoft Word and how to make a schedule in Microsoft Excel. But I was so proud that last year they were the one that going to the conference and showcasing their own bat conservation program. So I really taking just a step back and cheerleader behind the scene, creating the infrastructures to give the access and support that these wonderful young people from Sulawesi to speak up, to really claim their voices and to fight for their land.
Well, what a mentor and example they have in you. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
In the short time we have left, where do you go from here? Where does your dream go from here, your journey? What's next for you? And what do you hope to accomplish? And how does your dream end?
I think the next one will be, so conservation has, in Indonesia, or at least in Sulawesi, sometimes is considered as an enemy of the development, that they don't care about the well-being of the people. So I really want to change that in a way that conservation can contribute for people to live in a more dignified way, Jonathan. And your works with conservation and health, I think that's very inspiring. And I think that's what my dream is, on how conservation can contribute to a more dignified life of community that live in and around the rainforest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And I want to invite you to come with me. We're going to close together. Let's thank these nice people for giving us their time and attention.
Thank you so much for being here.
We really appreciate you all making this session a part of your ChangeNOW experience. And please engage with the people that you met today online, get to know more about us and the work that we do, and join the collective mission for nature. So thank you all very much. And thank you, ChangeNOW.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. I can see you're bathed in sun there, so it must be very comfortable. Welcome to Reshaping Education in Complex Times. So, education. It's kind of been the same for the last 300 or so years, okay? Now we have digital whiteboards, and maybe we have tablets as well, but education essentially is teacher stands at the front of the class, gets some knowledge, crams it into a student's head. That student then vomits it onto their exam paper to immediately forget it 5 minutes later. Is this the best way to educate our future generations? I didn't think so. It absolutely isn't. So we're here today to look at some of the alternative ways to change education, to fix education, and to reshape education. So for our keynote, I'd like to welcome to the stage Sobi Tawil, the Director of Future Learning at UNESCO. So please put your hands together for Sobi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Back to the future, reshaping education in complex times. Complexity is largely driven by technological innovation, so reshaping education is in great part about our visions of technological innovation and the future. And to better understand these visions, both the hopes and the fears that they convey, it is useful to look back. So what better place to go back to the future than where we are right now, this magnificent Grand Palais, one of the landmarks of Paris, built specifically for the Exposition Universelle in Paris in 1900, exactly 125 years ago. The Paris Exposition of 1900 attracted over 50 million visitors. And the theme was Le bilan d'un siècle, taking stock of a century, looking back to see ahead. And the focus was on technological innovation and how this would shape the future. Visitors traveled by moving sidewalks, les trottoirs roulants, sur Rue de l'Avenir, on future streets. The Gare de Lyon train station was built specifically at that time to manage the massive influx of visitors coming to Paris on this occasion. It was the time of the first metro line in Paris, Ligne 1. And here's the monumental entrance to the Paris Exposition at the time at Porte Binet. And Porte Binet was illustrated on cards like this one, cards that visitors could collect and keep as souvenirs. But most interesting, I think, for us, was a series of cards that were commissioned to celebrate the Paris Exposition of 1900. And the series was called En l'an 2000, in the year 2000. So they were projecting and imagining the future 100 years ahead in the year 2000. And this series of cards were largely intended to be used as collectible cards. They really depicted technological innovation imagined 100 years into the future, an optimistic portrayal of technological advances that would make life easier and more efficient. And the series of cards remained obscure for a long time, for decades. But they resurfaced when science fiction writer and futurist Isaac Asimov published a selection of these cards in his book published in 1986, The Future Days, a 19th century vision of the year 2000. Here is one of the cards. illustrating the way in which technology would make domestic work easier. So welcome to the vacuum cleaner, the ancestor of the vacuum cleaner. The post. No, we would not even have to go to the front door to receive the postman, because you have the flying postman coming to deliver. But no one could have imagined in 1900 that today, 100 years later, actually today, 125 years later, anyone, everyone, can instantaneously send electronic mail and receive anywhere at any time. Perhaps here, the vision of the architects and the automation of work, the full automation in this image of construction work. And today, fears of automation and the projected mass displacement of labor caused by generative AI is of an entirely different scale. And some of you are familiar with the 2023 Goldman Sachs report and projection that estimates that 2/3 of all jobs will be affected in some way by AI. So looking back can help us imagine the future. And Confucius said, study the past if you wish to define the future. And we've been doing this. We've been doing this for a long time, with special attention to how the future has been imagined and projected in the past. And this book by Glenn Adamson, which was published just last December, does exactly that. A century of tomorrows, how imagining the future shapes the present. So what about education? What image for the future of education? Actually, we've always tried to imagine the future of education at different times in our recent history. And we can catch glimpses of these visions in some of the popular culture and entertainment. This image, for example, is from the Jetsons cartoon in the 1960s, the robot teacher. And more than half a century later, 60 years later, the promise and the fear of how technology may replace teachers is still with us. Here is a drawing by Atari, the video game console, which was popular in the 1980s. And we see a third-grade class studying space travel. On the left, you see a group of students studying design of a spacecraft, while the group on the right are running a simulation of a Mars landing. Perhaps Elon Musk was in the room at the time. Moving to the 2000s, more recently, we began to see projections of how the future of education might be guided primarily by neurotechnology, literally uploading knowledge and skills to our mind and to our body. And who can forget this image from the movie Matrix in 1999, when Keanu Reeves was hooked to a machine and taught various martial arts like jiu-jitsu. Here is a vision of learning in 2050 as illustrated by an artist in 2016. A robot teacher assisting and guiding students through the lessons. And they're learning directly using virtual reality headsets, taking a trip inside the human body, and in this case, discovering anatomy, biology in pretty amazing ways. And so there are endless possibilities for the use. And the use of robots as teachers does not necessarily mean the replacement or displacement of human teachers. Handing part of the teaching process to machines can actually give teachers more time to prepare and create content, to monitor students' performance, and to adapt lessons to individual learning needs. And this resonates very much with what we hear today about AI tutors and personalized learning. 2020 came COVID, an illustration produced for the Wall Street Journal during the COVID-19 school closures. It depicts COVID-19 models of remote distance learning that have clearly helped to shape our visions of the future of education. And while the school closures during COVID normalized digital and hybrid learning, the experience of remote digital learning also raised concerns and issues around learning in isolation and learning in the absence of human interaction. And very recently, many are projecting what learning and education might entail in the new age of supercomputing and the anticipated advent of quantum computers. But now back to the future and to our series of cards produced at the time of the Exposition Universelle here in Paris and at the Grand Palais. Intriguing images. Here was the image of the classroom of the future, projected 100 years at the time. We may laugh, but I think useful that we unpack just a few of the elements that we see here. First, technology. The learning machine here is imagined as part of the school equipment and the school infrastructure, much like the idea of computer labs that we have had, that ensure that all students, in this particular case all boys, that all students have access to computers, possibly to the internet, and to the learning opportunities that that offers. But since the emergence of the internet, and more recently the smartphone, we have the promise of ubiquitous learning, learning anytime, learning anywhere. And here a young girl on their smartphone, on her smartphone, communicating, socializing, having fun, possibly learning. Today, the scale and use and ownership of smartphones is something we could have not even imagined a generation ago. In the European Union, it's the case for France, the use and the estimation is at least 95% of young people between the ages of 16 and 21 own a smartphone. And the ownership of smartphones is growing among younger and younger children. In Spain, approximately 70% of children aged 10 to 15, 70% own a smartphone. In the UK, over half of the children aged 8 to 11 own a smartphone. And with this comes the growing educational concern around the world, and we have seen the increasing number of countries that have been tried to ban or manage the use of smartphones in school. Next, on the knowledge. What about the knowledge? Here we see the teacher crunching textbooks into the knowledge, in the grinder, tossing in the textbooks. The vision of knowledge here is static, predefined, packaged for educational purposes through prescribed curricula and textbooks. The teacher doesn't engage with the learners. The teacher doesn't even engage with knowledge. At most, the teacher is simply selecting textbooks and tossing them into the machine. But today, machine learning models process data, recognize patterns, transform them into meaningful knowledge. These models mimic human cognition and remind us that knowledge is not static, and it is the result of continuous refinement, interpretation, a process of adaptive learning. Education is really about learning to think, learning to connect ideas, and how to approach problems and propose solutions. Let's look at the teaching and learning approaches in this image of the future from the past. The students sitting in the classroom are connected to the machine, the knowledge machine, and not to the teacher. not to each other. It's a one-way transfer of information and knowledge that some would call the banking model. There's no interaction with the teacher, with each other, with technology, with knowledge. Unlike what we could see here or in so many other contexts where we see communication, peer learning, learning by doing, experiential learning, construction of knowledge or co-construction of knowledge. A word on the space of learning. Here we see an image where there is no movement, immobile, passive bodies, almost imprisoned, receiving knowledge directly into their brains. Here, in contrast, is an image of an innovative school, innovative design of a school in New York. Actually, the school discontinued, but that's another story. But far from the design of traditional learning environments or learning classroom environments. And the designers wished really to reinforce the idea that indoor learning spaces, and they're not the only ones, would allow children to engage in interactive, inclusive, collaborative learning where mind and body could both find expression. And now back to our 1990 classroom of the future. We have to ask, who is this boy and what is he doing? He's actually the assistant who is helping to operate the miraculous learning machine. He's the only one in the class that's doing any physical labor, helping to realize the promises of technology in terms of learning while being excluded from the benefits. The learners are learning, but here's this one student who is not benefiting from this. And this can bring to mind images of invisible digital workers who fuel the automated economy. Here a photo of exploited AI workers in digital sweatshops, feeding data into AI models, part of an underclass of what some have referred to as ghost workers. The last point to say that most discussions about the future of education is about what we need to learn, 21st century skills, how to define them, classify them, how we learn, how pedagogy should change. All important questions, but the basic question that we often overlook is the why of learning. And at UNESCO, with our Reimagining Our Futures Together initiative, initiated just a couple of years ago, this was precisely the intention. Reimagining our futures together, to think, imagine, and act together to reshape education, an education that can rebalance our relationships to each other, to the planet, and to technology. And this is really the question that is open to all the innovators and change makers at this ChangeNOW Congress, and what we will hear from the panelists, some of the most inspirational experiences in reshaping education for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. That was absolutely fantastic. So now we're moving on to a panel where we're going to discuss various ideas on how we can continue to reshape education in these complex times. So please welcome to the stage Patrick Jackson of Pick-a-Pals, a man who met a seagull that changed his life forever. Patrick Jackson from Pick-a-Pals, yes, here he comes. We've got Linda Lucas, who's making algorithms you can hold in your hand, and Francois Tadei, who is a Chief Exploration Officer who wants to build a GPS so we can weave our dreams together. Thank you so much. So, once Patrick joins us again after handing over to his beautiful assistant. Thank you, Patrick.
Oh, Harry, I'm exhausted.
It's okay. Please have a seat.
Oh.
There's water for everybody.
There,
water all round.
Are you happy there, Francois?
Excellent news. So, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us again. Thank you, three wonderful people from three very distinct areas of education for joining us today. So, as we know, we're talking about reshaping education. So, I'd like to know from you, who are you and what are you doing? And I'm going to start with Linda, because you're so ready with the mic. I'm going to ask Linda to start.
So my name is Linda Leukas. I'm originally from Finland, but have been living in Paris for the last 4 years. So I walked here in the morning from my home. I'm a children's book author and illustrator, but I write about technology, computer science, AI, networks. And more recently, I've started to take these ideas around computers into the physical world. So I've built playgrounds that teach children how technology works through physical play.
Amazing. Patrick, you're ready with your microphone, so I'll ask you to continue.
I'm ready, thank you, Harry. Yes, my name is Patrick Jackson. I'm also a children's book author. I come from Dublin. I founded a program called Pick-a-Pals, which is encouraging children to go out and take care of their local environments, leading their families on litter-picking adventures. And this explains my curious costume, which I have left to the side. But it is all collected from debris which I picked up off the beach near my house. So every piece on that cloak is, that's just the curious stuff. Obviously, most of it is much more unpleasant debris, but that's me, Patrick. Thank you,
Patrick. And François?
So I'm François. I live here in Paris. We are just a few hundred meters from here at the Learning Planet Institute, where you're all welcome to come and visit. We are trying to co-design the future of learning with youth. And I'm the Chief Exploration Officer, which is another kind of CEO.
Amazing. So, as we're talking about reshaping education, what we really need to know now is what's one thing that's right with education, what's one thing that's wrong with education, and how can we fix it? I'm going to start with Patrick.
Well, I think one thing that's been wrong with education for many centuries probably is that children haven't been given the opportunity to do enough. That there's been too much sitting down, there's been too much listening to one person in the room, and I think that has been the historic problem with education. What is right with education, I think, is the resilience of teachers, the spirit of teachers, and I think also the fact that we are, as creatures, we have an innate need to learn, and whatever happens, that doesn't seem to be extinguishable. And what else am I meant to be saying?
How can we fix it?
How can we fix it? Okay, we can fix it by getting kids to do more stuff and having more fun and, yeah, getting on with it. Thank you.
Brilliant. Linda?
I think I echo your ideas. I think we are just stacking more and more abstract ideas on top of each other. There's more and more disciplines, more and more words that we are jamming down the throats of kids, especially when it comes to computer science and technology. Words like AI, machine learning, words like blockchain, words like digitalization that don't really mean anything for anyone. And I, for one, would like to hold an algorithm in my hand. I would want to taste what a blockchain feels like. So that's maybe a poetic way of saying that I think we need to ground learning in action. We need to start teaching through our entire bodies, through our entire set of senses. And that's something I think is lacking in education right now. What is happening and what is great right now is I think we have a lot of curiosity in education. I think the pandemic gave us a permission to try out new things, and that legacy has lasted in some ways. And how do we fix it? I think we fix it by learning in action, by starting to do these things ourselves.
Fantastic. François, one thing wrong, one thing right, and how do we fix it?
One thing right is the fact that I think parents and educators generally want the best for the kids, or for any learner at any age. So I think that's very right. What's wrong is that that's not what we are providing the kids with, okay? Because what maybe was best yesterday is certainly not adapted to tomorrow. So what's wrong is the hyper competition in the school systems and the university system. You know, Every kid is supposed to be the best in the class, which is not possible in any one class, even less at the national level or the world level. So can we move from a best in the world model to a best for the world model? Okay, so so basically, how can we fix this? By inviting students to cooperate on today's problem rather than compete on yesterday's knowledge. And invite them to find the causes that they resonate the most with and invite them to contribute to this with others and using technologies and all the wonderful possibilities that are open today so that they can co-construct the solutions of tomorrow and they can make their dreams come true.
I love that, the best for the world, not best in the world. Fantastic idea. So we're going to go a little bit deeper now. I'm going to start with you this time, Francois. Should we use the existing educational structures that we have, and how might they be adapted?
I think we have to hack the existing structures and we have to turn them into the future structures that we need. And in order to do this, we have to co-design the way to reinvent them with the youth themselves and with all the educators and everyone involved. But we have to start from the needs of the youth, the needs of the planet, and we have to move from this hyper-competition to learn to care for self, others, and the planet. And we have to do this by starting developing the 21st century skills like compassion, like creativity, like cooperation, like critical thinking, and like the ability to communicate and do things together that we could never do alone. And you have to do this by inviting everyone, starting with the youngest ones, to say what it is that they care for, what it is that they would like to get fixed. And you can involve them and develop their empowerment and agency. And you can do this from kindergarten on. For instance, we've asked 3 years old what they want to change, and they say, we want hugs. Okay? Well, they co-design a space to hug each other. Okay? But if you do this at 3 years old, what do you want to do at 6, 10, 15, 20, 25, and beyond? You can invite them to be the best versions of themselves so that they do things that matters to them and their communities and to the next generations.
I think, as a teacher myself, I find it easy to stop and listen to my students. It's the next level that we really need to make sure are listening. Those policy makers, those decision makers who sit there in their towers deciding what's best for the youth of today without actually listening to them.
So we're trying to connect that youth creativity to the decision makers. So last month, Learning Planet Institute became the first United Nations University hub to co-construct the future of learning with youth. So our mission is to do the research and development to understand the best way to hear students' voice, needs and ideas, and involve them in governance, to train students, to train teachers, and to train leaders on the best ways to do this, and then advocate for this and scale it. And the idea is that, for instance, if you know Model UN, the simulation of the United Nations, that's a way where youth get involved in trying to understand the complexity of our world, but you can connect the ideas that they collect there all the way to remodel UN, all the way up to the United Nations. So you bring youth voice ideas all the way to the top decision makers, bringing them their creativity and their needs and their solutions for the world. And you can then put in practice the Pact for the Future, which has been signed last September at the United Nations, where from now on, there should be no more decision that is not taking into account next generation's best interest.
Absolutely.
And so that can be done by hearing youth voice and co-designing the future with them.
Yeah, fantastic.
And we can use AI to do this at scale, doing what's called broad listening. We can listen to millions of voices, and we can get AI to help us make a synthesis of this, and we can build citizen assembly at scale. It's been done at the scale of hundreds of thousands. What about doing it at the scale of hundreds of millions to redesign our planetary governance and our planetary education system?
Fantastic. So when you think of education, the first thing you usually see is the classroom. That traditional boring, bearded, bald man at the front of the room talking at the students. But I want to know, Linda, is the classroom the best place to learn?
So I've worked with schools for roughly 10 years. It's been give and take 10 years that different governments and policymakers have been trying to put coding into schools and more broadly computer science. And schools are really resistant to change. They often don't want to change, or they want to change, but at a pace that really doesn't offer a lot of room for innovation. And during the pandemic, I would wander around in the city of Helsinki in Finland, and I would start to notice these public spaces that felt like, hey, here's a place where we really model the kind of schools we want to see in the future, a place where children are self-directed, they do conflict resolution themselves. Grown-ups are there, but they are on the sidelines, not sort of dictating from the front, rather sort of guiding the curiosity of the children. And these places, they are called the playground. And all of a sudden, I started to really look at the city and realize that we have these massive public spaces funded by the city. And in Helsinki, we have this beautiful innovation where many of the playgrounds have actually university-trained staff there. They do organize events, they organize after-school programs, and so forth. So why are we not utilizing these spaces? And that's where the idea for the computer playground came from. So we built this like gigantic playground, a physical playground that teaches kids about input-output, about algorithms, about binary logic, about sequences, about programming logic. And it's a space where anyone from the neighborhood can come. So it's about accessibility and equity and diversity, but it's also a space where teachers in Helsinki take their classrooms for field trips. Not that they would always remember what an algorithm is based on the visit. The idea is not that the kids really learn about coding. They will go to school and do like more coding related activities. But I want them to have this physical sensation, this like body memory, this fingertip knowledge about, oh, I was the tiny virus who crawled inside of the gigantic 6-meter high tower of computers. And I think that's really special. And more broadly, it means that not only on the computer playground, but everywhere in the city, we can look at learning spaces outdoors. We can look at spaces that we can modify and explore in completely new ways. And that changes the dynamic of the classroom for sure.
A multi-sensory learning kind of thing. It's definitely, especially for the younger learners,
I would argue
really
that
important.
For teenagers too, like when you're in a space that is not the classroom, you see new kinds of social dynamics emerge, like kids who are not necessarily the best in the classroom, maybe on the trampoline they can do stuff that the other kids can admire. I was not a very physical kid at my, when I was in high school, but I feel like I would have had a different relationship with math, for instance, if I had done it on a slide or on a trampoline or something like that, even at a high school age.
Yeah. Well, when I take my students outside, we often learn in the park, and it feels like better learning when they're there because they just seem happier. So we've talked about classrooms and outside. So my question to you, Mr. Jackson, is how can we connect the classroom beyond its physical walls?
Well, I think these creative ideas are exactly where it's at, and it's about the relationship with the community and the relationship between the spaces that we actually have access to. I came into this via my own local environmental stewardship, and we have a program which is called Pick a Pals, which we equip the classroom with a pack of litter picking equipment. And this pack is sent home with a different child to the family of that child each week. And that family is led by that child on a litter picking adventure around their neighborhood, which is a very special activity considering many of them will not have done this before. And then they come back, and then they have brought their story back into the classroom. And they tell the story of where they went and what they did. And they read other stories from other people about other environmental actions. And they watch videos and they learn in the classroom and at home. So it's this multimodality. It's this looking at a situation in a number of, or as many possible different ways as you can, to create fun and to create engagement and to create a deeper behavioral changey kind of learning and an impact not just obviously in the classroom but also in the wider community. And I think we need to be more creative about what a classroom can be in the community. There are other things, such as when the class goes home, we have these buildings, we have these rooms. They're usually in great places. They're often really cool rooms for people to do things with. So I think we need to use those rooms, we need to use those resources, and I think it is about being more creative. It's about people who are not necessarily directly involved in the school, but maybe parents or other people in the community, seeing that school as a resource, which it is because they paid for it, and using it and then creating that sort of flow of activity and energy between the school and the community around it.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So I'd like to look now into the future. Okay, so we're all going to look into the future now. Something that's an absolute key for me in education is intergenerational bonds. Education isn't just about those kids in the classroom. It's about so much more than that. So I want to know how we can create these intergenerational bonds in and around education. And I'm going to start with you here, Linda. So you weren't expecting that one.
Well, I'm often asked, like, why don't I write for grown-ups too? And I think children's books are so beautiful for us grown-ups too. Like, good children's books, they speak to us at a different age in different ways. I've read Narnia more times than I care to admit. And I think the beauty for doing something well for a 6-year-old is that it translates also to a 66-year-old CEO of a publicly traded company. So I've had like big-name CEOs come to me and confess that I read your children's books because I really don't know what an algorithm is. I should, but I'm afraid of like looking stupid in front of my peers or my managers. So yeah, that's my answer. That we all can, like, children are the most efficient learners in the world. They pack so much into their years, and we can all look for advice for them also and learn together with them. And yeah, even on things like technology, where we feel like we should be the ones leading kind of the way.
Fantastic. Francois, what do you think?
My dream would be to have a planetary academy where we would learn about the planetary boundaries, the planetary commons, the natural commons, the intellectual commons, the digital commons, and where we'll be trying to nurture those commons. And rather than compete for grades, you would create new commons, and that's why you'll be recognized, and you would have co-created them with others. You would have climbed on the shoulders of giants to go ever further, and you would have contributed to make the planet a better place. So that's, and I think that's possible. We are currently discussing how can we co-design this planetary academy with youth, how can we power it with technology, how can we get it recognized by UNESCO, by United Nations University and other partners across the world. And we're trying to see how the various places of learning that are aligned with these values anywhere on Earth could come into a network, making this possible and co-creating that space as an intergenerational space. A space that is both physical and digital, that is networked, that is woven together thanks to technology, and where actually we can learn to make our dreams come true. Because you could be like John Lennon, a dreamer, but you have to know that you're not the only one, and so you have to come together with co-dreamers and weave your dreams together with them in order to make them come true, while understanding that sometimes maybe some of your dreams or some other people's dreams might be nightmares for others. And there is a few people which dreams are the nightmares for everyone else on the planet. And unfortunately, sometimes they're in positions of power to make those nightmares come true. So we have to learn to weave dreams that are self-compatible for ourselves and our generations, but also for the next generations.
Excellent.
And building a space for this is possible. Today we have the technology. The AI can be the needle to weave those dreams together.
Okay. Patrick, intergenerational bonds, how do we build them?
Well, I think it's a very practical thing. It's about getting situations where people of different generations are in the same place. So how does that happen? It happens when people of an older generation come into schools for various talks or reasons or whatever. It's when children go out into communities and meet people of different ages. My son has just started a new job, and he's 21 years old. He's said to me, do you know, one of the best things about having a job and being going into work all the time is there's people of all different ages. There's people who are in their 50s, 40s, 30s. I've never spent time with people doing stuff, and all these people are of different ages. And I thought, yeah, you're right, you haven't. You were always in third class or fourth class or fifth class or sixth class or first class or second class or whatever you were in. And so that is giving him a real buzz, and we have to generate those situations. I used to organize for Japanese kids to come over to Ireland every year. And one of the things we did, which was the most effective way of getting them to loosen up and enjoy themselves and use English, was to bring them to the old people's home near where the school was. And everything started to happen because conversations happened, and it was lovely. So yeah, we need to just actually make those conversations, those situations be for that magic to happen.
And I really think that when it comes to something like litter picking that the Picker Pals do, it is an easy intergenerational activity. So my daughter, for example, is massively into litter picking. I'm a little bit obsessed. My mum is also quite into it, and my nan, who's 90 years old, sometimes joins us on a litter pick as well. So it's a really easy way of connecting all these different generations.
Absolutely, and one little boy, when we asked him what was his favorite thing about going litter picking, and he said, because I got to spend time with my mum. And yeah.
It's a great way of joining generations and so on. And in fact, on that note, another person who's the next generation after Patrick, his daughter's here today. It's actually her birthday. So if everyone could say happy birthday, that would be lovely. Happy birthday, Ami.
Ami-chan, happy
birthday, Ami. And it's a very special birthday for her because it's her 26th birthday on the 26th. So it's her golden birthday. So very happy birthday. Woo-hoo. Just connecting generations there. So sorry about that, Ami. I apologize. I've got a quick question before we close things off with our last pearls of wisdom. I'd like to know, who does the current education system really benefit? Who is the prime benefactor of education? Because it really should be children, but who do you think it is? Francois?
The education system self-reproduces the elites. So it's the most beneficent is the elite system.
Okay. Who do you think it benefits?
I'll skip the question.
Who does the education system? You're going to skip. Okay. Ooh.
I think it's a falsely statement.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a trap there. Does it benefit the bankers? Does it benefit the parents? Does it benefit the children? Who knows? Who do you think, Patrick? I'm not letting you skip the question.
Well, I think it is what it is, and it's ended up the way it is for a lot of different reasons. So who it actually benefits, I think, is I agree with Linda. It's a dreadful question to be asking us now. But actually,
no one
I think
would be the short answer.
Yeah,
you're in trouble later, Harry.
It's not a curious question.
But of course it does benefit, the system as it is benefits people who are better able to take tests. Its system as it is benefits people who are less neurodiverse or who don't have special education.
But honestly, does it? Because if we have now the AIs coming in, the people who are really good at taking tests, they won't thrive in that system. So is it not really benefiting either the people who are really good at taking tests and memorizing things? So
We found a way to make you answer, though, didn't we? Yes. Okay, so we only have 1 minute left, and I'm going to give you 15 words each. Don't worry, I'm definitely counting as well, 100%. So 15 words each for this very big question. What's one thing we can do tomorrow to make education better? Patrick.
Go and do something for your local school. It might be give a talk or money or time, but get involved in it somehow.
Saying it slowly doesn't make it fewer words. That was definitely more than 15. Linda,
I'm going to be
words.
shorter. Bring back curiosity.
That was 3 words. So you gave him some of your very good. I like that a lot. Francois?
Move from best in the world to best for the world.
Very good. I think combined they did 45 words there, so very good. A huge thank you. That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Round of applause for these wonderful people. Careful with your phone there. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so don't run away, anybody. We have more. I can see you running. You're not allowed to run. There is more. There's more to come. I hope you've brought an extra pair of socks because you're about to get yours knocked off. Luckily, I'm wearing very tight boots, so hopefully they won't. I'd like to welcome to the stage Abhijit Sinha. He's an educator who's challenging the very idea of education. He's the founder of Project Defy, and that creates schools that have no teachers, no exams or curricula. So please put your hands together for the wonderful Abhijit Sinha.
You sit there.
You're going to sit here? Where do you want to sit?
You sit there.
I'll sit there, okay. Thank you, sir. Nice to see you. So, Abby, he said I can call him Abby, it's okay. I didn't just presume. I'd like to know a little bit about you. So a quick introduction and a bit of your journey.
Well, this is going to be fun.
He's had a bit of a sore throat recently, so bear with him.
I come from Bangalore. I came to Bangalore after finishing university, after finally completing my education. Very excited to move to the city and start living my dream of being free and happy. Because all of my childhood, this is what I was told, that you work a little hard, you skip a few birthdays, and struggle a little bit, but one day you will finish university, you'll get a job, and happiness is just waiting down that tunnel.
And was that true?
No, no. It was the complete opposite. And the first day I walked into my workplace, I can remember this, it's like a picture stuck in my head. I walk inside, and all of these guys, they turn around to see who's the new kid in the office. And the office is beautiful, you know, it's got bean bags and nice furniture and lots of color. But you can see in everybody's faces that there is no happiness and there is no freedom. And very quickly I realized that they were looking for happiness and freedom only on Sundays. But Monday to Saturday, it was just misery. So that was how, I didn't take it for too long. I survived 6 months in this workplace, and then I was out without a plan or without any thoughts. And eventually I started building a school for myself, school for one person, to start my education all over again, to undo all the damage that school had done to me. So, yeah.
And when it's a school for yourself, well, I guess you passed all the exams with flying colours. That must
no
be
exams, nothing to pass.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. So now this is a big question, I know, and I know we only have about 15 minutes, but in your eyes, what is broken with education?
Nothing. No, it's nothing is broken with education. That's the problem. This is where successful education has got us, in this nightmare. Education does exactly what it is designed to do, to break your connection with 3 things: with nature, with people, communities, forests, land around you, with money, with resources, and with yourself. And it does this so beautifully. Even after 300-400 years, it is able to do that exact thing, produce that exact outcome that it was initially designed to do. So no, nothing is broken with the system, and there's no point trying to fix it. The system is inherently evil, and you don't try to fix cancer, you try to get rid of it. That's the point.
So we're not trying to fix education, we're trying to get rid of education. That's a bold claim. That's where the socks come in, I guess. So what is the root of that problem?
Well, it is famously known that schools have their origin story in industrialization. If you go a little bit before that, in wars. And the idea of creating a school was never the upliftment of the child. That was never even in the list of agenda of the school creators. The idea of creating a school was to create the perfect feeding system into industry. Just think about it. People who are living in villages, having big pieces of land, big houses, clean air, clean water, no 9-to-5 job, all the time with the family. Why would they come and work inside a factory and move to a city, get a small house, get dirty air, dirty water, no time for the family? Why would somebody do that knowingly? And so this system was created so that you would accept this. You would accept so much being taken away from you and not say a word. This is, we keep talking about, oh, we have lesser teachers, we have lesser money, we have to put digital devices in school. This is not even the point. The point is, why do schools exist? What is the purpose of this educational format? And the purpose is rooted in extracting, in taking things away from people, from communities, so that when you leave your village, when they come back to your village and they take all the land away, you feel, no, that's okay. These are backward people, these are illiterate people. In India, a very common term, I'm a first-generation learner, as if everybody who came before you was completely stupid, right? So it becomes a lot easier for people to take things from you when you're voluntarily ready to give it away, when you're voluntarily ready to accept having fun only on Sundays, when you're voluntarily ready to have a slightly better car while the world around you burns. It takes a large number of people to be voluntarily ready for that.
I also try to have fun on Tuesdays sometimes. Yeah, Tuesday afternoon is my key fun slot. So how does Project Defy approach learning differently from this traditional system?
We don't have to do much. The spaces we create, we let people make the decisions as to how they want to run it, what they want to learn, what is important to them. We bring people together, communities together, and help them ask questions to each other. And that's it. That's really enough. It doesn't require these complex ideas of 17 stages of education. It's really not needed. It's also not based on any scientific theory. So when we're creating these learning spaces, we are asking people, what is it that is important to you, and what matters to you, and what are you curious about? And the journey of finding those answers is what is creating a beautiful learning space, as opposed to the fanciest furniture.
Again, the idea of curiosity is absolutely vital. I haven't met that many students who are curious about Pythagoras' theorem. There aren't that many who are like, but how do I work out the hypotenuse? What do I do, Harry? So that idea of curiosity. Oh, you have?
I have, but that kid was never taught Pythagoras' theorem. I think when you're taught Pythagoras' theorem, you have a reason to dislike it. But when you end up finding a situation in life when you need to use it, that is a much more powerful way to learn and find it useful.
So I want to know about nukes. Is it nukes or nooks? How do I pronounce it? Nooks. Okay, sorry for the terrible pronunciation there. And you've coined this term nooks. Now, what are they?
We take this word nook from a very interesting Hindi word, which is nukkad. So Nukkad is that little corner in a village where after a day full of work, people just come and hang out. It's evening, there's somebody serving tea. It's not really anybody's space. It's an open space. Nobody leads it, nobody controls it. People sit and gossip, and they have fun, and they be themselves. We felt our spaces are kind of like that, where people can be who they are, as opposed to who they should be in the eyes of somebody else. So nooks are just very small learning spaces created with communities, sometimes like a house, and the people who are, there's some basic furniture, there's basic tools, there's an internet connection, there's some computers, there's a lot of trash collected from around. And then there are people. And these people are as young as 8, 9 years of age to as old as 72. 72 is our highest right now. They all come together as learners, and then they start thinking, why are we here? What matters to us?
So all sorts of people use them. It's not just for
Yes.
school-aged children, it's for anyone who wants to learn.
Yes, wouldn't that be natural, that learning should not just be for children? So all ages, we've had older than 72 years old, and use them the same way. They come 3 to 4 to 10 hours every day, so they don't just come once in a February. No, they're spending a lot of their time there. And for many, it is their primary source of learning.
So when we look at traditional education as it is, we measure success in numbers, with exams. Like, for example, my daughter is at school, and once every 3 months, we get sent on an application a list of 10 numbers. That is it. That's it. All I know about my daughter is 9, 9, 9, 10, 9, 9, 10, which apparently is brilliant. I have no idea how she interacts with anybody. I have no idea what she actually knows, but apparently it's great because she's done well in these exams. So how should we really be measuring success of learning?
You shouldn't be. The problem is the assessment. Just think about it. Did you ever try to measure how good your daughter is at making friends? No. What score would that get? And you say traditional. I'm from India. Traditional can mean very far back in time. And when we go very far back in time in India, we did not have these numeric assessment methods. It was not necessary. People did what they did. They learned what they learned, and they built a life. And the life itself was the assessment of how good the learning was, as opposed to trying to measure every second that, hey, how much have you learned something? However, I think we get this assessment by numbers from the industry because it's a training program. So how much have I trained you to behave the way I wanted you to behave? That's why I need numbers to assess that. But if it was really about a life being impacted, there is no way you can create any assessment that is shorter than 10 years. It would make no sense, and doesn't make any sense. Everybody knows about it. We just keep going on with it. That's the problem.
It's funny because we talk about, 21st century skills, you've got collaboration, critical thinking, all of these different ideas. And it's talked about a lot in education. But the fact that they can't easily assess it means it often gets left to one side by heads of schools and things like that. So these important, softer skills, again with inverted commas, are often forgotten.
No, but see, you can't there's no point making a new cloth with the same thread. It's like we're trying to create better things inside the same fabric of school. It won't work. Because again, we're trying to find ways of measuring good things that we want to bring into the school. You have to think very radically differently. And honestly, at this point, it's not even a choice. Radical changes will come into the school. It's either going to look very dystopian, like when in the first presentation, with everybody with headsets and not talking to each other. It's either going to look like that, or it's going to look like people gathering in nature and talking to each other. But radical shift is definitely going to come, because the training mechanism for industry is just no longer needed. AI will be a very good replacement for that. But if you really want people to learn and to get together. That's not going to happen in this school. And there's no point changing the assessment metrics within the school. We must change the school. We must change that system. And we have to have enough guts to say that it is okay to expect that the whole system can change, and not just this micro changes inside the same monolithic system. For 70 years, we've been trying to change it. In India, it doesn't change. You know, we put in so many computers and so many smart classrooms, and all of that doesn't change because it is designed to be very resilient as a system.
So who's going to look after our children? We're at our 9-to-5 jobs then, Abby. Like, well, how are we supposed to get around that?
Yeah, to change the education of one child, you will have to change society. It's a given, you know. It's very famous that this whole idea that it takes a village to raise a child.
Yeah.
It also takes a child to raise a village. It takes this one child, and changing his or her education requires the complete overhaul of how society works, how humanity looks at children, not see them anymore as guinea pigs or economic assets for the future, but actually as complete human beings. Maybe then there's a way.
So what is one insight that you wish every policymaker or educator would hear? What's one thing that you would give to all of these people who are in this system? I know that you're trying to get rid of this system, but how would you give them some advice, some insight?
Sit inside a classroom, see how terrible it is. You will know your answers, I think. I've done this experiment a few times, inviting adults to come and sit inside a regular classroom in India. And I challenge them, if you can do 1 hour for 7 days, you're fit for working in education. 7 days, 1 hour each day. The first hour, the only thing is you have to do what any child is asked to do. So far, nobody lasted more than 4 hours or 4 days. And at the end, everybody said the same thing. It's too humiliating. Right? You just have to sit in the classroom, you will know what's wrong. Cooking up theories about what needs to be right for the child is completely baseless. Listen to the child, they will tell you.
It's funny because now, you know, the teachers in schools are saying, well, kids they can't sit still anymore, they don't know how to listen, they can't concentrate anymore. But if you're asked to sit down in a chair for 6 hours a day and be talked at by somebody, I wouldn't be very good at that.
No. Poor teachers, I feel for them. Teachers are as much a victim of the system as students are. They're all put together in this little crucible, and made to believe. I mean, if a teacher says that they don't sit still, how come somebody reached that point as an adult to believe that they're supposed to sit still? How does that make sense? So it's as much harmful for the teacher as it is for the child, as it is for anybody who's being affected by the system. And guess who it is useful for? The only people it is useful for are the people who are not participating in that system. They just make sure that the system continues. They don't send their kids to regular schools. They don't send their kids to, for them, it's always alternate schools. They're not sending their kids to places where they grow up to believe that getting a job somewhere is the best thing that can happen to them. Yeah.
So Abby, we've only got 1.5 minutes left. How can other people get involved, support, and learn more about Project Defy?
Write to us, but also just create a damn school in your place. We've started believing that only governments and big companies can create schools. No, we have to bring schools back into the hands of people. Anybody should be able to create a school, any group of people. It does not have to be the most perfect school. It does not have to be the most well-resourced $80 million school. No. The best learning environment is where the best engagement of people happens, and that usually does not require too much. But if you're still curious, reach out.
Where can everybody find you?
ProjectDefy.org or Instagram, LinkedIn. You can search my name. Yeah.
And of course, they can find you over at your booth, over in education. They can find you there physically. He'll be there. He'll be resting his voice for a while, though. So thank you very much, Abby. It's been an absolute pleasure. Good luck with everything. Thank you so much. A huge thank you to everybody for coming along and listening today. I know it's been warm, I know you're all hungry, but there's another wonderful session coming up now, so do stick around, and I'll see you all soon. Thank you so much.
all humans are born as entrepreneurs. Some just didn't have the chance yet to realize that they have that capacity too. This famous quote by Muhammad Yunus, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate and pioneer of the social enterprise movement, perfectly captures the essence of what this next session is all about, on the power of purpose-driven entrepreneurs. My name is Matthias, and I have the pleasure of being your moderator. I'm also part of the team behind Changemaker Exchange, a global support network for young social entrepreneurs, activists, and innovators in 130 countries. And we have the pleasure every day to see the impact and the excitement that these entrepreneurs create and bring to the world. We also do see, though, the challenges and the hardship that come with being an entrepreneur. So in today's session, we really want to look at it from many different perspectives, and it is my great, great pleasure and honor to be welcoming one by one and through different parts of this session 5 wonderful speakers, individuals, and entrepreneurs. And without further ado, I'm extremely happy to welcome Alexandre Mars on stage, the president and CEO of Epic Foundation, Bliss and Infinite, an entrepreneur, investor, among others, in Spotify, Headspace, Too Good To Go, and a philanthropist. And in my briefings as a moderator, I ask people to share with me a little personal detail to humanize the speakers a little. And Alexandre is a Krav Maga practitioner, that is a sort of martial arts, and he was also an ambassador for the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. Alexandre, please come on stage and tell us a little bit about your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm always thrilled to be at ChangeNOW, even more this year, because you know this year ChangeNOW came back in this beautiful venue. Why we came back here? Because for a few years, the Olympic Games took place and built something pretty unique. And I want to start with the Olympic Games. Matthias said it. I was lucky enough and honored to serve as a board member and ambassador to the Games. We will talk about how we beat the impossible. How can we make the impossible possible? And I will start with the Olympic Games. I served there for 10 years. And I can tell you, in 2015, when everything started during the Olympic and Paralympic Games, a lot of people said it will be impossible. Impossible to be on time, impossible to be on budget, and impossible to be innovative. This is the Olympic Games. Who came to this venue during the Games? Can you raise your hand? Who watched the Games? Can you raise your hand? Who liked the Games? Can you keep your hands up? Yes. So we proved something. We proved that it will be possible. It will be possible. And that's the world we live in. Most of the time people, sometimes for good reasons, they said, it's impossible, don't try. I started my first venture when I was 17. And I can tell you, since day one, I got people who said, it won't be possible. And I remember, I think it was my third startup. I was about 23 years old, and it was in the mobile industry. And I had this line to a lot of people. I said, you will see one day soon, the first thing you will do in the morning when you wake up is not to kiss your loved one, is to check your phone. People told me at the time, I would never do this. It's impossible that when I will wake up in the morning, I won't cuddle my loved one, I will kiss my loved one. Let's be honest. Can you raise your hand if this morning, the first thing you did was to check your phone? Can you raise your hand? You're not honest, please. Or you need more exercise, I don't know. But that's what it's about. And people told me, again, it won't be possible. After you do what you can do. And the reason why I started so early in my life as an entrepreneur is because I want freedom. And I'm sure, and I know some people here, some of you believe in entrepreneurship as an act of freedom. We know sometimes it's not freedom at all, be an entrepreneur. Still, the freedom came when I sold this business. It was in the mobile industry. I sold it to one of the largest, now it's the largest advertising group in the world called Publicis. And I got enough. I mean, enough in terms of money. And then I said, it's time to do something else. And since I'm pretty young, I knew that the minute I would have enough, I would spend most of my time being of service, doing good. And during those years, whereas I was running tech startups, I was building my bucket list. You know the bucket list, I'm sure some of you had a bucket list. It's not a to-do list. It's not what I need to do by Friday or by Sunday. It's what I want to achieve as a human being on this planet. And during all those years, I was building my bucket list. And the three main items on the bucket list was first, being in the special forces. So Matthias, you mentioned Krav Maga. So that's what I want to do. Two, I love history. So I want to be an history teacher. And the third one on my bucket list was to be a social worker. And that was my plan. For a set of reasons, I picked the last one. And I said, that's what I will do. If I want to be of service, I will be a social worker. And I started meeting a lot of different people. And during those meetings, I met someone, and he asked me one question. And that's the question I want to ask you today. He said, Alex, you want to be a social worker. You want to give warm food in the streets of, I was living in New York at the time, in the street of New York, or wherever you live. But how many people can do this? The question is, everyone can do this. You don't need to have your own skills or strong skills. You need to take care of other people. You need to have this empathy. So the question was different, is what is your uniqueness? What you will leverage the uniqueness for good? And to be honest, my uniqueness is to be a good entrepreneur. I know pretty well running a business. And that's what I decided doing. So that was almost 10 years ago, and I started Epic. Epic started with this, saying to people, there's something I don't understand. I don't understand how and why so many people have money and influence, and they don't use it. They don't share. They don't give. They don't act. How? And I was surprised. And I said, maybe we should try to change the giving. What people told me at the time, I'm sure you know this, Alex, it's impossible. Don't bother. It won't change. At least, no, let me try. Let me talk to people. So what I did at the time, I did the market research. I spent a lot of time with people, like people today, asking questions, very simple questions. And I will ask the two questions to you today that I asked 10 years ago before starting Epic. Can you raise your hand, again, I know it's a lot of exercise, if you have given time or money to any social organizations, any nonprofits? Can you raise your hand? Yes. We're at ChangeNOW. I'm sure it's everyone. And no, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up if you believe you have given enough money or time. Yeah, 1, 2. Look around you. Not many. Yes, thank you. And then we are at ChangeNOW, which is the center of good people, right? And what we have realized in 10 years ago, wherever I was going, I got the same answers. People told me, Alex, I wish I would have given more, but that's not the case. Then I said, okay, maybe we can understand why. And that was the start of the Epic journey, starting with an impossible to something totally possible. What I mean by possible, after 10 years of running Epic, we have mobilized, it's the 10th year anniversary this year, we have mobilized more than $100 million. We have changed the trajectory through just Epic of more than 1.5 million people. So yes, it's doable. A lot of work, but it's doable. I just mentioned and talk about money. And in the world we live in, money is key. So we grew up in the world, I grew up in the world, but I know most of you have grew up in the same world, where the Wolf of Wall Street, have you watched this movie, The Wolf of Wall Street? Yes. This Wolf of Wall Street was always the winner, always. The bad guy doing bad things for the ecosystem, for the planet. Do you think this is the guy who said this? No. Who said this? Milton Friedman, this iconic economist. Iconic because in all the colleges I think you did attend, it was a star. It was the guy saying, that's the way we think about the world of tomorrow. That's the business today. Can we accept this? Can we accept that people can imagine and we learn and we teach this to our kids? No way. But that was the kids and the teachers were teaching students for years. What this is about? This is about positive finance. And positive finance, when we started this, was an oxymoron. An oxymoron that most people say it cannot go together. You cannot talk about positive and talk about finance. It won't work together. People told me when I started Bliss 10 years ago, it's impossible. It's impossible. Again, don't bother. Finance is finance. Fine. Say no. Finance is key. We have to change this. I think what people didn't realize 10 years ago, and that's what I'm seeing here today, entrepreneurs have changed. Yes. Entrepreneurs will still want to be successful. Yes. But the definition of success is different. The definition of success to you has to be different. You want to be successful, but you want to also to have a positive impact. I will give you one example. One. Too Good To Go. Have you ever used Too Good To Go here? Can you raise hands? Yes, I can see yes. 2 hands up. So Too Good To Go is a perfect example. They are fighting food waste. Food waste. And they are so successful. They are making more than $200 million of revenues this year. $200 million of revenues. They are cash positive. They work in 19 countries. It's led by a woman. It's a B Corp, and so on and so on and so on. Those businesses, maybe 15 years ago, maybe were never existed. Nowadays, you find more and more Too Good To Go. That's what it is. And that's what we build Bliss. Bliss has been the first B Corp investment firm. And we back the Too Good To Go of the world because they do exist. And we are able to prove a point. It's no longer an oxymoron. You can do good, you can back the right entrepreneurs, and you can be successful. By success, let's talk about numbers. Bliss has deployed more than $500 million of money in the last few years. They have more than 25% net returns year over year. And at Bliss, we're able to back the Too Good To Go of the world. So yes, you can do both. That's finance. And we talk about tech when we talk about finance. But innovation is not only about tech. Sometimes people are telling me, oh, it has to be tech. We need to put AI, deep tech, everywhere. No, it is not true. And let me give you an example. And now let's talk about just Infinite. Infinite is my latest startup. And it's about student loans. It's a social ed tech, but it's a startup itself. Everything started 3 years ago with a conversation with my oldest son. He was about to turn 18 at the time, and he told me, Dad, I want to go back to the US for my college. I said, that's wonderful, Louis. I'm super happy, but I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, we'll pay for your college. We'll pay for the tuition. He said, Dad, I was hoping that Mom and you can do this. Okay, you answered well the first question, but I have the second question for you. One of your best friends, Jan, who lost his dad when he was 6. His mom is a Spanish teacher. He's as clever as you, but he doesn't have the means. How you will get to the best schools in the world? You know the answer. He will never. Never. Or, if he is able, he's very, very lucky. And then I said to myself, how can we change this? How can we change student loans? I grew up in the world where student loans didn't work for so many reasons. Maybe we can do something. And then people when I told, we'll do something in student loans, what they told me, Alex, it's impossible. Let's try. And this is the model of infinite. Super simple. Let's take that you will finance the best student, 30 kilometers from Clermont-Ferrand. The best one, best from his high school. They would say, now you won't go to the University of Clermont-Ferrand. If you can go to Bocconi, Oxford, or HEC, we'll finance it up to 20K per year. But no guarantee attached, and interest-free loan. No banks can do this. But the minute this student, so clever, will go and will finish his study and will get his diploma from Oxford, and he will be hired by the best ones, he will pay back. But he won't pay back to you, sorry. But he will pay back to an evergreen fund that will finance the next students. So you remember the Ponzi scheme? You remember the Ponzi scheme, right? We just have reinvented the Ponzi scheme with zero technology, just innovation, just spending time with people, with knowledge, just spending time with people and tell me why it's not working, and maybe we'll do something positive out of this. That's infinite, and now it's dozens and dozens of students. We'll go to the best schools, and we'll be able to work now in the best organizations in the world. So that's what I want just to share with you about how can we beat the impossible? Because the impossible is always there. It's there because, no, it's hard because people always try for always good reasons, maybe tell you things that you want to hear. So that's my piece of advice. When people will tell you it's impossible, don't listen to them. It's an easy one. Smile back, and believe in your dreams, because that's about what we are doing and what we want to achieve in the world of tomorrow. And I will leave you, and I'm on time, and I will share two things. One, this world from Mark Twain, because now we are trying to rationalize the impossible. Sometimes you don't know it's impossible, and that's what Twain said. And if you want to listen to stories of people who make the impossible possible, if you like listening to podcasts, listen to this podcast, not only because it's mine, but again, it's because we are interviewing great leaders, people, artists, entrepreneurs, tech entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs. We're saying also, that's how I've done it. And it's just the opposite of Instagram. That's the goal of my podcast, Pose. It's everywhere. It's just the opposite, because on Instagram, it's not real. And what we're trying to achieve is sharing what is real to a lot of different people. You can get all my details here. Thank you again so much to have listened carefully. And thank you again, ChangeNOW, for this wonderful day. And I hope you enjoy the panel after. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Entrepreneur at age 17 and now backing the next generation of entrepreneurs. And we're going to see three wonderful individuals in just a moment on stage. And I'd love to welcome Bukola, Fionn, and Alexandra to join me on stage to hear a little bit about their stories, their successes, and their challenges. Wonderful. Thanks for being with us, first of all, and thank you too for your time. We have to my left Bukola Bolarinwa, originally from Nigeria, the founder of the Haima Health Initiative that focuses on improving the access to blood donations in Nigeria and across Africa. We have Fionn Ferreira to my very left, who is an inventor, a chemist, and a change maker, and behind the Green Journey Coalition. And in the middle, we have Alexandra Mont, the founder of Endoless. And again, in my briefing, I asked people a little personal fact, just for your own enjoyment. And Bukola here has actually written a cookbook. And Alexandra here used to be a pastry chef. And believe it or not, Fionn has a planet named after him as a prize for winning a science competition at school. So they're much more than just their entrepreneurial ventures. But let's start a little bit with the why do you do what you do? Let's make it a short and sweet round to start with. What is the why of what you do? And we'll then dive a little deeper.
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for having me. The why for what I do is based on my personal experience as a patient. So I kind of came into the health space on the other side, having been the recipient of lots of healthcare as a child, because I live with a condition called sickle cell disease, and that was my main motivator, seeing those gaps from the patient's perspective.
Wonderful. Alexandra?
For me, my idea was built actually from my pain. I suffer from endometriosis, and I realized that I wasn't alone, and I wanted to help as many women I can to feel better and to be heard and like to pay so that the pain can finally have answers and solutions.
And for me, I feel like a lot of people, when like I fight microplastic pollution, right? People would say it's because I want to see the happy whales and the happy fish in the ocean, but I'd be lying if I said that. For me, I invent and I'm a scientist because it's a lot of fun. And I just really enjoy the process of inventing and going to the lab every day.
Thank you so much. Buki, you focus on improving access to blood donations in Nigeria, right? When did you realize that this was your calling? And do you have any advice for anyone in the room how to kind of find that within you or in the outside world? How did you stumble upon this, and what was the initial spark to get started?
Yes, thank you. So I started working with my friend called Nkechi Azenge through an organization called Sickle Cell Aid Foundation. We just kept thinking, there's so many people that live with this condition in Nigeria. What is it that we can do to improve their lives? And so for us, it was more a case of we've been privileged to be able to receive good health care. And there's so many people who don't have that. And our main thing was, how do we make sure that there's equitable access to healthcare for people living with this condition? So for us, it came from personal experience living with the condition and having had that privilege, knowing that not everybody has that.
Yeah, that is a common theme, if I may say, from my own work with entrepreneurs, to tap into this personal story, into experiencing it yourself. Alexandra, your venture focuses on running an AI-driven application and much more. That's a simplification that helps women with chronic gynecological conditions. What made you go into this field, from pastry chef to AI-driven applications? What sort of sparked your entrepreneurial power?
Like, funny story, I never wanted to become an entrepreneur. I always wanted to work for large corporations and like to have a secure future without like holding all this responsibility I have to hold today, because honestly, it's hard. And
we'll get to that, yeah.
And the thing which actually pushed me to quit my job, because I used to be a project management consultant. That's how I use AI and everything. One day I woke up and I had to decide if I want to go to my work or I would like to take care of my health. And that moment I stopped, because I don't think it's normal that in this life, in this world, in like 21st century, we have to choose between work, career, and health. So that's when I started.
Okay, I hear another story of something that you've personally experienced and that you turned around into something that would positively affect the people around you, not just yourself.
Yes, totally. I was feeling really like broken, like I was a mistake of the world. And the more I started speaking with people around me, I realized that I'm not alone, but we don't speak about women's health.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you've had some hardships there, but big kudos for turning it around into something really positive. And we'll dive a little deeper. Fionn, your work is focused on eradicating microplastics from the ocean, focused on getting the plastics out of the nature in our ecosystems. What made you stumble upon this? What sparked your entrepreneurial journey? Take us to that moment, if you can.
So I grew up in a pretty remote place in West Cork in Ireland. And there by the seashore, I mean, Ireland has lovely weather sometimes. So in those lovely days, I would go kayaking and sailing and exploring the wilderness. But when the weather wasn't so good, I would go home and play with my Lego kit. And for me, it just felt wrong to see a lot of plastic on the seashore. But it took a really long time for me to feel initiative to do something about it until I realized it's actually causing harm, right? Litter looks bad, but I found it difficult to realize that it caused harm until I realized that we're all drinking about 20 grams of plastic a week in the water that we drink. Probably right now, while I'm saying this, you're breathing in a couple of micrograms of plastic. So maybe don't hold your breath till the end of what I'm saying now, because in 2 minutes you'll be dead. But just be conscious of what you're breathing. And that's why I decided, well, nobody seems to be doing anything about this. I'm interested in this. Just like my Lego kit, I wanted to try and invent and see what I could do. So I kind of stumbled into invention. And then later, when I invented something that worked at 16, I thought, well, maybe it's time to actually turn it into something that makes a difference. And building my own business seemed to be the best path forward.
Yeah, thank you for taking us back to that moment. And all of you do have sort of an incredibly tough challenge to not just manage a business and a venture and doing all the things that any kind of initiative has to do, but you're also tackling really complicated societal and environmental issues that are by their nature already very complex. Maybe starting with you, Buki, take us to a challenge that people might underestimate on this journey of being a purpose-driven entrepreneur and how you may have overcome it. What are things that really bother you, that you keep hitting your head against, that are tough?
So I don't think we have enough time for me to go into every single thing. But if I was
The list is long,
the
probably.
list is so long. And I started my journey running an NGO. And it was from running an NGO that I decided to pivot and go into social entrepreneurship and then start the entrepreneurship journey. And it was really different for me because I had to then think about how to run a business, right? From coming up with the idea of what the business was, which for us was medical logistics and blood donation and moving blood between hospitals and labs, and then pitching it to people to be able to get money to start, hiring the staff, going to the different businesses that we were going to be working with and telling them why they needed this service. So I went from an NGO, which was essentially supporting people who was living with the condition, to that part. And I must say that it doesn't really, I thought that because I had run an NGO for a really long time, I was really prepared for entrepreneurship, but it's a totally different journey, having to think about efficiency, operations, profitability, and it almost feels like you're not prepared for that journey. I would say that for a lot of people that are thinking about it, I feel like no matter how many textbooks you read or how many YouTube videos, until you actually start and you get into it and get your feet wet, you don't really know what you're going to be up against. And so for me, the biggest lesson and the biggest learning has been doing, learning, making mistakes, and reiterating every single time.
Yeah, well, just doing it, that's the right spirit. And I hope you have a supportive community around you that holds you in the harder moments. Fionn, same question over to you. What is something that you're like, I wish this wasn't so hard, I keep bumping into this, it makes my life more difficult than it should be out there fighting a good cause?
Well, I think this is kind of a twofold question, right? For me, first of all, I'm young. So I'm 24 years old now. I started this entrepreneurship journey a little bit earlier than a lot of other people. So trying to convince scientists who have PhDs and lots of published papers that your scientific invention that you made while you were 16 in a garden shed in Ireland where there was no internet connection is actually something that people can use was really difficult. But actually, I think a bigger challenge, and one that I face almost every day, is the one of realizing that I'm a scientist and the thing that I enjoy the most is actually being in the lab and inventing and playing with science and engineering and screwing things together, and not necessarily trying to find investors and different business-related things. So the most difficult thing for me is actually realizing that I'm not good at everything in a business, and that actually you kind of have to give your baby over to a group of people and realize that you find what you're best in yourself, and you don't spread yourself too thin, but instead focus on actually having a really good time and enjoying yourself.
So delegation is key, I hear there, as part of the message as well. Alexandra, again, over to you. What is something that you're like, why is this so hard?
Actually, like what I was speaking about not draining yourself thin, etc. I didn't have this problem because I used to be a consultant. So my job was to find good people for good places to do as little job as possible. So it helps me a lot right now in my founding life. But actually, as the purpose-driven startup which focuses on women who were underheard, like who were ignored through the history of time, the hardest part is to not stop believing in yourself, because there will be a lot of people who will be telling it's useless what you are doing. It will serve to no one. There is already something which exists which solves the problem. But like, you need to remember that you're not a $10 bill. You're not supposed to be pleasurable for everyone. And you just need to believe in yourself, and you need to find the people who will believe in you and believe in your mission, and like surround yourself with people who will support you, because it's really sometimes it's getting lonely actually.
Yeah, that's a good point, Alexandra. Thank you. Maybe a very quick round, going from the challenges to the joy. What is something that brings you a lot of satisfaction and joy in your work as entrepreneurs? And let's maybe keep it to very short and sweet answers. Whoever wants to go first, in sharing a little bit about what makes your heart jump, and you're like, oh my God, I'm doing the right thing here. This is fun. This brings me joy. This brings me fulfillment. Can you take us to one or two of these moments?
I will start. Actually, today was the most amazing moment this morning when I spoke with a few doctors, and they told me, oh my gosh, finally someone is trying to do something, someone is trying to change the things how they are, someone is questioning the status quo, and I see all the journey I had done since the beginning of the company, and that it actually starts to pay the fruits. Like, I'm here with you today, and I started the company not even one year ago.
Yeah.
So
wonderful.
Seeing the results and seeing the people saying thank you for what I'm doing.
Okay.
So for me, recently there was a lady who had sickle cell disease, and she was pregnant. She was about to have a baby, and she needed several pints of blood. She contacted us, and we were able to get her the blood that she needed. And she sent us a picture of her baby afterwards, and she said, thank you so much. You helped make this happen. And those little moments are really what sparks joy for us, knowing that you help alleviate some of the challenges that patients are facing within, the various journeys that they're having in the healthcare space. So for me, every time we get a positive feedback from a patient or from a hospital or from a lab saying, thank you for providing this service, it makes it worth every single kind of hardship that we face.
Okay. Yeah, Fionn?
Well, I would be lying if I said I wouldn't find it really cool every time I remove microplastics from water using a magnet and watching it suck them out, which is cool, of course, but what I really, really enjoy is something relatively new. I started a TV show where basically I bring young people into a scientific studio. They have to come up with ideas, they have to build them in a workshop, and actually giving people that sense that they're able to solve a problem with the limited tools they have, and having this kind of aha moment and facilitating that for them for sometimes the first time, I think is one of the most empowering things I've experienced in a very long time.
Yeah, wonderful. Let's stay on the impact level a little bit. Can you tell me, just again in a bit of a rapid fire round, maybe a little anecdote or something where you were like, oh, this is actually working. Like, I'm doing something that does create tangible change, which is all that it's about when it comes to purpose-driven entrepreneurship. Maybe again, starting on my left.
I think for us, it was actually working. We work with the Lagos state government, and having the state government actually come to us and say, the work you're doing is really amazing, it's really impactful, and we appreciate the partnership. For us, it's real validation, because sometimes when you are trying to solve a problem, at least in our kind of space, the challenges in the healthcare space can be so overwhelming. But for us, just sticking to this very small part of it and having that acknowledgement from the partners that we're working with, that the work that we're doing is impactful, and hearing the feedback from the patients, for us has been the aha moment to let us know that, okay, we're actually onto something, we're actually solving problems.
Do you feel you're supported by the authorities, and are they slowly getting used to adopting your solution?
Yeah? Definitely. We definitely are enjoying our partnerships with them. We're seeing them also starting to kind of adapt technology that we've been trying to push, because for us, our governments are really slow to adapt technology. They like to do things very manually and kind of repetitively. So I think through the partnerships with us, they are also starting to kind of move towards that angle. And so for us, those those are the tangible differences that if we were ever to stop working, we would say that we left that behind.
Yeah. Maybe over to you, Alexandra, getting the support that you need, and whether yes or no, also a little story of where you feel like you're making a real impact.
It's actually, like, in terms of support, it's interesting because since I started my journey and it was really incredibly hard, I feel like the ground is constructing itself in front of me. Because in terms of resources, we get the support. In terms of team, I'm surrounded by amazing people, and I can't thank them. Like, I don't have words to thank them because I haven't yet got the funding round, so I have no money to pay my team, and still the people are next to me working hard and helping me. Unfortunately, France haven't gave me enough support yet, but I think it will change. However, people, like individuals who are surrounding us every day, they are just amazing. And you never know whom you meet, and just by being kind and spreading the kindness, sometimes you just, like, the road constructs itself, honestly. Yeah. And for the moment, like, which makes me moving forward is speaking with like future customers, like the women who suffer, who don't even suffer, but who asks a lot of the questions about their health, to see their eyes like sparkling and saying, finally you're trying to advocate for us, finally someone is trying to understand us, finally someone is working on the research. And user interviews. It's the hardest and maybe the most rewarding thing, because women speak about their pain. It's the hardest part of my job to make these user interviews. But I really hope that one day I can say that I helped to reduce the pain.
Yeah. And feel free to sneak in a little call to action. We're at ChangeNOW, so looking for a seed round, I heard that between the lines.
I'm looking for a seed round. We're opening the seed round on Monday, and we're taking advantage of ChangeNOW to find investors who are also impact-driven and who believe in a better future, where women and other women parts are not silenced.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you. Fionn, something where you were like, you described to us, and maybe you could just spend 30 seconds on quickly explaining your innovation with the magnet taking microplastics out of the ocean. What is impact that you see in your work and in your world?
Wow, I didn't expect I'd be giving a chemistry lesson at ChangeNOW like I was doing in ETH 3 days ago in Zurich. But essentially my method is quite simple. If you've ever made a vinaigrette, you've mixed vinegar and oil together and you've noticed that the oil floats on top. And using this hydrophobicity, we can actually harness those forces because plastics and oil are both nonpolar, but water is. So I've generated a liquid, a bit like an oil, which is magnetic, which can attract plastics out of water. It sticks into this liquid, and then once the liquid is saturated, you can remove the plastics from the surface using some magnets. And perhaps the best support I've received...
Just scoop it up. Yeah?
Just scoop it up with a magnet. So you just hold a magnet in and they get attracted out. It's pretty cool. And perhaps the best support I've received for this has been through the people who supported me really early on. So I think certain people gave grants to us at a very early stage when I was literally playing with this in my backyard at home. One of the notable people was Robert Downey Jr. and his Footprint Coalition. And they were literally open to give us a grant without a big grant application just to see where that idea would go. And I think that's really inspiring because I'm not sure if I would be doing that, but I think we all should. So the people who believe in scientists in a really low stage where you don't actually know where the science is going to go, I think those people should really get a big shout out.
Yeah, backing people with a big ambition very, very early on is so crucial to kind of get it going. And if there was no support, then we wouldn't see many of these wonderful innovations. Would you do it all over again, knowing the challenges that you run into as entrepreneurs? Would you do it the same way? Would you do it again? Or would you just say, oh, let me sit back a little and relax and see how this all unfolds? Do it again? Yeah?
I think it depends on when you ask me. If you ask me on a Monday, I'll say yes. Ask me on a Tuesday, I might say no.
And yes again on a Wednesday?
On a Friday, I might say yes again. It really depends. But honestly, truly I would. And similar to your shout out, I actually want to shout out CXC because joined CXC just around the time I was starting HIMA. And there's something about taking part in those programs with other social entrepreneurs that makes you feel validated in your ideas. Exactly what you were saying. Sometimes when you have an idea and you just have somebody backing you, it gives you that edge, it gives you that spur to go on, and it pushes you. But yeah, for me, I would absolutely do it again because it's something I'm passionate about. It's I live with a condition that's a lifelong condition, so I'll forever be a patient in a way. And for me, improving the healthcare system is always going to be something I'm going to do in one way or the other, even if I'm not running this venture again in the future.
Well, thank you so much for not giving up. I'm sure all the people that benefit from your innovation, thank you. For a very long time. Would you do it again? Yes or no, or different?
Yes, I will do it again, and the only difference, and the only thing I would change is to believe in myself more and listen less to the criticism and to all the people who says that it's useless what I'm doing, because if 10 women need it, means it's not useless.
Absolutely. I would do it again. It would probably take me about half the time now. But I think all of you should do it again, or start it if you haven't already too. I would just say start messy, start unpolished, start scared, but definitely start, because if you think about it, probably your unpolished, messy, scary idea is a lot better than any one of those super fancy business plans out there.
But there are no perfect projects. The perfect projects don't exist, so just start messy, do something, and you will see.
I would disagree with that. I would say that the project is always perfect, depending on the way we look at it.
Since project management professional, I cannot agree with you, unfortunately.
In the networking area, you can discuss that at detail. Perfect segue to my very last quick question. I shared a quote with you all in the audience at the beginning from Mohammed Yunus about how we're all born as entrepreneurs, but we may not have realized yet that we do have the capacity for it as human beings. What is one thing that you would recommend to everyone that sits on these chairs right now in the audience thinking, I should just also do it, I should start that little thing, I should follow that impulse, if you haven't already, starting on my left and going to Buki, maybe just a short and sweet answer to this. What is one thing you'd recommend?
So perhaps one of the best things that was ever told to me was, if you're not scared, you're not thinking big enough. So it's okay if you're scared about your ideas. That's the way you should be. What's not okay is that you're not turning them into action. So turn them into action now.
Okay. Being scared is okay, but taking action is paramount. Okay. Alexandra?
Two things. You cannot do everything by yourself, and do ask for help. People are willing to help. We're just forgetting to ask for it.
Wonderful. Indeed. Thank you.
And for me, I think it's kind of like what I've said, like Nike, just do it. I have my friend Cassie there. I remember when she wanted to start her business and she was overthinking and overplanning, and I just kept saying, just do it, just do it, just start. You learn the mistakes and you learn all the things you're supposed to learn on the journey, and there's no kind of loss for me in any entrepreneurship journey. Even if the business ends or the venture ends, it's still a learning process, and you will still have put out something beautiful in the world.
Indeed. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of this wonderful little conversation. I want to thank you for the work that you do and for your contribution and sharing your thoughts. And whether you are an entrepreneur or a becoming entrepreneur, you can always support entrepreneurs, and let's just do it. I would say that's a good motto. And we're coming to the last section of this session. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. Bukola, thank you. Alexandra, thank you. We have one more to come, and that is Suman Gimire from Nepal, who is running PlantSat, which provides protection to farmers against agriculture and climate risks. And again, you know how it goes. I'm asking speakers to share a personal detail with me, and he is probably the biggest fan in the world of tigers, and his big dream in life is to see them out in the wild. So hoping that will happen for him. Here is Suman with a little presentation about himself and his work.
imagine a world where farmers could harness the power of satellite technology. Well, that was our mission when we started PlanSat in 2019. After working on that idea for nearly 2 years with 2,000 farmers, we realized that our B2C model required intense teaching and behavioral change for farmers. That was a challenging task for young startups like ours. That's when we decided to pivot from teaching farmers satellite data to now selling insurance companies similar satellite analytics. We now help insurance companies reduce their operational cost while at the same time we protect farmers from both agriculture and climate risks. Namaste, I'm Suman Gimire. I'm the founder at PlanSat. And let me tell you a story of a real farmer named Beena Pandey. She's a single mother raising 3 kids, one of which has a serious medical condition. Her farm is her only lifeline, and every day is struggle for her, emotionally, physically, and financially. One day, when her crops were just about to harvest, a powerful storm hit. Everything that she worked on for months was gone. This is the reality of millions of smallholder farmers in Nepal and South Asia who are increasingly facing climate extremes. They might not know the term climate change, but they live with its consequences daily. Now, similar to farmers, insurance companies have their own challenges. The farms in Nepal and in South Asia are either too small or too remote for insurance companies to affordably enroll and verify claims when there is disaster. To give you a perspective, for an insurance company to provide insurance in Nepal, going to the field, validating the farms, the cost of that is higher than the amount of premium they collect. So there's no financial viability in providing insurance to farmers. That's what we are changing. By using satellite data, weather data, geotagged picture data, we enable remote monitoring of farms. In doing so, we reduce the operational cost by 35%. And we are making an ecosystem where insurance companies can go to a remote farm in Nepal and insure farmers with financial viability. Now, let me tell you what happened in Beena's story. After that devastating storm in October of 2022, Beena didn't give up. For the first time in her life, she enrolled in agriculture insurance using PlanSat. And when there was storm again, she was safe. She received compensation she so desperately needed within days, not months. And so far, we've protected thousands of farmers like Beena from climate extreme. Last October of 2024, there was a heavy rainfall in Nepal, heaviest in last 30 years. And we are proud to have protected 1,100 farmers from that climate extreme. And in total, so far, we've protected nearly 7,000 farmers with a protection coverage of $1.54 million US. Now, let's move to cows and buffaloes. So while we were providing service related to agriculture insurance, we were provided with a unique pain point of insurance companies. So whenever one buffalo dies and it's insured, insurance companies receive 5 claims. That's a lot of moral hazard there. Because the local agent and farmers, they take out the air tag, put another air tag, and click picture so that they can claim more. An insurance company asked us, how can you solve this problem? And we started doing some research. And what we found was, similar to our human fingerprint, the nose pattern of cows and buffaloes are unique biometrics. Then we started collecting a lot of data. We have 40,000 plus unique images of cows and buffaloes' nose. and we are using AI, and our model is 97% accurate. So what this does is it opens up a new opportunity for insurance companies. When insurance companies can confidently provide insurance, the coverage will be high. So even farmers in remote areas will be able to access cattle insurance. So to summarize, PlanSat, we are not just solving a technical problem. We are solving a human problem, a problem of vulnerability, of dignity, and of survival. And together with all your support, we are definitely going to make this happen. Thank you so much.
Suman, thank you very much. That's why I personally love ChangeNOW a lot. You always come away with at least one or many more unique facts. I did not know that the nose of cows and cattle are having a unique fingerprint, quote unquote, that you could use to make insurances more efficient. A bit along the similar lines as we had for the panel. What is something that you keep bumping your head against on a daily basis that you wish wasn't so hard in your daily life as an entrepreneur and as a founder? What are some of the struggles and challenges that you can maybe honestly and authentically share with the audience here today?
Yeah, as an entrepreneur, there are a lot of challenges. For me, the most challenge is I'm building a product, insurance product, and most of the farmers, they don't know insurance. So how can I sell to such farmers when they don't know insurance at all? For someone who knows about insurance, they have very bad image about insurance. And for someone who've already done traditional insurance, they would never want to do it again. So it has a bad reputation. So that's one challenge. I have to change that perspective of farmers. And to do so, the only way to do so is to provide a lot of claims. So every day is, although a struggle, but every day what excites me is when I give check to farmers so that they have a safety net and they can bounce back from climate extremes.
Must be very fulfilling to hand out these checks and say, look, you had an insurance and now you get to claim your money. Maybe a step earlier, take us back again, and I think this is interesting for everyone who's considering doing something by themselves, to that moment where you realized this is an interesting challenge and not just this is a problem, but I want to do something about it. What went on in your heart, in your mind? How did you come about doing what you do?
My journey as a change maker started unexpectedly. I never wanted to change anything before, but when I was in Greece for an Erasmus Mundus exchange program, it was a time when there was Syrian refugee crisis there. So I started volunteering with children and with people offering relief materials, organizing art competitions. That's when I realized, and I go back to my university, I was working in forestry. So it lacked human touch, although it had impact. So that's why when I decided my professional career should also have some direct touch with people. And then when I went back, I started seeing a problem with farmers. A lot of them, although they generate food for us, but they don't have a good life. So that moment hit me, and then from that moment on, I have been using tech to solve problems of farmers.
So you've seen the problem firsthand and thought you need to get into action and do something about it. Would you do it again, looking back?
Again and again.
Again and again?
Yeah.
How come you're so confident in saying that? What's the joy that it brings you, the fulfillment, beyond the checks that you can hand out?
Because how I take life is like all of us, we are going to die someday. We don't know when, but sooner or later we have to die, right? So before dying, I want to be remembered for bringing an impact to the life of most vulnerable people who feed us. So that's why I want to do it again and again.
Yeah, thank you very much for the work that you do. Taking it to the very raw and deep and deep level here. Again, whether we are entrepreneurs, are aspiring entrepreneurs, could help an entrepreneur, what would be your 2 or 3 little recommendations for how to get started and overcoming that fear? Because we just learned in the panel before, it's not like entrepreneurs aren't scared of these steps, aren't anxious, aren't having doubts. They're just probably a little better at managing these emotions. But what would you recommend is good steps to get started?
What I would recommend is first figure out a problem worth solving, and also figure another thing out, that the problem market size should be big. So that are the 2 key things that you should understand first, and think like you spend 5 to 10 years. I would say 10 years. 10 years is also a very short time. Don't get demotivated. There will be a lot of challenges, a lot of failures on the way. I have also faced a lot of failures. My satellite data for farmers didn't work out, but never give up. Sooner or later, you will be successful. The universe is designed that way. If you work hard, you will definitely succeed. There's no other option.
The universe is wired to provide the impact that you want to see. That's wonderful. Last quick thing. If you had a minute to broadcast a message to the world, something that you'd love to share, anything to get off your chest, what would that be? I know a big question, so don't feel pressured, but anything that you'd love to share with the audience and the world and everyone watching the recording of this?
Okay. I'd like to reiterate what I said earlier. So how I wake up is like, there was an inspiring thing from Sadhguru. He said, remember that you will die someday every morning. So if you only do that, every moment, every present moment will be so exciting, so happy, and that would also motivate you to do something good for people, good for everyone around you. So I'd like to reiterate that one only.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Suman. This was a wonderful presentation and a wonderful conversation, and thank you for the work that you do, and I wish you nothing but the best, and see you around.
Thank you so much.
I'll definitely look more closely.
Thank you for all your valuable time.
Thank you. One last thing that I would love to share with you is that we are running a biannual study called The Possibilists, where we look into the needs and challenges of entrepreneurs to get a better understanding. The last edition included 1,500 entrepreneurs from 130 countries, and it turned out that many of them struggle with mental health and burnout, financial issues, juggling a lot of things at the same time, being in dire need of more support, connections, access to places of people and power. But there's also something really positive. And to share that with you, I'd love to do a quick 15 seconds exercise with you. I want you to imagine a ladder that goes up from the ground. Imagine that as the 0, all the way up to number 10. So it's got 10 little wooden lines, a ladder that you can climb up. If you had to say for yourself, and you don't need to share this, you don't have to speak up, just in your own mind, where do you stand on this ladder from 0, the lowest, to 10, the highest, in terms of your overall life satisfaction and happiness? If you had to give that a number, and I know this is a extreme simplification, but if you had to give it a number, where would you stand on that ladder? And I'll just give you a moment to think about it. Include everything, your personal life, your work, anything that you wish. Where are you on that ladder? Now, the one thing that we found out in our Possibilist study is that despite all these challenges, change makers and purpose-driven entrepreneurs are actually rating way higher than the global average on this ladder. They would give themselves, on average, a very high 7. That is, if you look at all the countries in the world and their life happiness and satisfaction, and if change makers and entrepreneurs were a country, that would be country 15 on a long list of countries. So I want to leave you with this. It's a hard thing to be an entrepreneur, but change making and being a purpose-driven entrepreneur can be a great source of satisfaction and happiness. Thank you very much, and I hope you continue to enjoy Change Now. And we're over and out.
Okay, welcome everybody to our session, Clean Future, Tackling PFAS and Pollution. So, it's 3 p.m. It's the final day of Change Now. You've had a lot of conversations. How's the energy? Yeah, okay, good, good, good. I want to make sure I get your attention, first of all. So I'm going to ask you to stand up or put your hands up. Stand up, if possible, or put your hands up. Now, I would like you to maybe take the opportunity to have a little stretch, feel the Paris sun on your face a little. And I would like you to stay standing if you think you have some PFAS, forever chemicals, on you at the moment. Maybe check your pockets, have a look around. You think you have some forever chemicals, synthetic chemicals on you at the moment. I think most people staying standing. Next, stay standing if you had heard of PFAS before today. Sit down if you hadn't. Okay, we have a very knowledgeable group here. Then stay standing if you can say what PFAS stand for. Okay. And everyone can sit down now. So PFAS, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, are everywhere. And forgive me for killing the vibe a little here, but they're in your smartphone screens, your waterproof jackets, cosmetics, pizza boxes, contact lenses, and they end up in breast milk, in fish, in eggs, in bees, in butterflies, in flowers. A famous microbiologist, Linda Bernheim, said, "We're swimming in a chemical soup, and we didn't give consent." That's the bad news. The good news is we're going to meet now some brilliant activists, innovators, business leaders who are fighting back for a PFAS-free future. My name's Nick McGurl from the global community of young changemakers, Changemaker Exchange. I'm your moderator for this next 75 minutes or so. And I would love to open this session by inviting on stage a real powerful voice for climate justice across Europe, now bringing, I think, super important insights into new issues like the PFAS crisis. Can you give a big warm welcome, please, to Adelaide Charlier. Welcome, Adelaide. Hello, how's it going? Welcome. Okay.
Hello.
Welcome,
Thank
Adelaide.
you.
Bienvenue.
Thank you.
How are you?
Very good, very good. Wow, we got some sun in here. It's super nice.
Exactly.
Yay.
The best stage at
The
this
best
time.
stage. Wow.
So,
Incredible.
Adelaide, it's already been quite the journey for you. Starting Youth for Climate Belgium at 18, advising European leaders on the Green New Deal. Before we jump into your current work and campaigns, can you maybe paint a picture of your journey so far, how it started and how it evolved?
Yeah, totally. Hi, everyone. I'm 24. I'm a climate justice activist based in Belgium, in Brussels. And when I was in high school, I started the School Strikes for Climate, coordinating that. And then since then, when you realize the power that you can have with a collective, you just never stop. So we continued with that movement, and then today I'm done with my studies. So I co-created with really cool activists in Brussels the association called The Bridge, and we want to make the bridge between citizens and EU policies, because it's so opaque, it's really hard to understand, but it's touching us. 80% of environmental policies that we see around us today are decided in Brussels. So we must be able to have access to these policies, to have access to what's going on there. So this is our role, what we're trying to do, really build that bridge. And it's crucial, thanks to mobilizations of citizens from across Europe. We were able to influence, for example, the nature restoration law. For some of you, if you heard about it, just restoring at least 20% of the nature in Europe, which sounds just the minimum, actually, of what we would need. There was a huge opposition in Brussels. It was like, no way, that can't be the priority. No, nature is not climate. We should just focus on decarbonizing, not focusing on nature too much. So we came in and we're like, no, you didn't get it. Nature is climate, and you must pass this law. And we mobilized, we brought people in Strasbourg, we brought people to write newsletters, we took over social media, made everything go viral. And thanks to that, or at least thanks to a part of our mobilization, probably many other factors, this law passed. So I strongly believe in the mobilization of citizens as sometimes the only way to assure that we have strong policies.
Amazing. Thank you. That's exactly the energy
we gotta get that
Thank
power.
And so as part of that journey, you're kind of our Trojan horse in Brussels.
Oh my God.
You've had access to some powerful people connected in with Macron, with Macron. You've been advising on the Green New Deal.
When they want to listen, Sadly, that has changed lately.
And so what have you learned about influencing policy effectively at a European level through that journey?
So it's been like 7 years of trying to mobilize people and seeing that our strength as citizens is the mass. We don't have the same means in terms of financial means, in terms of intellectual means, like literally spending time to read studies or to have studies or to ask scientists to make studies. Like, we don't have those strengths because we are busy with our daily lives. Our strength is being connected, and it's the mass. So we have to show that mass, whether it's in the streets or on social media or on a petition. But that's why it's so important when you like something on social media or when you sign a petition or when you go in the streets, it actually matters. We see it because then when we are in the room with leaders, our leverage is saying, we're not just crazy activists. There are actually millions of other people thinking what we're telling you right now. So we have to be able to prove that. And what we see, and like what I've seen at least these past years, is that the politicians that I've met, they're not leaders, they're followers. That's actually the basis of politicians. They follow what's trending right now. Basically, they're like an Instagram algorithm. So we have to make sure that we're strong. And we have to show them that we are the leaders and that they have to follow us. And they will only follow us if we're massively present. And right now, we're not organized well enough because on the other side, they've been organizing, they've been lobbying. Also on the question of PFAS, we're going to talk about it. And so we have to be super strong on that. And we have to show that we're the leaders and that we are organizing no matter what's going on the other side, and that we have the strength, which is being massively present and massively organized.
Yes. Okay, amazing.
Let's go.
How does that message resonate? Politicians as followers and activists, citizens as leaders. And I think it's often said that politics and policy comes downstream of culture, of movements. Do you have some examples of where that has successfully happened?
In terms of mobilization and, totally, like I was saying on this nature restoration law, that impact was huge, but before that, how I started my activism was with strikes for climate. And we have to say we were seen as you're not going to school, you're putting your diploma at risk, this is not what you should be doing, you shouldn't be here. Today everybody's sure, global strikes for climate is great. At that moment when we're actually doing it, the support was not massively there. So what I'm learning from that is that when you're actually doing an action that is making a change, while you do the action, you don't have the support that you should be having. And it's afterwards, once people have seen the impact that you had, that the support comes in. So don't doubt with the action that you're doing. because the support will come afterwards when you've shown that this was the right thing to do. But what you have to do is to be where you think it's right. And when I was in the streets and not at school, it felt right. It felt right to be there, to be with others, and to try to make a change by doing something that is different than our daily life. We're not going to change the world, or at least change and try to influence something, if we keep on doing the same thing every day. So it was like getting out of our comfort zone constantly to impact policies, etc. And that it has a change. The reason why I'm still an activist today, it's because we had victories, and I'm holding on to that because I know that there is no other places where I should be in order to make an impact.
Awesome, thank you. And so now you're bringing that energy, that hopefully victories to the PFAS issue. Can I ask why PFAS and why now?
There is so many things to say around that. You probably know it. PFAS, there is really several things to say. First, it's impacting our health. We all have probably PFAS in our bodies right now. This has consequences on us. This can create cancer. This has an impact on our fertility. And so the question of health is crucial for all of us. And it sounds crazy to hear that we know this for more than 30 years, even more than that. In the 70s, companies were warned that created PFAS were warned that this had an impact on our health. It didn't matter. We continued to produce PFAS. Today, we find PFAS in everything that surrounds us. A study that came out less than a month ago showed that there is too many PFAS in an egg of chicken that is in our garden. So not industrial chicken. We're talking about chickens that are in our garden. We think this is the healthiest thing that we could eat. There is too many PFAS in that. So I'm kind of getting depressed and overwhelmed with the fact that there is PFAS everywhere. And what we have to see now is, okay, when there has been like moments in history where industrials knew exactly what they were doing, exactly the impact that they're having on the environment and on the health, who came up? Who were the ones rising up to say that this was wrong? Citizens. It was always citizens' mobilization. Always. So now I strongly believe that the only way out of our dependence to PFAS, the only way out to facing the strongest and the biggest health issue that we have right now across the world is citizen mobilization. So we have to give the tools to citizens. First on information, like it's super complex. There is like more than 15,000 PFAS. Like it's super hard to understand. It's everywhere. We think it's super overwhelming. So it's easier to minimize what's going on because otherwise it's too much. And once we know, what do we do? So that's exactly why we want to come in right now as a movement to show that we can act, that we can influence the fact that we need to just make PFAS illegal. That it's simple as that. Huh? We're not going to make it complex. We have to make it illegal. That's it. That's our demand. And for that, we need to organize. We need to be stronger. And I strongly believe that the only way out of PFAS will be us mobilizing.
Okay. And how is that going to look like? What's the campaign? How can people get involved? What potential policy milestones are ahead that this could mobilize for?
The complexity can be our strength in the way that you can regulate PFAS literally on every level of governance. Also on the European level, that is why we're focusing on it a lot. We need to have this law on the European level because it's an EU policy, competence. But what we see right now is that actually national levels are more ambitious. In France, if you are French, you know that this has been a subject for a very long time. It's not new. And it's also thanks to citizen mobilization mostly. So we need to bring that up also on a European level right now. In France, they have been able to pass a PFAS law. And it's very interesting if we look at it. Because they were able to pass this law on textile, on cosmetic. And normally it was also on, I'm losing my word in English. On a poil. A pen, thank you so much. Contribution, I love it. On a pen, and this is where we come in. Because there is a huge lobby. We can't be naive also in this. It's like super serious economic reasons behind also. People are actually gaining lots of money from PFAS. So there is a huge pan lobby, you know, who I'm referring to here in France. And they were able to take that out of the law. And that's crazy because this is still affecting us daily. This is still like connected to our health. And so we must be able to have such strong policy also, first, on every national level, on a European level, because it's the competence. So please continue to follow us and see how we can organize. We're going to be organizing, so we will need your help too. And we have to assure that it includes every PFAS product. And there is no way that the PFAS lobbyists will be stronger than us. This is what we're going to try to come in and do. And so we're literally organizing campaigns, petitions, but also lobbying inside. And we will be present in the streets in Brussels also in order to make this the biggest subject, as it should be, because it is the biggest health crisis right now, but we're not making it the biggest subject in the press. So this is going to be our first challenge, making it the biggest subject we have to talk about in the next month and years in every single media, social media, and that we make it accessible to people to understand what's the story, what's the narrative. Making it a narrative is huge.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah.
That is exactly the energy and commitment we're going to need for this very complex issue. We're unfortunately it's flown by, hasn't it? We're unfortunately almost out of time. So I'm going to ask you to, if you had to kind of tattoo one sentence on the audience's consciousness as they're leaving this session, what would it be? What do you want them to go away from this conversation?
Wow, there is so many phrases I would want to tattoo myself on. Actually, it's a good idea. I'll tattoo myself a sentence one day. I would say that you know this already. If we're not there, if this subject is not ours, not only in here because we read reports, but in here because it's actually affecting us daily, it's not going to be out there in the parliament. It's not going to be out there in the press. This is what I meant by we are actually the leaders, is that we have to use in our daily lives and through our talents. I'm 24. I was just a student, and now I'm trying to make this a daily life because it's huge, and making it my job. But through our talents, we have to make sure that we talk about this, and that is the center of our attention. And I would say, please, please, when you see that we organize, if you can't make it your daily life, please support and answer to the calls, because it does matter. When we're in there trying to influence, we have to show that we're massively present. Signing a petition is worth it, because we're not going to let that petition stay online. We're going to use it. Liking a video is worth it. Like, just to quickly end on a quick story, a month ago, we made a video on, it was linked to taxing fossil fuels, another subject that is super important, in Brussels. We wanted to have access to the European Commission. We didn't have that access today because we're not invited anymore. We made a video that became so viral, thanks to likes and comments, that the cabinet of a commissioner that is working on this saw the video, invited us, and now we have a foot inside. Now we're invited. Now we're in, and we're assuring that we're not going to let go of that meeting. So the impact that you can have when we tell you, please like this, or please share this, or please sign this petition, do it. It's worth it. And then if you want to do even more, join us. Come and see me after, because we have a lot to do, and we need your talents. It's more than a sentence, so put it in your back for that.
That's a tough tattoo to get, I think.
Thank you very much.
Exactly the message we needed. Maybe the tattoo is, we are the levers. That is it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adelaide. Thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you. Take care.
You.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, and building on that energy, we're going to meet 3 innovators really using nature to eliminate PFAS in some super fascinating and innovative ways. I'd love to invite to the stage Joan Rodriguez from Mycocycle, Hoa Doan from Notpla, and Elena Doms from Earth Plus. Welcome to the stage. Hi, Joanne. Hi, welcome. Oh, are you still a hugger when you're on stage?
Always a hugger.
Always a hugger, okay. Now you've set the standard, we have to do it for everyone. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're going to kick off with a bit of a whirlwind tour. I can see you looking in interest at what's happening here. At a whirlwind tour of the work of these 3 people, and we have an all-women session for this whole session, which is also awesome. Elena, I'm going to kick off with you, which I think you deserve, having brought this in your luggage. Elena, and I'll also share a little personal fact about each of the panelists to personalize it a little. Elena, growing up in the Arctic, where PFAS have even been detected in polar bear blood, which is not so good news. You have a front row seat to all of this. To you, first of all, I think you have to tell us why did you bring what's going on here, and then how is your solution to clean up PFAS? Floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I brought to show you a part of a PFAS molecule. It looks like this. There are some shorter chains, there are some longer chains as well. And the way how it gets into our bodies is mainly through the water that we drink and the food that we eat. So that's why our solution focuses on soils. In fact, it started with a huge scandal in Belgium. So the Belgian government went around and measured the blood of people living around the factory of 3M. The concentrations were 10 to 100 times above the recommended limit. So the government obliged 3M to look for solutions, but there were none, except for taking the soil, excavating it, and putting it somewhere else. Impossible on a large scale. That's when my colleague, Frederik Verstraete, ran one of the first pilots in the world to clean forever chemicals from soils with plants. They worked with a farmer right across the road from 3M, and they used a plant called industrial hemp, known for its soil cleanup properties. What they discovered during that pilot was groundbreaking. They discovered that hemp plants acted like huge pumps, transporting the pollution all the way from the soil through the roots and the stems into the leaves of the plant. They then collected the polluted biomass, and they treated it at high temperatures in the technology process to destroy the pollution. It was beautiful. There was only one small thing. It took a little bit too long. So they calculated that to clean that land, it would take 10 to 12 years. So in the last 3 years, we focused and worked relentlessly on speeding up that process. And together with our partner, we developed a proprietary biotechnology. Looks like this. It consists of 300 ingredients and is based on fungi, microbes, and bacteria. We mix it in the soil, and what it does, it chops down longer PFAS chains into smaller ones, kind of like what you see here. And that helps the plants pump out the pollution faster. Think of it as trucks and cars trying to get on a highway. The bigger trucks, they are slower, but if you chop them into smaller vehicles, all of a sudden the process goes faster. And that's what it does. This biotechnology speeds up the process by 30 times. Last year, we did a project with firefighters in Belgium, and we cleaned 67% of pollution in just 3 months. So forever chemicals, they don't have to be forever anymore. That's why Earth Plus is there, so we can clean our soil, so we can have healthy food, and we can create the next ocean cleanup, but for soils.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So, love that framing. Forever chemicals don't have to be forever. Okay. Hoa, over to you. Next, little fact about you. Hoa is a stand-up comedian also, so not losing the sense of humor amidst the doom and gloom. Tell us about your work with Notpla. What's your solution? How did you come to it?
So Notpla is a material science company at heart, and we look at material like seaweed and plant to help to develop the next generation of packaging. And packaging doesn't need to contain plastic or doesn't need to contain chemicals like PFAS. So you might not know that actually in a lot of our packaging, there's PFAS in that. And not only normal packaging, but actually packaging that has food contact. So there is a very high chance that the food we are eating of this type of packaging, we are actually consuming PFAS directly. So what we set out to do is that we look at new materials, but actually seaweed has been around for thousands of years, and we want to harness this property to create coating, films, and even replacing harder plastic applications as well in all of our food contact packaging. And one of the nice things that the European Commission is actually setting out to ban PFAS in all food contact materials from August 2026. But what we're saying is that it's actually too slow. We want companies to really start banning and swapping out PFAS-based packaging with a lot healthier and better packaging instead. And to date, we have replaced 21.5 million single-use plastic with Notpla products.
Wow, okay, super impressive. Thank you so much. This is the scale we need as well, coming to that in a minute. Joanne, Mycocycle, fact about you, you're kind of like the PIFA of the music concert scene everywhere. You've seen over 300 different artists, and we also need that energy for your work. Tell us about your fungi solution.
Yes, my company is called Mycocycle. We are training mushrooms to eat trash and create renewable bio-based ingredients to replace plastic polymers. That's the high level. But what we're doing is focused on waste streams within the built environment space. So our roofs, walls, and floors, they're all filled with PFAS because we need to keep our buildings water resistant and fire resistant. There are greener ways to do this though, and having a 30-year career in the manufacturing of these materials has given me some insight into green chemistry to think about different ways we might formulate paths using the waste that we've already made. So our company is a biomanufacturing platform that upcycles things like carpet. We process it within a week or so through the application of fungi. We give the enzymes the happiest, healthiest life that they can so they can be very strong and vigorous against these materials. They grow through with their natural chitin biopolymers, and at the end of that we impede the growth. We create an inert material that we turn around and sell to plastics compounders, which I know sounds somewhat contrarian. I'm bridging the gap here though to try to remove this PFAS from the environment and upcycle it into new use so we don't have to extract new virgin resources to make more plastic polymers. We're relying on nature to show us and help us through this next chemical evolution to a point where we could be truly PFAS free.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And so we've seen here 3 different natural solutions, which are obviously trying to tackle a huge industrial-sized problem. How do we think about scale in all of this? How can we scale such solutions to the level that we need to? And Hua, you look ready to answer that one.
I think that's why one of the things that we love seaweed is actually the fact that it grows incredibly quickly. There's 12,000 species of seaweed in the world, and there are certain species that actually grow a meter a day. So we find that it is probably one of the most sustainable material that you can use, and a natural material. Doesn't require any land use, doesn't require any fertilizer or fresh water to grow. So that's why we really see this has massive potential to have the scale that can actually replace a lot of the PFAS and plastic and chemicals we're currently using in the packaging that what we are selling in the tons per day.
Does that also resonate with you and your work?
It does. You know, one of the biggest impediments I'm sure that we have all heard is the scalability of natural solutions, and that it's not possible, and it'll take too long or too many resources. I'll just point out that there's beer, there's cheese, we have bread. We use fermentation practices to eat every day, and all we're doing is reordering and rearranging some of those equipment pieces to make the strange brew of waste and mycelium. And so we're able to do it very cost effective, and in fact, for our organization, we forecast the ability to produce roughly 150 million pounds of material by 2029. So this is a very scalable solution. We just need more people to believe and not listen to, you know, the naysayers who probably have never even tried to manufacture with a natural solution.
Yeah, okay, brilliant, thank you. And so we've gone a bit technical here sometimes. We've talked about happy, healthy enzymes. We've talked about different processes. But beyond the kind of technical aspects, what cultural or behavioral shifts do we need to see to address the PFAS crisis? And I'm going to come to you on that one, Elena.
I'm going to give a biggie. In a sense that we often believe that we can only have technology and engineering solutions that are going to solve the problem, because we understand exactly how that works. And when it comes to nature, we don't always know what's going on in the background. But the thing is, nature has been there around for billions of years, and nature is a lot smarter than us. So for me, the main barrier we have to overcome is we have to believe that nature is smarter than us, and if we work together with nature, we can solve huge problems on a huge scale.
Nice, thank you. I love the simplicity there of nature being smarter than us. Would you build on that for us, Hoa?
I think for the, because we work in the packaging world, there's a lot of time consumer doesn't have a choice, right? You order pizza, you order takeaway food, it will come in the packaging that you're given. And one of the things that we do at Nopla is raising awareness to actually educate and allow people to ask more questions about what are some of the packaging they're using come from, and that by that putting pressures on some of the brands that are supplying and selling this packaging, so that there is an incentive for these companies to switch to better material and better packaging.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I think Adelaide said it best. The strength is in the mass of the people. I am old enough to have seen us come through fears about the hole in the ozone layer with the CFCs, and our ability to develop campaigns and educational awareness around this so we could reduce the usage of CFCs and coolants. You know, moving through and away from BPA bottles, so now you see BPA-free bottling. And so I just think it's this constant opportunity as individuals to own the solution set, to ask and advocate for products that are free of these. You know, the dollar will always speak, unfortunately. And so the strength is in our purchasing power and in our advocacy for ourselves. And as a collective, I believe that that is going to drive the change for industries that don't believe they need to.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for again emphasizing that need for collective action that Adelaide so beautifully painted for us. And I think maybe you'd agree we need that ahead of potential EU, in particular, regulation, being updated to address PFAS as a class and as all 50,000 chemicals, or nobody knows exactly what it is, which could hopefully lead to one of the world's broadest bans. How are we feeling about this? Do we need more aggressive timelines for phase out, or how are we feeling about regulation and the future milestones here? And maybe Hoa, coming to you on that.
I think for us, it is very clear that now the European Commission will be banning PFAS, especially in food contact packaging, by 2026. But the question we're also asking is how could that be implemented? Because there needs to be very strict implementations and enforcement of these bans as well to make sure, because PFAS is invisible to the naked eye. We can see a lot of companies are advertising products that are non-intentionally added PFAS, which I do take is with a massive pinch of salt. So I do think I would call for the EU to really look at how they can actually ask for tests and independent verification that these products are actually PFAS-free.
Okay, yeah. Non-intentionally added PFAS, that is, come on. Okay, Elena, would you like to add to that? Regulation, how are you feeling?
Yes, I think we need to take a step back about the history of that regulation. So PFAS is a group of 30,000 chemicals, and initially the regulation was planning to ban around 10% of them. Then it was being watered down by the industry lobby to maybe even being reduced to 1%. But the problem with that is that you take one certain chemical and then you change the bond and you create a new chemical and all of a sudden it's not banned. So banning a whole group is a huge step forward. And I really, really, really support it.
Thank you. And if only PFAS in real life could break up as easily as that.
I wish. It stays there for millennia, so let's make sure that it's not there anymore.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and so I think we've really seen the ubiquity of them. I think this can also give a sense of helplessness. They're just so everywhere, they're invisible. How do we still, and how do you, communicate hope, but without minimizing this severity of the problem? And maybe Joanne, coming to you on that one.
I think education, so self-education, it's like the climate crisis. It feels like I'm one person, so I can't do the thing. My one single action won't make the difference. But I think if each of us have the one single action, then it does make the difference. I think that we have to talk to each other about what these chemicals are. We need really smart, bright, and intelligent solutions and innovators who can educate us on what and how to adopt alternative solutions to this, that we start to take ownership of this and say we're not doing it anymore, we're not buying it anymore, and we do have alternatives. So I think we have to continue to recognize and talk about the innovations that are coming through that are really trying to strike down PFAS at its core or minimize the impact and allow for a transition, if you will, from PFAS-free to some moderate steps in between, and just really continue to talk about the issue at large. It is very sad when you think about PFAS being in our eggs, in our bodies, in our kids, on the toys, but we can solve this problem in this generation and the next if we continue to press very hard.
Thank you. Okay, do you share that optimism?
Definitely, and very much on the panel here today, PFAS can be tackled, and there's a lot of different solutions that can help to either minimize or replace PFAS altogether. So we, on our Instagram and LinkedIn, as Nopla, we produce a lot of education videos, and actually our video on PFAS, talking about PFAS and PFAS in packaging, is one of the most watched videos. So clearly people really do care a lot about this topic, and hopefully with that we can get policymakers to listen and start making much bolder decisions and phase out PFAS a lot faster as well.
Okay, thank you. And I know, Elena, communication is something you're good at, seeing you online and getting lots of traction. How do you communicate hope, but without, again, minimizing that severity?
For me, it's three things. The first one, people need to know. So we need to be open about that. We need to educate them about PFAS, because otherwise no action is going to be taken. Step two is knowing how to better protect ourselves. For example, non-intentionally, PFAS is in paper straws. We don't need to use them. We can go for clothes with producers that don't use PFAS, for example. We can go for better food packaging. So as long as we know how to protect ourselves better, even with the food that we eat, PFAS is in pesticides. If we go regenerative, we know that we can protect ourselves. That makes us feel a little bit calmer about the choices that we make. And step 3 is implementing all these solutions, including the ban on PFAS, so we can stop the tap, and then cleaning up all the pollution that we've created.
Awesome. Thank you for breaking that down for us. And so as we're kind of winding slowly towards the end of this, I'm going to have 2 very quick, short rounds. For one round, I'm going from Joanne leftwards. I'd give you the opportunity to share, and all of you the same. How can the audience get involved in your work, in Microcycle, in NotPla, in Earth Plus? How can they do this? What are you looking for right now from people at ChangeNOW?
I think continuing to take the message out of here is what I would say. We're not a consumer-facing product, but we are going into building products. We're going into automotive and consumer products. So I think if you have connections within the biggest ask, stop by our exhibit here, scan the QR code, know our website, contact us for more information, just engage. I feel the more the network knows, the better. We're just one little organization, and you guys could carry our message very far.
Okay.
And for us, I would assume that everyone sat here would be working in an office and would have a canteen. Our ask is really to go, and if you see any single-use packaging, ask the chef, ask the people serve you, or ask your procurement team, does this packaging contain PFAS? And if they don't know the answer, they should look it up.
Okay, hold them accountable. Nice, thank you. Elena, what's your message?
For us at Earth Plus is, if you have polluted lands or if you know of polluted lands, come to us and we can clean them together. And if not, please help us spread the word that PFAS doesn't have to be forever anymore. We can clean our soils and have healthy food again.
Okay, thank you. So for one final round, I want to end with a bit of a different kind of question here. I want to use your imagination a little here. And I would love you to imagine this cute little PFAS molecule here, and imagine it was a movie villain, a movie character. Which movie character would that be, and how do we beat it as a result? And this time we'll go from left to right. So kicking off with you, Elena, if PFAS was a movie villain.
I'd say it would be Jafar from Aladdin. And the little parrot on his shoulder is the industry lobby trying to put things under the carpet. And how do we defeat it? With the power of love to ourselves, our bodies, our future, nature, and with brave action against all the odds.
Nice, thank you very much. The power of love, and also good reference to a session happening on the transformative power of love just after this one. Hoa, which movie villain?
I would say PFAS is like the ring from Lord of the Ring.
Oh.
It might whisper into your ear and say that you need it, but you're really better off without it.
Oh, nice one. Thank you. Like the ring from Lord of the Rings. So we need to all be Bilbos or Frodos or whatever to beat it. Joanne?
You're really hard to follow. I am going to say DC Comics' Poison Ivy. She was poisoned by toxins and was permeating everything. And the way we would fight poison ivy is with nature. So nature on nature, there is a fungi known as poison ivy red that can actually combat, or poison ivy rust, and it can combat poison ivy and kill it. So I would say the tool to combat that would be nature on nature.
Nice, thank you. And thank you for playing with me for that last thing. I think you did an awesome job of that. So How do we feel? Quick pulse check from a quite doomy start. Maybe show me with your thumb, are you feeling more hopeful, still the same, or less hopeful even? Okay, good. It seems you've done a good job there. Could you all please give a big ChangeNOW round of applause? Elena, Hoa, Joanne, you've been brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can help you hold something.
Okay, I'm gonna now give the space. We've been a lot in our minds for ChangeNOW, a lot of mental stuff. I will give the space to Paula Michaelis from Green is the New Black, who's gonna give us what is called an energy shift break. Okay, so you're very welcome. A moment to reset and reconnect. Paula, can I invite you? Okay, welcome. Go get them.
How are you doing, ChangeNOW? Woo! Okay, so welcome to day 3 of ChangeNOW. I'm Paula, and we have 3 minutes to learn how to increase our power. Who wants to do that? Yeah? Okay. So here I'm not talking about a destructive power. I'm talking about a very deeply healing power. And here's what I believe. Power comes from being present. Because it's only when we become truly present to ourselves that we can be true leaders and truly present for others. Okay? So I'm going to ask everyone to stand up. And to think about your relationship with power. Just the first thing that comes to your mind. No need to think through it. Just like, what do you feel when you think about power? What's happening in your body? Because again, power can be destructive, can be healing. So we're going to learn how to make it always healing through this very quick, simple exercise. In a minute, but not now, you're going to turn to someone you don't know. You're going to take a deep breath in, and you're going to decide which role you want to have. Do you want to be the person who is leading or the person who is being led? Do you want to be the person who is initiating or the person who is surrendering to the energy? Do you want to be the person who is holding the space or the person who is being held in the space? Okay? And then you're going to look at each other's eyes. Very simple. Very simple. On these eyes. And you're going to look at the other person for a minute. Now, I know it's going to be daring and confronting, but you're going to just get out more powerful, more present, and I'm telling you that your day is going to change after that. Are you with me? Yeah? Okay. So now turn to the person that you don't know, or you know. Just turn to this person, say hi. We can have a bit of music already. And then you're going to decide which role you want to have. Do you want to be leading or do you want to be led? Just decide between each other. Okay. And without saying a word, you're going to look at each other's eyes. I know it's going to be confronting, but look at each other's eyes. Yeah. Look in the eyes of the other person, of your partner. And then you're going to take a deep breath in and out. And another one in and out. And I know it's challenging. I know it can be confronting. But you're going to start noticing a story in your head. Maybe you have some crazy sensation in your body. If you can, just stick with your partner's eyes. I know it can be funny. You might laugh. It's all about increasing your presence and be true leaders for one another. We only have a few seconds left. Make them powerful. Just trust in showing your vulnerabilities. Start noticing your body and your mind is changing. And just as we're closing this small, simple practice, if you feel the call to, you can thank your partner and maybe giving a hug. And I hope you enjoyed this simple but powerful exercise that hopefully increase your power. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Paula, are you reset and reconnected? So, to close this session, we're going to meet an incredible business leader who has transformed an entire company towards sustainability. I'd love to invite to the stage and for you to give a really warm welcome and a hot welcome with this sun, CEO of Fauder, Antje von Davids. Welcome, Antje. Welcome. Hi, willkommen.
Well, it's bright.
It's bright, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Need your sunglasses, maybe.
Yeah, we need.
Okay, so Antje, pleasure and honor to have you with us. You've led Fauder, and for those that don't know, really Germany's leading outdoor clothes brand, on a remarkable journey, touching every aspect of work that they do. And I think almost too much to get across on stage. But I'd love you to start by kind of, briefly, before we dive into PFAS, briefly outlining the scope of this transformation and the different areas of the business that this has touched.
Okay. I'm the CEO of Fauder. We're an outdoor company. We're in the textile business. And outdoor, we equip people to go outside. So we equip people to enjoy the great outdoors, which is the greatest industry you can possibly be in. But this greatest industry has also the greatest risks of the industries. It is always, textile industry is always with precarious social conditions in Asia. It's always with a lot of chemicals, according to Greenpeace, 3,500 harmful substances. It's said to be 10% of all emissions worldwide are caused by the textile industry. There's water consumption, there's a lot, there's a whole lot. When I grew up as a kid, I didn't think that I want to be in the company of my father. I thought that I would be at Greenpeace fighting against such companies who destroy the planet. I did my first traineeship at Fauder, and I was inspired that the company like Fauder can do ecological projects. And it tackled me because I said, okay, oh wow, if I want to overtake responsibility, I can do this as a CEO. But then when I looked at the impact of the projects that we've done so far, I saw that it didn't reach the customer. It had no more value for nature. So this was the moment when I said, okay, if we go this way further, we have to go put all in or nothing. We have to understand we're part of a problem. We have to be part of the solution too. We have to understand, in making business, that we're not only managing the financial impacts, we also have to manage the social and the ecological impacts. And with this in mind, I said to my future general management team, we want to have a green company. We want to have a company like a greenhouse, where you can open every aspect, where you can look under the carpet at every industry we're working with, because everything is good. And so this was a crazy thought, because I didn't know if it worked. And so step by step by step, we turned 16 years ago the entire industry around. We tackled every material. We put it on the highest standards. We went into the supply chains. We audited every industry partner. We changed industry partners to go with us. So up till now, we have 80% of our whole collection is in green shape. This is our meta label of ecological standards. And there, where there are no standards, we went further, like with PFAS. We went to get rid of it. And if I talk about this now, it sounds easy, but 16 years ago when we started, there was practically no other brand who cared about this. So we were pretty much the only ones, and we had so much convincing to do, and so much backlashes, and so much work to do. It was crazy. But today, Well, we have 80% of green shape. We managed to decouple emissions from growth. So from 2019 to 2024, we managed to grow by 30% in turnover, but at the same time decrease our emissions by 40% because we changed materials, because we had decarbonization projects in our supply chain. It's a lot of work, and it goes in every aspect of our work.
Yes, thank you. Oh my God, but I can really see the energy and how you've managed to create this. It's really been a remarkable transformation. I'd love to rewind a little and understand also your personal motivation for this. You know, we've spoken about your love of the outdoors, mountains, also getting your own family into it. Where did this spark come from for you personally?
I think the first spark was my mother. She was like a Greenpeace activist, so that was in my mind that economy is bad and growth is not everything. And that put the sparkle in my mind that I want to contribute to a good planet. But I think the most impact that really inspired me was having 4 kids. I never worked without kids. So having them and being CEO, I always had this thought in my mind that one day my kids will ask me, what did I do to save this planet? And I really, really wanted to look them in the eyes and said, I really, really tried my best. So I think this is the deepest wish that I have, and that motivates me every day.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And across all of that, across the corporate philosophy, across the working conditions, supply chains, emissions, circular economy, advocacy, when did PFAS come in? And I know you tackled it long before pretty much anyone else and long before it was on the public radar. Yeah, when did that come in? How did you start on that, and how did that journey evolve as well?
So 16 years ago, when I became CEO of VD, we look at all our materials and we put them to the highest standards. For the materials we are in, it was, for example, bluesign. But even bluesign, the strictest standards for our materials didn't tackle PFAS. And at that point, like it has been pointed out by the speakers before, at that point it was long known that PFAS are harmful. But there's up till today, I think there's a fight over, are they really harmful, are they not harmful? There are so many legal cases about this. And we follow the precautionary principle. We say, as VD, we don't wait until the last study confirms that this causes cancer. We start now. So we started by ourselves. And there were already chemical solutions out there. So if you understand what PFAS in my business is, you have waterproof jackets, and there's a membrane in the waterproof jacket that keeps the water from getting inside. So it's easy to change the membrane. We did this in 2010 already. But then there's a chemical finish on it. And this is very important because it keeps the material from soaking up with water and oil. And this was really hard to replace. And there were chemicals out there, but they didn't work. So what we did was we convinced, and it was a lot of work to convince a producer to try out this solution, this non-PFAS solution. And it's very hard to convince the producers because they have to clean their entire production lines. Because if there are traces of PFAS, you don't have a PFAS-free finish. So it's very hard to convince them. And then, okay, we tried the solutions out, and they worked in the laboratory, and we were yay, they work. And then we tried them. We produced samples, and we found out, okay, but on the outside they don't work. So we tried again, and we tried, and we failed, and we tried, and we failed, and that went on for years. For years, we didn't get one step further. And then, what I think is really, really exciting, the final spark came from Greenpeace, because they made a big campaign on outdoor gear, blaming the outdoor industry for using PFAS, which was very, very hurtful because we tried so hard to get rid of them. But on the bright side, it was that this helped us to get alignment. Because with Greenpeace, with the campaign of Greenpeace, and with this publicity of having PFAS as a problem out there, We got chemistry more interested in finding new solutions. We found new producers who were willing to try out the procedure. We found fabric suppliers who were willing to try on new fabrics, who try new surfaces, because everything counts together. So we made round tables to get them all together, because this is the secret of success in innovation. You need to have the interdisciplinary partners on one table to share the best practice, to share the know-how, to know how the processes must work, to know which surface of fabric does work, does not. So with Greenpeace, with the campaign of Greenpeace in our back, we've had these round tables, and I think 1 or 2 years later, we found the first solutions that worked. And since 2022, our entire apparel collection is PFAS-free, and since this year on, our entire collection up to tents, and the last tent was the most difficult because tent is so much fabric, but in this year also the last tent is PFAS-free, and I'm so very proud of this.
Amazing, well done.
Thank you.
So 2025, the final tent.
The final last tent, but from 2022, all apparel. Yeah.
Okay, and it seems like an extremely hard journey and hard chemistry, hard technical stuff, but also getting everyone on board is tough, right? How has real collaboration look like in this journey?
I think no matter what we talk about in sustainability matters, it's always a team sport. And you always need the entire, in my business, you always need all the partners from the supply chain on board. You need them on eye level, you need them to share their experience, you need them to trust each other, because this was the first problem that we faced, that all the people said, no, I don't tell them what is in my chemical solution. I don't want them to know my ingredients. But if the producer doesn't know the ingredients, he doesn't know how to use them in the process. So first step was to get all on board and to make them trust each other, because only if you have trust on eye level, you have a deep cooperation that brings you forward. And the good thing about VD was that we were working with them so long that we have won their trust, and with us, they agreed on sitting on one table and sharing their secrets.
Okay, that is a nice recipe, I think. And so now, PFAS-free, what are the next frontiers for you at Valdair? What's next in the chapters of sustainability journey?
Well, I think one of the biggest chapters is, I already told about the decoupling. So we already managed to cut emissions by 40%. And I think to 50, 60, 70, it will also go very fast. But then the last are very, very difficult. So changing all the materials to recycled materials is easy. But now we're in the supply chain to discuss with the producers how can they change to more energy efficiency. How can they change to more climate-friendly energy uses? This is getting more and more difficult because it's more and more tricky. So this is one big task, to get down to net zero. We want to be there in 2040. And also, what we also do is that we not only put our products in a cycle to make them very long-lasting, to make them repairable, but also that we introduce new services like repair. Of course, we have repaired since 20 years, but also to rent our products and to make them second-hand available for customers. And I think this is the best we can do. Just rent a tent, because you don't need a tent every day. You just need it once a year. So rent it, rent your backpack, rent these stuff. But it's a cultural change. So we are putting a lot of effort in spreading out the message to change cultural consumption behavior in order to bring forward such services that will help the planet.
Okay, and thank you. And connected to that cultural change, unfortunately, not every business has a leader and likely a team with the values and energy that you have for this change. So voluntary action within the apparel industry, for example, is not enough, right? Do we also need faster, stronger regulation? What's your perspective on that?
I think that most of the problems on Earth are caused by companies. and we look at the planet in despair. So we need all the companies on board to do their homework, to care, to tackle their own problems, to manage their own ecological and social problems they cause. And yes, you're right. Unfortunately, there are not enough companies out there who do this by themselves, who do this on them. And I understand why. Because especially in an economic crisis, it's really, really tough to do something voluntarily if it's not paid for, if it's not asked for. And we see this backlash, this really harsh backlash that politicians and companies say, okay, this is bureaucratic stuff, we don't need this. And it's not. And I really, really look forward and support regulations for companies to have a common ground, to have a common playing field, because first of all, it's unfair for those who overtake responsibility because it costs so much more. It's so much more difficult to overtake the responsibility as to not overtake the responsibility. How strange is this? So it's unfair. And if we all work together, and I see this a lot in the supply chain, because we work together with our competitors, we share social audits, we share the mapping of our producers in order to decouple them together, in order to make projects together. It costs less, it shares the risk, we have a higher leverage if we do this together, so it's the best we work together. So we need legislation on the one hand. We need legislation to have common standards that all the companies follow. But on the other hand, we also need, we don't have, companies always see this as something from top. They see, okay, it's so bureaucratic, and I have to do this, and I hate it. We also need something that makes them want it. So less taxes for high standards, for example. For products with high standards, we need less taxes, for example. Or we need the governments with their big budgets to buy products with ecological standards. We need them to act first. So we need to inspire companies so that they follow this path voluntarily and not only put pressure on them.
Okay, thank you for that passionate call for more pressure on companies there.
More pressure and more inspiration that they follow that voluntarily.
Yeah, and now maybe to look at it from a very different angle, and I think one thing maybe fewer people know about Faude is that it's also really got the highest reputation in terms of its work culture, in terms of how the staff treat each other, etc. I'd love to hear finally a little bit about that and how your own leadership style, if you like, has influenced the transformation you've been on.
I think it's very, very, probably you all know that, but transformation does not work in a hierarchical approach. You cannot look down on the people and say, now we transform. You have to be on eyesight. It's such a complex thing. We changed so much. We changed the materials. We changed the supply chain. We changed our producers. We changed ourselves so much. Just look at how products are made now at Faude. At the beginning, there was a product manager who made a great product for great activities for the outdoors. He still does this, but now he thinks from the end. He thinks, okay, how can this product be free of harmful substances? How can this product be long-lasting? How can this product be repairable? How can it be probably made of one material in order to make it recyclable in a few years? So we changed ourselves totally. And in order to do that, and in order to be successful we have to look at so many different perspectives from the social side, from the ecological side, from the business side. And we always have to find new solutions together. And you only can do this on eye level. You can only do this in a culture of trust, where hierarchy is not the domination point. So we had this ecological transformation, and at the same time we had this cultural transformation, because our culture before was like a startup culture. We had one leader, my father, and he said pretty much in this direction, everybody followed. So we had to learn not to look up all the people and say, okay, Antje, tell us what do we next, but to get up on eyesight and find solutions together, come together. So we train ourselves very much in relationship management, in getting along with each other, in how to tackle complexity, how to tackle together conflicting targets. So it's a very agile culture on eye level.
Okay, wow, thank you so much. I love that the cultural transformation goes hand in hand with the more technical.
It has to.
Yeah, thank you. That's very inspiring and something we can all take on board, I think. So sadly, I could carry on talking to you for another 1 hour at least. We're coming to the end. So I'd love you to think now, final message, when this audience walks out of these grand doors of the Grand Palais into the Paris early evening sunshine. What's the one message you want echoing around their minds? What do you want them to leave this session with?
We already heard before that politicians are not the leaders. We are the leaders, and we should combine our voices. And I can just truly support this, because in the beginning of our transformation, I heard so often from our dealers, brick and mortar dealers, who said, well, it's nice what you do there with this ecological thing, but no customer asked for this. We heard this so often, and our sales team always said to us, you know, nobody's asking for this, so it should not cost any cent more. And during these last 16 years, we more and more heard, oh, there are customers that ask for that. Oh, we have customers that are interested. So you have a voice. You have a voice as a consumer. This is not the greatest voice you have. Let the dollar speak. But you also have a voice as a consumer to speak out, to be interested, to ask questions, to ask where is it made, how is it made, are there PFAS inside? Look out and let your voice speak up, because it is heard. And it helps us. It truly helps us. We couldn't have made this transformation without the support of consumers. Yeah.
Yes. How can we clone you, Antje? We need more business leaders with this vision, these values, this energy. Thanks a million. It's been a really wonderful conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so I love it that for a topic as complex as per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, got to get it in there again, can come down to as simple a conclusion as it's us. It has to be us to make the change. So let's do it. Let's make forever chemicals not forever anymore. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Great, yeah. Who's here already for the third day in a row at ChangeNOW? Who just joined us today? Oh, so many people, so a very warm welcome at ChangeNOW. And who is here specifically for the solutions of this session? So that's the fan base of some of the speakers, I guess. It's nice to welcome all of you. We're gonna make it a short and powerful session of 45 minutes. My name is Sandy Snoek. I'm a Belgium-based host and moderator and a presenter, and I'm so happy to present you 4 people who each came up with an amazing circular solution. And let us begin in the south of Europe, in Spain, with Mónica Rodriguez. She is the co-founder and CEO of Recovo. It's a company that fights against textile waste with their software which optimizes the inventory and reuse of textile. So please give a warm round of applause for Mónica Rodriguez.
Thank you for your attention. I'm Monica. I'm co-founder of Recovo. Back in the days, I visited a textile factory, and I saw a lot of fabric rolls, a lot of inventory. Everything was piled up there, forgotten and unused. So that for me was the kind of like made me think like all this, it's an opportunity that someone can use or allocate into a new project. But the people in the company did not know that all that materials were available. So I started to investigate a little bit, and I found out that 92 million tons of textile waste is generated annually, which is a lot. So we created Recovo with one purpose: fight textile waste, do something with all these materials. We created a B2B SaaS for the fashion retailers, mainly to give visibility of all the materials that are in the warehouse, to reduce waste, to cut CO2 emissions, and to save costs. So mainly, we encourage company employees to take action, and when the time to create a new project, look at all the materials that are available. So with our software, fashion retailers are creating new projects like, for example, garments, products, or furniture for the global stores, many different projects, saving a lot of impact, reusing the materials. So, for example, one of the metrics we really take into account is that 82% of the impact you're reducing when you reuse a new material from Recovo. So Recovo business model is subscription-based, and we are an international company. We work with brands across the globe. And for us, we always say that it's not waste until you waste it. So with Recovo, we're giving the opportunity to all the materials to have a second life and to be used in different projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica, for this powerful pitch. Yeah, that's the 1 out of 4. We'll move on to the next one. And let's continue with Rafik Kefach. He is the CEO of Helioscent, a company based here in France who develops a huge magnifying glass which uses solar energy to transform industrial waste in valuable materials. So, Rafik, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. The main question I'm asking is it possible to turn the world's most toxic waste into safe and clean resources for the construction industry? So the first challenge we face asking this question is that circular economy goes always together with CO2 emissions. Why? Because today every recycling process means emitting CO2 because it's done through fossil fuel for today. And what is even worse than this is that circular economy is a lie. Because in France, for example, we produce 310 million tons of waste. And as you can see, most of it comes from the construction industry. Only a tiny bit is from houses, household waste and pollution. And in orange, you can see that 40%, nearly half, is impossible to recycle. This is something not very well known. Most of our waste is impossible to recycle. So what do we do with it? First solution, it's incinerated. Second, it goes into landfill. And the worst of all, it is thrown into the ocean. So basically what humanity have been doing since the revolution, the Industrial Revolution, is sweeping it under the rug. And fortunately, so my name is Rafik. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. And together with my team at Heliosand, we have a solution. This is our solution. So you all played with this when you were little. Okay, it's a magnifying glass. What we did is build one only way bigger for the industrial recycling. So basically what we do is we transform waste into lava in order to make it inert. These are the examples of waste we've been able to recycle today that was impossible to recycle previously. So on the left you have construction waste, and on the right you have pollution all the way to asbestos. And we've been able to work with all those companies to prove that we can make it inert. And at the end of the process, what we did is we created the first concrete in the world that is 80% made out of waste and entirely produced with renewable energy. Therefore, our markets are huge. We have 3 markets: recycling, second is renewable energy equipment, and the last one is the construction industry. We already have 6 letters of intention from governments and large corporations wanting to go venture with us. The company is 4 years old today. We did 5 prototypes, 2 fundraise, and today we're raising through crowdfunding in order to build the first industrial depollution, solar depollution solution. We're raising 1.3 million, and this will mainly be used into building the first huge pilot for recycling. Thanks for listening, and please get in touch with us by taking a picture of that QR code. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rafik, for this nice speech as well. We'll continue, and I'll give the floor to Jean Brieux-Ferron, founder of Citronics, a Belgian-based company who reuses smartphone components and transforms them in new embedded computers.
You tell me who has an old sleeping smartphone lying in its drawer at home? Well, it's a shame, because you have to know that old forgotten smartphones can be, or it's not a shame, it's an opportunity, because old forgotten smartphone can be transformed into many things. For instance, imagine that it could be transformed into a computer that's used to manage cargo bike fleets for last mile delivery, or that it's used as a home internet router, or even more, that its component, the processor, the modems, etc., are used for district heating monitoring systems. Well, I have a good news for you. Your old smartphone can be transformed into all of that, and we have already done it. We have done it with Bilmo, a Belgian startup active on the cargo bike industry. We have done it with Deutsche Telekom for a home internet router, and done it with Carnot, a startup active in a district heating system in Belgium, transforming discarded smartphones into new computers. How are we doing it? We get large amount, industrial quantities of discarded smartphone, identical models. We disassemble them. We extract the motherboard, we test it, we reprogram it to erase all the user's data, and then we reconnect it onto another motherboard to revive the system and bring it back to life via new applications. The interest for the cities, the buildings, and the industry is that we can provide connectivity and processing capabilities that are cheaper, at least 20% savings, more sustainable, at least 50% CO2 equivalent savings, and which is also sovereign, which means that we don't rely on Asian supply chains to provide processing and microprocessors, as all the materials are available in Europe. So don't keep your old smartphone and bring them back to us or to anyone that's sorting them. Thanks.
Yes, one more to go. So the last but not least pitch that we will hear comes from Christopher Sveen. He was based in Norway. He's co-founder and CEO of Renesas, and they invented a water infiltration system which harvests carbon. Curious to hear about that.
Thank you so much. Out of sight, out of mind. But here at ChangeNOW, we dare to confront what's under the surface. As every single second, wastewater pollution is going directly into the ocean, that significant carbon sink that we all rely on. 80% of wastewater untreated. And in the bigger picture of what we're trying to do, even in Norway, where I am from, we're ranked the 6th worst in wastewater treatment, known for our pure fjords, our towering mountains, and yet there's such an opportunity to be able to conceal. This is not a over there problem. This is a everywhere challenge. And regulations are getting stricter. That's progress. But here in 2025, in the place where the Grand Palais and the World Fair, we need to get to an absolute metric of zero. Zero discharge, zero waste from discharge, and converting that financial environmental burden into a renewable generating resource that can actually be the regenerating factor of this new circular economy. Some might think it's too ambitious, too good to be true. But ladies and gentlemen, it is simply too important not to push for. So my name is Christopher Sveen. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Renesas, along with my co-founder Trond Melhus and our extraordinary change makers at Renesas. We seek to take the waste out of wastewater. And we do that through a cutting-edge mechanical filtration system using advanced differential pressure controls, being able to filter all the way down to 5 microns. That's the equivalent of being able to remove the red blood cells from your plasma. So when you flush the toilet or microplastics are coming into the wastewater streams, we can actually take that out at scale, at flow, and in extreme detail. But it's not just great technology, because we need speed, urgency. So our connecting clean modular units can be implemented now. These flexible compact units are actually the future of what we believe the wastewater industry should see. It took us 4 months to build our largest facility yet, 3 days to install. It has 4 systems inside, and it has 10 differing operating systems that can be able to leverage your different wastewater needs. And the results are clear. It's got big impact and big savings. Because we need to be able to show that we can come with green impact with black numbers. And from municipal wastewater, we're going into land-based aquaculture, to foundries, to mining, to oil and gas applications, because if you're using water and creating wastewater, then Renesas could very well be that solution that can fix your issues. And today, here at the Grand Palais, 125 years after the World Fair, we're launching our single unit installations that can actually be installed in weeks or months, where conventionally it takes 2 to 8 years to upgrade or expand existing wastewater treatment facilities. Because this industry has actual powerful shit. There is energy in this carbon that we're able to harvest, almost being able to produce 14% of Europe alone's energy consumption. This is a massive, tangible, actionable decarbonization framework that we only really see, and we believe, in the wastewater industry. So thank you so much for coming out to see these types of change-making solutions, because at the end of the day, we need you. We need you to be a part of our solutions, to find this industry to be so interesting that you want to dedicate your careers to join our types of solutions. And to the change-making team for this amazing setting, thank you very, very much.
Okay, let's hear it for Christopher. Christopher, you can just stay with us. Yeah, if it's okay, you can have a seat next to me. Yeah, or you can choose wisely and one of the others. And I will also invite back Monica, Rafik, and Jean Brieux on stage. So before I ask them who's here specifically for this session, and you had quite a fan base here. That's really nice. So let's discuss a little bit more, because we heard some nice solutions, amazing solutions, and it almost seems too good to be true. Monica, let me start with you. Yeah. You're completely on the other side. With your software, so it's a software for fashion companies, and the companies, they see a dashboard. And what are the metrics that they can see on the dashboard? What information do they find there?
Perfect. So every material that it's uploaded to Recovo platform has 3 KPIs: on water, on chemics, and on CO2. So every time an employee of a company makes an order, an internal order, it's reflected on the dashboard. This way they can keep track of all the avoided impact, for example, in CO2 emissions, water, or chemics, and they can keep track of the cost savings, because at the beginning, when that material was purchased by the purchase manager or the purchase team, it had a price. So that price would be the cost you're saving by reusing that material versus purchasing a new one. So all that is reflected in the dashboards and gives visibility to the company employees of the performance, how much they set a goal and how much they are reducing.
So they have an insight on their impact on materials, on the amount of money they saved, and on the carbon emissions they saved.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Rafik, I'm going to go to you. Yes. I'm going to switch the order here a little bit.
Worries.
So you're making a huge magnifying glass,
yes.
And because solar energy is abundant, unlike oil or gas, and this allows you to, because it sounds pretty futuristic, this allows you to transform industrial non-recyclable waste and mineral waste into valuable materials like glass and concrete. How does it work?
So basically, when we were all little, we played with the magnifying glass. So sorry, I've been speaking for days now. So a magnifying glass concentrates light in one point. And people think of solar energy as electricity, but it's not. Solar energy is heat. So if you put more heat in a smaller surface, you get to very high temperatures. So basically what we do is a volcano, an artificial volcano, if you will.
Yeah, and the temperature are really high. I mean, the temperature on the surface of the sun is 5,500,
yeah.
But you can reach up to 4,000 degrees.
Yes. How do you know that it's 5,000 degrees, the surface of the sun? So if we were able to do a perfect concentration, we would get to this 5,000, but there's losses. The atmosphere, my lens isn't perfect, so you have losses. But 4,000 degrees is quite high.
And that's the temperature you can reach?
Yeah, the
wow.
maximum we could reach. We actually melted tungsten. Tungsten gets melted at 3,500 degrees, so the hardest metal to melt ever, and we've been able to melt it. This is, by the way, it's the only way to measure those high temperatures, is by melting stuff that you know. So we mixed together tungsten with another thing, and we've been
And then
able.
you get the results.
Yeah, and we knew that was 4,000 was the maximum.
Okay, so if we think it's hot in here or on stage,
it's
then
not.
it's nothing compared to the sun. Jean Brieux, so you retrieve old smartphones and disassemble them and transform them into new small computers. So how did you came up with the idea?
I'm an electronics engineer, and I've been working initially in aerospace, developing a processor for space rockets. And I was working on a processor that was 1,000 times less powerful than the one in smartphones. And I've been always sensitized to the nature and protecting the environment. And so at some point I started to ask myself how we could throw away those amount of processors that were really, really powerful, and how we cannot, there was not an economical interest in transforming them into or reuse them somewhere else. And as I couldn't find any solution, I told myself, well, let's try and let's go as far as I can until I realize that it's impossible, and I'm still looking for the impossibility. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, great. And the main resource you achieve is from old Fairphones, right?
Yeah, today it's Fairphones, because Fairphone is easily repairable, which makes it also easily disassemblable. So in a few minutes we can remove the motherboard of those smartphones, which in a fully manual process, which is still competitive in terms of pricing against conventional new electronics, which is an obvious step to go as a startup. But unfortunately, they did not sell enough Fairphones, and our customers want more than what we have. So we're moving towards more conventional and popular smartphone like other brands.
All right. Christopher, yeah, you had to wait quite a while now. But you mentioned 80% of world wastewater is dumped untreated. That's a large number.
Massive.
And with your filtration system, you can remove until 99%, you said. It sounds like an expensive process, but you do it at a competitive price. So how do you manage that?
Well, absolutely. I think kind of the mind of the way conventional wastewater treatments are built. It's huge infrastructure, over-engineered processes, and what our technology, to mechanical filtration technology, tried to do is really approach it from a totally different direction. Can we actually go all the way upstream in the raw wastewater inlet, remove as much as possible, and then plug in our system in different places in an existing wastewater treatment plant so that they can go far above and beyond existing compliance? Now, cost expensive, it's not cheap, but it is cheaper, in fact, compared to what everybody else would otherwise have to do. So we're able to deliver a system at a fraction of the time, at a fraction of the footprint, and at a fraction of the cost to actually come in and make wastewater treatment plant upgrades and expansions much more cost effective en general. We also come with a water as a business, water as a service business model, which effectively means that our customers don't do the upfront investment, we cover that, and then we charge them per cubic meter of water that goes through. We then guarantee the result of the performance we're to achieve, and then we charge a fee only if we hit that guarantee or that result. It's called URF, Use Result Fee, our ERF model. And so by going from 50, 60, 70, 80, 91, 92% removal, it is in our interest, not just the customer's interest to reach compliance, but in our interest to push that far, much further than compliance.
Yeah, and if you don't implement the treatment, then you mentioned before, when we spoke before the event, that the EU legislation is becoming more and more strict. So anyway, if you have to pay the fines, then it's not great either.
Well, so kind of like my example about Norway, which for me was mind-boggling when I found out, but 92% of Norwegian wastewater treatment plants are coastal, small facilities with 1 to 5, 6,000 inhabitants, and their dispensation under the regulation regulation is only to remove 20% of the suspended solids, the scientific term for the shit that's coming in. And so there's a huge drive to do it, but a lot of these island communities to coastal communities to smaller cities around the world, they cannot afford to build these massive wastewater treatment plants. So if new solutions like ours can come in and connect and clean at scale, we can solve the problem you have today, and as you grow and as you build, we can come with more modules and other modular wastewater treatment solutions to be able to provide a holistic and systemic solution. And that's why it's important to think that there's a new way of developing technology, there's an impactful way of speed to get the technology implemented, and overall disrupting the business model to make it equitable for every community to actually have the wastewater treatment processes that they should have.
You mentioned before your business plans. I want to go on that a little bit further. Rafik, to make such a huge magnifying glass, it sounds like really expensive as well. So
first of all, when you concentrate light, usually it's done with using mirrors, okay? And this is expensive. This is complicated, and they can only go to 1,000 degrees. So everybody knows those large fields with a tower, and the limit is 1,000 degrees. So this is expensive. Making a lens, a magnifying glass, is much cheaper. So it's not the price the issue. The issue is the engineering. The largest magnifying glass there is in the world is 10 square meters.
And you're aiming to reach
100 square meters. So we patented and proved it at the small scale. And the industry was locked for 50 years, and we cracked it. And why? Because we did it in our garage. Innovation, in my opinion, is very difficult in a large group or in an industry that is already built. When you have the constraints of a startup, you're much more able to innovate and break the barriers. So it is cheaper, but it was more difficult in an engineering point of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the engineering that's the biggest cost. It's not the magnifying glass itself.
It's the engineering, yeah.
Okay, Monica, I'm going to go to you. So if we talk about circular solutions, of course you cannot fix everything at the same time. So what part of circular solutions are you focusing on with Recovo?
We're focused on resource efficiency. And to achieve resource efficiency, we have the reuse software to reuse internal leftover materials, obsolete materials, or dead stock within companies. And we have the resale service. So if these companies have tried to use these materials, but after a period of time, let's say 12 months, 6 months, those materials remain unused, we have a marketplace and they can sell it to other companies. So those materials become available to brands and emerging designers all around the world, and that waste becomes a new opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. And Jean-Brieuc, you deliver a lot of services for different types of clients. Could you tell us a little bit more on that?
In terms of sectors, you mean?
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, you have to know that a microcomputer or an embedded computer, as we propose it, is used everywhere today around us, not necessarily circular one or not circular at all ones. They are in your house, home, controlling the temperature of your water or of your living place. It's in your car everywhere. It's in the industry everywhere, controlling and automating processes. So it's everywhere, and that's our market. The market for embedded computing system, so which is also called IoT or Internet of Things, and edge computing, which are the sector or the segments that we are addressing, are huge. But we focused, or to explain and to simplify the message, we focused on the smart industry, smart building, and smart cities. So connecting machines in the industry, connecting smaller machines and houses to the internet, and also connecting people and bikes or vehicles, for instance, in cities.
Yeah, for example, in cities, if they want to track how many bicycles went by, that's one of the examples.
Yeah, indeed, those small counters, you need a small computer that does the connectivity and also upload the data to the cloud so that they can tell at the end of the year what was the evolution of the data. Indeed, you need an embedded computer or a microcomputer to do it, and that's the type of mission that our products can do.
Yeah, and what would you say is like the biggest advantage of for each of you of your product or your service? For you, I will start with you, Jean-Brieuc.
There are three advantages. First, financial one. It's competitive, so it's cheaper than brand new system, at least by 20% compared to conventional electronics. It's more sustainable. It saves at least 50% of the CO2 equivalent emissions compared to a brand new system, and it's also sovereign, which means that we source the electronics in Europe, we get old European smartphones, we transform them in Europe, we use them in Europe, which makes this activity robust against supply chain problems, because all of these electronics are manufactured and built in Asia, and we've seen recently that...
You bring it back to Europe.
Well, we've seen recently that it's those kind of supply chain are risky and uncertain. You imagine that China invades Taiwan. It's something that's likely or possible. Then, as Taiwan is the major manufacturer of microchips around the world, it means that there is a risk we don't have any microchips for smartphones,
but
car,
since they are
industry,
available
etc.
here in Europe, so you reuse them, so it's a competitive price, it's sustainable. That's and there was a third.
It's sovereign. Or it's a technological sovereignty. I mean, which means that we own the technology, and there is no risk that an opponent or a competitive country at some point decide to stop supplying us or increasing the price with tariffs, for instance.
So three advantages I hear from your side. Monica, what's the biggest advantage of Recovo, of the platform?
For Recovo, I mean, the fashion retailers have sustainability objectives. They measure the carbon footprint. They have goals to reduce it, but they need to take action. So Recovo helps you take action to reduce carbon footprint, to reduce the waste, and to save costs. So these three main points would be the main benefits, yes.
Okay, thank you. And for you, Rafik?
Oh, so first of all, we're the only one depolluting without polluting.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main benefit, is that we can recycle without emitting CO2. But I would say that we're solving three problems: construction, waste, and energy. So these are the three main problems of humanity: is waste, construction, and energy. And we're solving three at once.
Yeah,
that's the
because
main.
you use the waste, you use some mud, then you add the waste, and then it becomes the concrete or the sand or...
That's it. Material that was a liability, an issue for humanity, becomes an asset, becomes something you can sell. But while doing it, we're not harming the environment. Whatever you do has a consequence. We minimize the consequence of doing that.
Christopher, where do you make the difference with the filtration system?
Well, I mean, I was also inspired by Rafik's big picture vision, because I think we have a lot of similarities in there, but maybe I'll try to go a little bit more micro on ours, where wastewater treatment process really haven't changed in the last 20, 30 years, guys. 20, 30 years, we're building the same tech. So maybe our advantages, first and foremost, I'd like to talk about speed. We do it in weeks and months, not years and decades. I mean, 2 to 8 years to upgrade. We can do it in 2 to 4 months. Performance. we're able to reach some performance values in mechanical filtration that was never achievable, meaning the level of filtration and the amount, the flow of water through our systems, it's unheard of. Cost. Cost is a function of engineering construction, so we're able to deliver at a fraction of the size. I mean, one of our wastewater treatment plants that we helped, it's 1,200 square meters, and they had to double their capacity. That would have been a very big investment. So a 100 square meter facility that I was showing earlier, sorry, I got so nervous I dropped my microphone or the clicker. That 100 square meters is able to lift this plant.
Double it.
Total treatment level at a fraction of the cost. So the advantage, I think, it's never really one thing. And I think our biggest advantage is we're so focused on our customers. What are their issues? Diving down deep, because a lot of them are maybe a little bit ashamed of the problems they have. And I think we're not the finger-pointing activist, but at the same time, we're the problem-solving partner, because they want to, they just either don't have the money, don't have the competence, or don't have the time. And so our advantage is we try to tap into those key issues, help them, and together work towards that bigger picture, which is mission zero and zero discharge.
Yeah, and by water filtration as a service, as you mentioned.
Well, our business model in and of itself, I would love to speak more about it, but again, imagine those small communities that don't have the millions that are required to build these facilities. If we work with innovative investors and financial institutions to be able to deliver that and deliver it on a water as a service business model, that in and of itself can disrupt the speed and the performance of this crazy 80% still goes untreated number that we hear.
You are all in the startup phase and really scaling up. So what are your biggest opportunities? Where do you see them, Monica?
So we started Recovo in 2021, and at that moment, it was a moment where we had to do a lot of work of education on circularity in fashion, explaining, doing webinars, writing articles, creating a lot of content to explain it in a very easy way and understandable for emerging fashion brands, but also for big fashion retailers, for both. Right now, we see that there is things are speeding up, and this now a lot of people within companies, they have now circularity teams. The number of employees dedicating to sustainability in fashion companies are rising. So the topic is more like known. And for us, we are in commercial expansion. So we are reaching out to fashion brands worldwide, big companies. And we're in that phase where you have to pitch your solution and explain that what you are doing, what you're building with the company is bringing value and adding value. On the three main topics I explained at the beginning, reducing waste and reducing carbon footprint, because at this moment, the solution providers like us, we are helping to take action, so it is the moment to take action now. So this is mainly what we do.
Okay, for you, Jean-Pierre?
The biggest opportunity for us is, the initial problem, which is the amount of smartphones that are thrown away and destroyed every year.
So it's good if they throw it away.
Well, before tackling that, it's around 200 million smartphones that are thrown away in Europe every year. So that's a huge amount of processors and a huge waste stream to tap into, and we're the only one to do it, as far as I know. And
because you have no competitors, right?
No. To my knowledge, we're the only crazy guys that started to do it, because it's not the mindset in the industry, I would say. And to come back to your point, is that we work on smartphones that are 7 to 10 years old, which means that the ones that are sold new now, we know that we will work on them in 7 to 10 years from now. So we still have a lot of smartphones to work with, even if from now on, we start using smartphones during 10 years or 20 years, we know we still have a lot of smartphones ahead, and after that there are millions of processors and electronic components in cars, for instance, or in other industries that are really valuable and that have a good economic potential.
Yeah, okay. As long as the loop is not closed yet, there will be potential and there's resources for you because you have refurbished phones, but you make new embedded computers out of the phone, so it's no competitors there. And I wanted to discuss a little bit on the competitors. Do you have a lot of competition? Did you have to patent your technology, what you're doing, Christopher, for example?
Well, I mean, absolutely. Intellectual property rights is a very important thing, both for investors to see and also be able to be doing something novel. That's a patent is you're doing something that hasn't been done, or you're getting a certificate for something that's new. We're patented both on the system and our filtration media, but I would say, you know, competition, yes, there is a lot of competition in our market, and I'm really happy that there is, because let's face it, there should be solutions that are big and small, local and global, because the problem might seem so overwhelming that it can almost come with a little bit of a doom and gloom type of mindset. But guys, I am super optimistic. This is I have a dream moment. Whether is competition or no competition, if everybody works, you know, cooperate, collaborate, compete, we're going to need everybody working together. We do something really different. We think we got lots of different value propositions, but that doesn't mean that we can solve everybody's problem.
Yeah. We need everyone to get on board.
So a little glass of humility in both what we can do and what we need everybody else to do. Together, we will be able to solve some of those problems.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay. Rafik, you also patented, of course, your technology.
Yes, but I'm from the open source world, so patents for me are something I had to do for investors. But then I realized if I patent this, then everybody would know. So I had to keep some of it secret, some of it patented, and it's a very difficult strategy. So we got help on that. And I think the biggest power is even more than secrets or patents is the advance you have. Because we're bold, okay? What we do, nobody wants to do. So because of that, we can take 5, 6 years ahead. And I think that's the best.
That's the best way to be ahead of the competitors.
Yeah.
Okay, that's we almost have to wrap this session up. Just I know that for a startup who's trying to scale up, the biggest challenge is of course finding some fundings. But very short, like in one sentence at most, what's another big challenge you're facing, Christopher?
I mean, you just mentioned capital, so I would say people. If there's one thing that I would want to do is inspire young professionals to choose this water industry as your core passion, because there are so many epic opportunities, and our company, other solutions, cannot grow unless we have those purpose-driven, passionate professionals who want to be a part of our journey. And again, I'll just say, this is some powerful shit, guys. Join us. Let's do it together.
Join the powerful shit of Christopher. Very shortly, Rafik.
Yeah, the biggest challenge is sovereignty. We need to keep our technology to ourselves. Okay. So we need to take less industry in, less venture capital in. We need to take more crowdfunding.
Okay, that's a warm invitation to the whole audience.
Yeah, people should be supporting startups in order to keep our sovereignty for the technology. I think that's the main challenge. Okay. Is not taking VC money. That's the hardest thing to do.
It's an invitation, a warm invitation. Just one, I'm really getting the sign that we have to end. Is there something you want to add?
Well, I can add that, I mean, of course, people, funding are topics that are very, very relevant. But since we are in an impact and sustainability event, I would say embracing sustainability on a massive way by the consumer and the people. And that would lead to all our businesses to grow, of course, because it's the individuals who have to embrace it and understand it first, I would say.
Okay, I will really need to end with these words. Circular solutions, they are everywhere. Hopefully, we'll hear way more about these solutions in the upcoming years. Thank you all, dear panel members, Christopher, Rafik, Jean-Brieuc, and Monica. Please give them a round of applause, and thank you for attending this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Stand Up for Science. That's me, James. We've got a great afternoon for you. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. This is going to be a really great session. The goal of this one really is to talk about the relevance of science for driving climate action. And to have that conversation, we've got two of the brightest scientists in Europe joining us here today. So it's a great pleasure to welcome to the stage Valérie Masson-Delmotte and Levke César. Here they come. Welcome. Lovely to see you both. Thank you. Welcome to the greenhouse. It's nice and warm.
It is.
It is.
Thank you.
Thanks for spending your time with us, ladies. You guys are two of the brightest scientists in Europe at the moment. You're actively involved not just driving public science opinion, but also at a policy level, nationally, internationally. There's a lot going on in your offices, and I thought it'd be nice just to start by asking you, take us into a day in your life. What goes on in the office, in the lab, Levke, for you? What happens 9 to 5 or 9 to 10 maybe?
Okay, maybe I start off with we do not have a lab, but I just sit in front of my laptop and my computer and my numbers all day. And I do talk to my team, so that's nice too. And second, thank you for comparing me to Valérie, who has like 20 years plus more experience than I and has actually led the IPCC report and is kind of one of the big names out there. So I'm actually quite humbled by that. And otherwise, yes, my days are spending reading emails, programming, looking at data and discussing, trying to make sense of it, but also reaching out to potential partnerships, whether it's data providers, other research institutions, and kind of come up with new projects on how we can tackle the problems that we have.
And Valerie, for you, like Levka just mentioned, you're in your IPCC panels, there's so much going on in your life. Where do you start?
So at the moment, every day is different, every year is different. And what I like with science is learning, sharing, advancing knowledge.
Yeah.
That's why we are scientists. So this week we have finished, for instance, a manuscript where we take key indicators of the state of global climate and human influence. We've been doing that for the last 2 years to update the last IPCC report. That manuscript is going to be submitted and probably online in the next days.
Wow.
So that's just putting lots of efforts together to be able to provide a regular update to the state of global climate and human influence, with the hope that in the future we'll track progress rather than tracking continuous increase in greenhouse gas emissions and fast warming. So that's what I'm doing with the team, updating the last IPCC reports. Another dimension is my own research focusing on novel measurements in Antarctica, looking at the transport of moisture towards Antarctica, looking at places where it's very hard to have these measurements. And they matter because what's happening in Antarctica doesn't stay there. And it matters for things like sea level rise through the response of the Antarctica ice sheet. And starting this year, beginning of 2025, I thought most of my time would be allocated to that research project. We've done also an outlook in France for polar research, preparing the next International Polar Year. But after January 20, after the new decisions from the Trump administration, and in particular unprecedented attacks on sustainability and climate sciences, I've also allocated a lot of time to share what I learned from my US colleagues, but also colleagues from Argentina, colleagues from the Netherlands, about undermining climate science.
Yeah.
And so I'm also here to speak for Stand Up for Science and the initiative that was launched by many French colleagues to share with society at large what is happening, why it matters, why science is a common good, and why it plays a key role in our democracies.
Yeah, well done. What a woman. You mentioned something I was going to come on to a bit later on, but with what's going on in America, let's just go straight in. How hard has that made things like the IPCC report and your daily jobs, our planet's life in the last couple of months? Take us into those meetings. What's the mood?
So I'm no more involved in IPCC as a co-chair, but I'm closely following what was happening recently. So you must be aware that for the current assessment of the IPCC, there's work underway for a special report on cities and climate change that's being prepared for 2027. But for the rest, for the other main reports, their outlines have been agreed. Authors are being selected, but there's still no consensus from governments on the timeline. And that's also an unprecedented threat for the role of the state of knowledge to inform decision-making. In the past, IPCC reports were available before, for instance, the first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement. The pressure at the moment from some governments is to phase out the delivery of IPCC reports from the second global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, which is a major threat for the relevance of the state of knowledge to inform international negotiations. For the first time, the US government played the empty seat within the last IPCC plenary session, and also the co-chair of the IPCC group on greenhouse gas emission reductions
who was the chief scientist at NASA, was asked to not be a chief scientist at NASA anymore, and her support team was dismantled. So we can see unprecedented attacks also on one part of science diplomacy, which is all governments agreeing to support an assessment of the state of knowledge as a shared understanding basis to inform international relationships. So this is what I wanted to share on that matter.
Wow. Well, Levka, let's come back to you for this one. So this panel is a little bit about how the science that you're doing drives climate action. So how does science help shape what we can do out there? How does the research that you're working on impact in real time?
Well, I guess there's an ideally in how it really works. So
Give me the
ideally,
ideal, yeah.
scientists would discover something that is important for all of us, and then politicians would act upon it. And if it's okay, I would actually like to share a very short story on, can I maybe get slide 1 up? I'm sorry, I'm a scientist, so no, that's slide 2, I need slide 1. Yeah, perfect. And I'm making a mess, also as a theoretical scientist. So you probably know the ozone hole and the ozone layer story. If not, ozone, that's basically the oxygen-3 molecules in the upper atmosphere that is kind of acting like the sunglasses of the whole Earth. It's protecting your skin and your eyes from the harmful radical UVB radiation. And this red line is showing the concentration of ozone over Antarctica. And in the 60s, 70s, we started using more and more harmful chemicals for refrigerators and spray cans and so on that were harming, depleting the ozone layer. Scientists saw that right away and published this. There's a paper by Molina and Rowland in 1974 saying, hey guys, what you're doing isn't great, and in the future it's going to cause a lot of problems, and asked politicians to act. Quickly afterwards, and you can see that quote here in the lower corner, one of the chairmen of one of the bigger CFCs, so one of those basically harmful pollutants companies, said, yeah, that's science fiction, it's complete nonsense, and this is actually one of the harmless quotes. So there was actually a lot of shit against those scientists. They didn't give up. They kind of said, no, this is what we see. This is the truth. It's not what we want. It's what we see. It's in the data. And luckily, a few years later, then the Montreal Protocol in 1987 was passed, and those chemicals were forbidden to use. And you can see in the red line, the ozone layer has recovered since then. It's definitely not up to it was. It's still fairly low, but it has recovered. And the red arrow shows what it could have been if the scientists hadn't pursued with saying, hey, we have to stop this. And what we avoided, and we can show that with science nowadays, is millions of additional cases of skin cancer, of cataracts that is eye harmful, and death. And that's ideally how science works, without the science fiction nonsense quote, so we could do without those. Scientists make you aware of a problem, and we find together a solution.
And the real version?
The real version is that there's often a big gap between what science says and what politicians and business makers do, likely because science is not focused on the short term, but on the long term. I mean, we talk often when it comes to climate change, years, decades, sometimes even centuries or millennia. And most of politicians think in, I guess, the voting periods, which is 3 to 5 years. And that, of course, is a big problem.
There is an irony in it, how hot it is up here, as you're showing a slide about the ozone. I feel like we're in the ozone layer right now. Valerie, I want to talk about something that you're particularly passionate about, and that's the link between democracy and climate change. Can you talk a bit about what you've noticed and where those parallels lie?
I would like to start by acknowledging the strength of US climate science that has been a world leader since the Second World War, at the forefront of advancing our understanding of human activities affecting greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, pioneers in global climate modeling, understanding the role of the ocean, and the first report on understanding human-caused climate change was a report from the US Academy of Sciences in 1979. All the bases were there. Understanding has only advanced, but all the key pillars of understanding how the climate system works, how we are interfering, and the risks was already there. And in the 1980s, when the IPCC was created, at the same time, you had some companies in the US, some think tanks, some individuals who thought that they had to have a special role, and the role was not, to take these facts as scientific facts and develop solutions. The role was to create a smoke screen. A smoke screen meaning to create disinformation, to spread doubt towards the media, towards policymakers, towards the general public, so that the science would advance. It would be free, with academic freedom and the rest, but there would be this smoke screen in between the general public and climate action. So that undermines public deliberations, it undermines democracy. And more broadly, what we see is that already, compared to what could have happened without climate action, public policies, technological advances have allowed to avoid 4 to 8 billion tons of greenhouse gases emitted every year. Wow. We see climate action, and there has been one paper looking at what works, 1,500 climate policies in 50-something countries. And what is striking is these policies have been advanced most in countries with the highest quality of democratic life. So the more democratic a country is, the more effective it is in environmental protection, reducing greenhouse gases. And the outcome is we see that in France and 24 different countries, greenhouse gas emissions have decreased for more than a decade and in a structural way, not just economic crisis on the short term. So what we see from an analysis of public policies is that a better quality of democracy, a better understanding of fundamental human rights, a better role of the civil society, freedom of press, leads to a better outcome in terms of climate action. Yeah. And what is at play now is that because it is possible to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to phase out fossil fuels, we have an understanding of what works, what can be scaled up, accelerated. Because the scientific facts are so strong, obstruction to climate action takes a new form now, so that it's not just undermining the solutions that work, like energy efficiency or clean technologies. It's undermining the production of scientific knowledge and the availability of data, public information. In the US, it's really striking. The two main challenges for democracies to tackle climate change, the two biggest threats, are the dependency on fossil fuels, which have been shown to play a corruptive role at multiple levels, and when even there's ambitious climate action goal, it undermines the implementation. And the second biggest threat are societies with huge income inequalities, where there's a disproportionate influence of those who have highly emitting lifestyles, who have this disproportionate influence in democracies, sometimes just because they own the media or the social media. And so we can see that, in fact, we have the same threats for democracy and for climate action through these different roles, where disinformation, populism are both threats for democratic life and threats for climate action at the same time.
Yeah. Well said, Valerie. Levka, Valerie touched on a few things that I wanted to put to you as well, and that's the role perhaps the media plays in the communication of science. I guess it's sort of two questions. Does science have to be better at communicating? And secondly, how does it do that in a world of disinformation, not just necessarily in the wider media, but even between different scientists? Sometimes there are disagreements or there are quotes that are taken out of context. How do you kind of combat that?
Oh, that's difficult because there are quite a few answers to that question. So on the one hand side, I guess, yes, science or scientists would benefit from communicating better, but also journalists would, I guess, benefit from trying to accommodate the scientists a little bit more, in the sense of, I often had it, for example, before interviews, that I asked journalists, hey, can you give me the questions that you want to ask me? And they were like, no, then you can prepare for it. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the point, right? I'm a scientist, I want to give you the most updated numbers. It's not you quizzing me like an exam and you grade me then what I know by heart. But it's not that often the case, but it happens. The other thing is, of course, journalists from giving you new headlines. This is big, this is new, and so on, and cool. And this is an argument, this is a disagreement. But actually, scientific consensus works on this is what we've known for quite some time. We can show it again. This is what we agree on. This is kind of more peaceful, actually. And I think because of that, we have a discussion between what scientists say overall and what journalists actually print. So maybe it's coming better directly from the scientist. But then again, I also know how I talk to my common scientist. If I would do that to you, you would probably say, okay, she's kind of a nerd and maybe a little bit of a know-it-all, always correcting stuff. And so I don't know, but maybe we can try to both change a little bit and come closer.
And how do you sort of balance that argument where people say, look, we've got enough science, we know the problems, we know we've identified where those specific problems are, it's time for action. How do you balance the two things? Or can you? Is that a constant battle for people like yourselves?
It is not really. So, I mean, it's absolutely right. It's time for action. It has been time for action for quite a few decades. But we're not doing enough, so it's definitely not a contradiction there. And then there is a lot of stuff that we do not know. It's just how we frame it, right? And the problem is, of course, scientists love uncertainties. It's what we do, right? It's kind of trying to narrow that range of uncertainty and figure out this tiny little detail. And we still have to keep doing that because it's going to make our science better and it might actually help us pop up with some new solutions. What we have to act upon is not those small area of uncertainty, but we have to act upon the big area of consensus. And I think those two things can easily work in parallel if we focus on one and the other, and if we don't use the small area of uncertainty as an excuse not to act on all the things that we know.
Do you have anything to add, Valerio?
Yes, so I think it's also nice to look backwards. So in terms of key indicators of the state of climate, what has happened is close to what was modeled based on physics. So it gives confidence. And then there's a lot of work in our community to establish the fitness for purpose of models, the confidence in projections. We can report that. We can also report what we understand about what could be worst-case scenarios that are plausible. They matter. For instance, for a city like Paris, a key example was coming from a local group of scientists working with local authorities. And the question was, is it possible in Paris to have something like 50 degrees Celsius in one summer day? And the work of the state of knowledge now is today it's implausible based on the understanding that we have, all the lines of evidence that we have. But if global warming is reaching 2 degrees by 2050, then it's possible as a rare event, but it's possible. And it's not, the projection where we have the highest confidence, but looking at this tail of possible outlooks, it matters. Because when you think of hospitals with very fragile people, when you think of key infrastructures to store food in good conditions, or for electricity, or for railways, then you think that if you have 50 degrees in Paris, within less than 30 years, these infrastructures need to be resilient, need to be retrofitted so that they work in case you have such an eventuality. Otherwise, it's a disaster. And so that's also how we can interact. We can report the projections where we have the highest confidence, but also the tail of distribution, which matters to be better prepared to inform risk management or adaptation strategies. So it's not communicating confidence and uncertainty, it's understanding what matters for society, what information is useful, how we can provide storylines that are based in physics and can inform decision making. So that's a way we can interact with society. And that's also why in our research federation around Paris, Institut Pierre-Simon Laplace, where we are about 1,000 of scientists. We have set up a center, a climate center for society, because we need to better understand what are the needs from society. We need to better train and offer skills for all scientists, including the young scientists, to interact with society. And we need to advance our own research production towards societal transformation. So we see ourselves not just, as scientists in an ivory tower, but part of societal transformations. We measure, we reduce our own carbon footprint. We want to be part of sustainability sciences and contribute to transformations of society. So that's, a different way of looking at the role of scientists, not just, delivering specific knowledge, but co-producing knowledge with society to address environmental and societal challenges.
Levke, you said something to me. Yeah. Sorry. We were talking before, and you said that sometimes you sort of get told to give us a positive outcome. Give us some good news. How do you can't always do that, but how does that work? Is that what people want, do you think?
That's actually, for me, one of the most challenging things. So when I started getting into science communication a little bit, we at our institute, we actually have a press office, and they kind of tell me, hey, how journalism and so on works and how you reach people is actually by ending on a positive note and give them hope. And that was so tough for me, because I was thinking, how can I give them hope when I know the facts and I know how dire and alarming the situation is? But I'm not allowed to show that. I'm not allowed to get emotional, because then I know there's this great movie now with Jennifer Lawrence, Leonardo DiCaprio, Don't Look Up, and she gets basically called a totally panicking alarmist, and nobody can take her seriously. But honestly, the situation we're looking at right now is quite dire. It's extreme. We are looking at potentially millions of people starving, of death, of people having to be relocated, and so on. And for me, it's hard to then say, smiling and say, hey, but you're here right now and you want to change, right? So everything is great. Looking at the decades before me, I'm a climate scientist, I would say, of the second generation, right? The first one definitely, or the third even. And I see those older scientists, and that's actually another thing that also, I guess, were the first ones learning it, who also were really brave and actually take a lot of the really negative comments, way more than we do right now. It's great to have so much acceptance already for climate science. But basically, they also are still kind of, hey, let's try to be positive and so on. And I actually knew quite a few now that they retired said, well, but realistically, looking what we've done all those years and how much changed, I'm not quite sure whether I'm still that positive. So, there's no point, and I don't want to tell everybody to give up. There's no point in giving up, and honestly, giving up here is also not an option, and we do not have to give up. But staying positive, I guess it's more about connection, actually, and that's actually, for example, also why I'm here today, to bring my message, but also because this is hopeful for me to look into this audience, see so many people who want to change, who do something. I need that, because otherwise I would despair if I just look at my science every day and try to get the message out. And I brought some of the comments you get as a scientist when you give interviews. There's also a group that basically tell you to stop with the bullshit, that say that you are alarmist, occultist, you only do it to keep your job. Yeah, I could do other things. Yeah, but okay. So it is difficult, but it's also why it's great to be here with you guys today.
Speaking of, well done, Levke. Speaking of you guys, we have 7 or 8 minutes left. If there's any questions from the audience, we have some time to take a couple. The audio in here is not amazing, so I don't know if there's a microphone or something we can give. Or I'll do some running around. Where's our lovely technical ladies? Hello. Oh, there she is. Has anyone got a question for Levke or Valerie? If not, I'll just keep talking to you guys. Oh, right at the back, sir. Oh, that's a bit of a run for there she's off. It's on its way. Oh no, she's coming to you. Oh no. It's behind you.
Really fun to watch it from here when two people do not meet and you're like, yeah, no,
I was at a pantomime then, he's behind you. Hello, sir.
Hello. I have been a scientist, I have been a scientist in my past life, and dropped it because I had the feeling it's frustrating to dig more into detail without actually seeing the change happening. Maybe it was my former young me who didn't see how it translates into actual change, but so didn't want to criticize you for doing science because it's amazing. But I turned to filmmaking and storytelling and to communicate the facts and provide human context to the scientific results that you are providing, right? So I wonder how you see that. Should scientists themselves, or maybe in collaboration with people who can translate it into what it actually means for humans, real personal stories, should there be like a movement forward towards doing more that, putting scientific facts into human context?
I think it's, yeah, should we be seeing more climate stories on film and TV? And I think that's the kind of question.
Yeah, you want to start? Yes, we need lots of allies. We need people playing on art and emotions. We need storytelling, so that what we know, what we understand, what we project, the choices we have, different futures depending on our choices, based on our scientific understanding, can be shared broadly. So compared to what you highlighted, there's a sense of urgency, but we must also convey the sense of agency, the capacity to act, and the importance of scientific knowledge or evidence-based decision-making as well. I also think we need support to show why science matters and why science is a public good. That's a core aspect of the Stand Up for Science movement. Why it matters when you have less measurements in the atmosphere and you decrease the quality of weather forecasts. Why it matters when you monitor the ocean so that you have less risk for shipping, where you can better manage fisheries on the long term. Why it matters to continue to invest in climate modeling so that you can have better information to be prepared for future risks. We need lots of stories to be able to convey that. One aspect which is really nice in the US is, for instance, many scientists in the US writing op-eds in local journals, in local communities, so that they can connect their own knowledge, their science, to what matters to people in different contexts. And we need support for that, so that it's not abstract, but it becomes also concrete.
Thank you for your question. Does anyone else we probably have time for a couple more, if anyone else has a question. Oh, there's a couple right here. Thank you. She's on her way. Lady in the second row, I think. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi. Oh gosh, that's loud.
It's loud, isn't it? Yeah.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time and for being here. You were speaking a bit about, what needs to happen to support scientists. My question is more concretely, what can all of us here do today, tomorrow, moving forward, to support scientists to make sure that, democracy doesn't crumble and that science is funded and alive and well?
Democracy's not crumbling, Afka. How do we do it?
Well, I love this question, and please can you show my slide 5, because I actually was hoping for this question. So I put some down notes there, and I guess what's really important is this last statement that you don't have to be a scientist to stand up for science. You just have to care about what is the truth. And that starts really in your everyday life. If you believe something is true, check it from time to time, especially a solution that seems to be too easy, or you're like, okay, I'm looking for, a reason why, for example, the glass of wine is actually good for my heart. Of course, if you Google it in a certain way, you might find somebody who's saying, yeah, that's true. But it's probably best when you actually look for the real science that you trust the scientific institutions, the people that have peer-reviewed papers out there. Then call out misinformation when it happens around you. I know that's hard. I have to admit, I don't even do it every time I'm at a family dinner. Sometimes I'm like, okay, no, let's have this Christmas in a peaceful way. And I'm just saying, no, happens. But try to do it as often as possible. And then do stuff like this, where you show us scientists that you are there to support us and that you do not hate us for speaking truths that are inconvenient.
And stand up when you hear that environmental regulation, environmental protection scientists are being used as black sheep. You need to understand what's happening in the US. Firing people who do monitoring of changes, understanding of changes, understanding social injustice related to the environment. Firing people to do the monitoring of protected species. The purpose is to undermine the cornerstone of environmental protection. No data, no regulation, no environmental protection. So you need to stand up for that. You need to stand up for funding science. Funding science also relies on taxes, on what you pay for that as a company, as a person. It goes with funding. So at the moment, lots of colleagues in the US, in Argentina, in other countries, they need support and also they need jobs because they have been fired. So opportunities to support them matter. And I suggest to end with a symbol we will send to our US sustainability science colleagues. Would you like yourself now to stand up for science? I do. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, to Valerie and to Levka. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear changemakers, we are approaching the end of this ChangeNOW 2025. How was it? Yeah. Okay, but it's not finished. As always, we prepare a great closing ceremony for you all. And because it's time to wrap up, let me just say a couple of messages. The first one is that this edition was instrumental. It was necessary. Because to face everything that's being thrown at us from all around the globe and mainly from the other side of the Atlantic, we need to meet and see and feel that there is unity. And here, this is what we found, that we are not alone. I think that this is what every people here felt. We are not alone, and we are many and plenty in action. Then it was also instrumental to say, yes, the Paris Agreement for the 10th anniversary is essential, and that we want to defend it. This was also a good reason to organize this event with this goal in mind, defend the Paris Agreement, which is crucial in our path forward. And then to also accelerate concrete action. All the change makers who have been here have really continued to make the right connections to grow faster, to make a better impact. So this is very quickly what happened during those 3 days. And what I want to say is that here we also understand that science, unity, perseverance, love, and beauty are our shields and tools. Talking about beauty, as always, we finish with art here. And our next and last performance is given by an artist coming from Iran. She's a singer. And just to let you know, opera singing is forbidden in Iran. And so, for women, I mentioned, for women, singing opera is forbidden in Iran. And so thank you, Opera for Peace, for making this possible. Because we'll listen here 2 pieces of music. The first one, Sultan Galba, which means the Sultan of my heart. And the second, Sempre Libera, always free. Those are 2 anthems to liberty. And so this is my great pleasure to welcome on stage Farouz Razavi and with the cello, Sari Khalife.
che scorra il viver mio bei sentieri di piacer nasca il giorno muoia sempre lieta di ritrovi a diritti sempre nuovi devo volare il mio pensiero il mio pensiero il pensiero follie, follie, Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Give me your hand.
Okay. Well, I think that the point of living is to live emotions, and I think that this is exactly what we've done right now. And now, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome on stage the Academy Award-winning actress, director, author, producer, and activist, Miss Natalie Portman.
Hello.
Hello, Natalie.
Hello. Nice to see you. Nice to be among all of you here.
Well, Natalie, we spent here 3 amazing days making connections, learning about new things. As I was saying at the beginning, at the opening, I said, please make new friends and learn from someone new. Okay. And I think that we can still know someone new here on stage. And you're a globally recognized artist, but also someone deeply committed in making a positive impact in the world. Your dedication to social and environmental causes runs deep, but I think that it could be super interesting to explore a little bit more your commitment journey, because I think that people and all of us here maybe don't know really what are the first cause, for example, that you started to work on. What was it?
Well, that's actually an incredible gift of a question, because Lawrence Yanovich, who is here today with me, was part of my first endeavor into social activism with an organization called Finca that did micro-lending in the developing world, still does. And I was introduced to it because I'm originally from Israel, and I was so upset by the imbalances and of power, of economics, of social issues between Israelis and Palestinians, and I reached out to Queen Rania early on, who is, of course, an incredibly influential Palestinian woman, and said, you know, what can we do? And she said, there's such a hope gap that exists, and microfinance is a really powerful tool. And so Lawrence and I traveled to Uganda, Ecuador, Guatemala, meeting women who were in these community organizations, getting loans together, starting small businesses, and starting to understand that was kind of the beginning of work in feminism, because understanding how groups of women supporting each other can transform communities, and also how women's economic power transforms communities.
Yeah. And after that, you also, well, there are many topics that are dear to your heart, I believe, because I started to know also your commitment through animal protection, welfare, animal welfare, for example.
Yeah, well, I became a vegetarian at age 9, so I was very attached to animals, and it was really from my love from animals. And then as I got older, it became very much about the environmental impact of factory farming, which is, of course, the largest portion of raising animals for meat and fish, is industrial kind of farming and fishing that is extraordinarily destructive to the environment, as most of you probably already are very familiar with. And so I became vegan as an adult, and it really is such I think it's basic empathy that I understood as a child, and understanding of animals as like myself as a kid, which, I mean, even cartoons, I think, contribute to, when animals talk and have feelings, and then evolved into understanding also how intersected it is with so many other issues like feminism. You know, when we think of women as things we can exploit and take from their bodies whatever we want, what do we do to the female bodies of animals like cows when we take their milk violently, you know, with machines, when we take from female chickens, you know, the eggs violently from the way we raise them and treat them. So it is kind of a mindset about how we treat the female body, how we treat when we call the planet Mother Earth, it's a female connotation for nature. And so it's all connected. And even, you know, in the United States, the factory farms are very, and industrial slaughterhouses are very unsavory jobs for people to have, and so they're often done by undocumented workers who cannot find other work. So it's also very integrated with like the immigration issues we're dealing with in the United States right now, where, you know, they're doing ICE raids on meat packing houses because it's largely undocumented workers, because the work is so violent and so difficult and horrible for people to see up close. It's also very interconnected to immigration issues in the United States. It's also very connected to domestic violence, because the people who work in meatpacking districts in meatpacking plants have much higher levels of domestic violence because of the violence they perpetrate every day at work. So it's so connected to so many other issues that it is has become a very big part of my life, and also is a way I think you can express your commitment 3 times a day, at least. Every time you eat, you're thinking about your commitment to the environment, to nature, to animals, to your values, which is why so many religions connect food rules to, you know, tenets of the faith. Because it reminds us all day long while we eat, or when we choose not to eat, what we care about and what is important to us. Sorry to talk so much.
I think a lot of people in this room agree with you, from what I hear. Thank you for the cheers. Continue, it's super energizing here. Well, there is also women's rights, girls' education you're involved in, food and agriculture. That's a lot of topics. You are really into many causes. And my question is, how do you balance that with your career in cinema? With your engagement in causes needs some involvement, personal, emotional involvement, and also time. And how do you balance that?
Well, I think that someone said to me once, and I think it's so true, and I think just hearing that opera singer also reminded me how close art and activism are. And I see, you know, from my brief impression of all of the people here, how artistic and activist you are. And someone said to me once, they really have the same root, which is being able to imagine a world that doesn't exist. And that is the seed of art, and it is the seed of activism. So it only makes sense that the two are together, and that people who are passionate about one are passionate about the other. So I think they really feed each other and nourish each other, and I see how all of you bring those aspects together as well.
And so, yeah, and definitely in arts, there is all this expression of beauty and aspiration to a better world, imagine better things. And yet, I would say, cinema and art, but cinema also has a key role in telling new stories. What is the kind of story you would like to see on cinema, in the movies?
Well, we were just talking about it with Satish earlier too, that he was saying very rightly that it would be beautiful to have more cinema and art that brings us closer to nature and more seeing nature as you know, that we are part of nature, that we are not outside of nature, that we are you know, find ourselves in community with nature as opposed to seeing nature as something we must conquer, which I think, again, you know, even using, like I was saying, terminology like Mother Earth with the way that we feel about women in our society, you know, maybe we can come up with a better way to describe it and even talk about it. And also, you know, heal the way we relate to women and how we relate to the planet. Again, seeing us all as one entity.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. And I switch always in the culture part, but I switch from cinema to books because I don't know if you know, but Natalie is running a book club. And yeah, it's important to read. Yeah. Is there any book that you would recommend here to all of us?
Oh, many. I love an American indigenous writer, Robin Wall Kimmerer, who wrote a book called Gathering Moss that I love. She has several books that are very beautiful, but Gathering Moss is all about moss and kind of what we can learn from moss as the oldest kind of living organism of cooperation and sharing resources, and it's a really gorgeous, gorgeous book. I also love Ed Yong's An Immense World. I don't know if you've read it.
No, not yet.
About animal senses. It's really extraordinary. And again, I think understanding from animals what we can learn about ourselves, but not only using it as that, but seeing ourselves as animals as well. I mean, there's some things that I'll never forget from that book, like about how blind humans naturally can use echolocations, like bats, but that like parents will tell their kids who start doing it to stop because it's weird, but it's like a natural ability that we cut off or don't use because our other senses overtake it. And I don't know, I think that's so magical. And also just to think of like all the beauty that we have inside us that we might shut off because someone, our parents, society tells us it's weird, you know, to kind of cultivate that and let that grow is so beautiful. It's a very inspiring book, very, very illuminating book.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I think that what we'll do is that I'll take the reference, the books, and we'll share that online, okay, on social media, so you can also go and read those books.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Natalie, we have a little surprise for you. Oh, yeah. We have a question from someone who's really dear to you and that you admire. I know that you admire her, and she also admires you. We have here a question from the Dr. Jane Goodall.
Hello, Natalie. It seems so long since we met, which is sad. You know, I'm so often asked what gives me hope. And I would love to ask you, Natalie, what gives you hope in these dark times? I'd love to hear your answer. Thanks so much.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. That's so crazy. I love Dr. Goodall. I mean, she's just my hero since I'm a little girl, so she gives me hope. That's one answer to her question. I think it is people like all of you here and like Dr. Goodall who commit their lives to understanding more about our beautiful planet and improving it and making it better. That gives me hope. And young people who are, helping fix what we messed up. It's very moving and hope-inspiring to see all of the young activists in particular who are continuing the work of our, icons like Dr. Goodall.
So it's really, I think, when people show their humanity and they embrace their humanity, this is what gives you hope, if I try to encapsulate also that. Okay. Well, one of the things also for Jane Goodall, which gives her hope, are the future generations. And you are a figure who inspires many generations through your art.
Thank you.
And so, beyond Jane Goodall, and is there other, I would say, key people that you think are inspired and could also inspire us, and that inspires you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Jane is my heart's just so full with her leadership. E.O. Wilson is another one that I've read a lot that inspires me in terms of popularizing it. David Attenborough, of course. I mean, that's such an incredible leadership. In food, I think there's some incredible people creating a lot of difference. And in materials as well, I've been very inspired by all of the work in alternative, like leathers and mycelium projects that are going on here. So I think there's so many exciting new technologies and leadership in the new generation.
Yeah, because I was just asking this question about inspiration, because what inspires us, this is also maybe things we should show to our next generations, to future generations, saying this is the right way to go, And today here, this was also a family day. So in the room we have young people, you have kids, I have my kids there. And what message or advice would you like to give to not only young leaders and young entrepreneurs, but just really to the kids in the room? And I think that also if we look really inside, in each and every one of us, we're still a part of a kid. So what would you like to give as an advice to the kids in the room?
I think that I would say, and my kids are in the room, so this is a special opportunity to get to speak to them as well. I just think there's so much pleasure and joy and wonder to be found in nature that's so obvious when you're a kid, and to hold on to that for your entire life is the goal, and I think to still be in awe of it and in wonder with it and in communication with it forever. I think, when you're little, you can spend hours looking at the ants on the ground, or the way the leaves are moving in the wind, or a squirrel crossing the street, and then we lose that so quickly as we start adultifying. And so just to hold on to that as much as you can and practice it as much as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, so keep this kid spirit the longest we can.
Wonder.
Okay. Okay, and do you still sometimes cross the road on the white bars, or in the crossroads? Just the white, yeah? Okay, I still do that sometimes, yeah. Well, great. now I want to take the conversation to even further, okay? With a topic which is so essential, because we're talking about wonder, about beauty at the beginning. I think that there's something which is really strong and powerful, is the word of love. And yeah, I think we live here to have emotions, but also to love, finally. And so I want to open this final chapter of the discussion on this topic. And to do so, I would like to call a third participant to the conversation. He was the first closing speaker ever at ChangeNOW, 5 years ago, also on that stage. And so 5 years later, I'm delighted to call on stage Satish Kumar.
Such a great honor to be with you on the stage. Yeah. It's a great honor and pleasure to be in this closing ceremony here and with Natalie and you. It's a wonderful, and what a great audience. Tremendous. Thank you. You were asking Natalie what gives you hope. I think these people here are giving me hope. The change now we are talking about is not going to come from the White House. It's not going to come from Palais Élysée. It's not going to come from business leaders. It will come from grassroots level, from you, and you are the leaders. So please don't wait for any great messiah or leader to emerge, to lead us. You are the leader, I'm the leader, we are all leaders to bring this change now.
Well, thank you, Satish, to join the conversation, and it's a real privilege to be with both of you here to close this session and this edition. Well, I thought of you to talk about love with Natalie because definitely you are one of the popes of love. And we have a great thought to the Pope Francisco, who left us. He was also a pope of love. Yeah. And love is often seen as a driving force for change, but this is sometimes a concept, you know. And how, both of you, do you think love really plays a role in the causes we are supporting? How can love really help you? In what way, concretely?
If you have any difficulty in your life, if you have any problem in your life, if you are feeling angry, feeling anxious, feeling depressed, only one ingredient which can cure all your problems, and that is love. And love starts from yourself. You have to love yourself. We want to love somebody. We want to love everybody. Yes, yes, but start loving yourself. Unless you love yourself, you are not going to love somebody else. So, and you are the universe. You are a microcosm of macrocosm. You are earth, you are air, you are fire, you are water, you are nature, you are consciousness, you are divinity. And I had a great privilege of meeting the Pope Francis, He invited me to the Vatican with the message of love, and we were many religious leaders there. And he said one very important thing to me which stuck to my heart. And he said, we should rise above all our differences, all our criticisms, and work together to protect the earth. Because we have to love the earth. At the moment, we are destroying our planet, as you said, factory farms, because we don't love nature. We don't love animals. We don't love our oceans. We just use them as a resource for the economy. Nature is not a resource for the economy. Nature is a life itself. And therefore, when I say love yourself, you are loving nature and loving everyone in the world. Well, everybody is nature. Nature means to be born, natal, native, nation. All these words come from the birth. And so if you are born, you are nature. We are all nature. Nature is not separate from us. We are nature. So what we do to nature, we do to ourselves. So we need to love nature. We need to love every human being, irrespective of their nationality, their religion, their economic system, their political beliefs. Nothing matters. I went around the world walking from India to Moscow, Paris, London, Washington, 15 countries. I went to communist countries. I said, you are communist? I love you. I went to capitalist countries, United States of America, Netherlands country. I said, you are capitalist? I love you. I went to Christian countries. I said, you are Christians? I love you. I went to Muslim countries. I said, Muslims? I love you. Love has no discrimination. Love has no judgment. We love unconditionally. Unilateral love. Love first. Love first. Say everybody, love first.
Love.
That's it. That's the answer.
Well, thank you, Satish. And Natalie, so love is at the center of everything, but how can we cultivate that? Maybe you have a view on how we can all train to be lovers and to put love at the center.
Oh, it's so beautiful to hear you speak, and it's very much an honor to be up on stage here with you. Love to me is so much about paying attention in infinite small ways every day. It's not big, grand gestures. It's small paying attention all day long in every way. And it's a discipline in that way that you have to stay focused and you have to pay attention. And I think being a mother has taught me that so much. I mean, it's obviously this purest form of love and it can be anxiety provoking because you have to constantly be paying attention. You can't forget to feed them once, like you can't not be there when they fall. You have to be really there and present. And that's, I think if we think of ourselves paying that kind of attention to what we want to love, like you're saying, like our planet, if we put that kind of attention, it's a discipline and it's tiny, small gestures consistently, being consistent, being disciplined about it.
Okay, wonderful. That resonates a lot to me. Thank you. I will say something very sad, is that we are approaching, well, this is the last question. Yeah. I will start with you, Satish. What is, and it will be the same question for both of you, what is the act of love we can all do?
Yes. Act of love we can all do is to take care of our soil. We are talking about social media. We are talking about politics, our newspapers, our television. Everybody talks about politics, politics, politics. I would like us to talk about soil. We are humans. You know the word humans, where it comes from? It's a Latin root. The etymological root of human is humus. And humus means soil. So human beings are literally soil beings. And we are not in touch with soil. We don't want to touch the soil. We think soil is dirty. Dirt is dirty. No, dirt is not dirty. Soap is dirty. So if we can start, every one of you, even if you live in Paris or New York or London, have a window box and have plants in your house. Everyone needs to be in touch with soil. We are soil. Everything comes from the soil. Humility word comes from soil. Humidity comes from the soil. Soil is the source of all life. All our food is transformed soil. Our clothes are transformed soil. The buildings you have around you are transformed soil. Everything, the source of everything is soil. So my passion is for the soil. And so I would like to say, if you want to love, start loving soil, and you will love everything.
And for you, Natalie, what is the act of love we can all do?
I think being conscious about what you're eating and eating less animal-sourced food. So I think eating a more plant-based diet, whether that, some people say I can't do it all the time. If you can do it some of the time, that's helping. And I think when you think about it, why you're doing it, you remind yourself every day when you think about why am I eating what I'm eating, it's an act of love every time you do that.
You talked about beauty.
Yes.
Before we close, will you allow me to sing a song with everybody of beauty?
Do you want to sing? Yeah? I think yes.
Everybody stand up. We are going to sing this, because Santiago is very keen on creating beauty in the world. And so the message of Change Now is to go home and work to create beauty. That's the only mission you have in life. Only mission Change Now gives you is to create beauty. Beautiful food, beautiful clothes, beautiful words. Never say an ugly word from your mouth ever. Take that pledge today that I'm not going to say an ugly word from my mouth. And create beautiful houses. Everything should be beautiful. So the song is, first I'll sing, listen, and then when I ask you to sing with me, sing with me. I walk in beauty before me. I walk in beauty behind me. I walk in beauty above me. I walk in beauty below me. I walk in beauty all around me. The whole world is beautiful. The whole world is beautiful. The whole world is beautiful. Ho! You have to say ho in the end.
So let's go together now.
Everybody together now. I walk in beauty before me. All hands up. I walk in beauty before me. I walk in beauty behind me. I walk in beauty above me. I walk in beauty below me. I walk in beauty all around me. The whole world is beautiful. The whole world is beautiful. The whole world is beautiful. Ho!
And a thunder of applause for Natalie and Satish. Thank you.
Thank you. You have done a marvelous job
thank you.
organizing it. Thank you.
And talking about love, I invite to join me on stage my wife and founder, a co-founder, Rose, and my co-founder, Kevin. Please join me on stage. So I'll leave you the floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, first, thank you for staying for us. Because usually after the end of the closing ceremony, everybody leaves. So happy to see you. So many of you here today for the last 3 days. It's been like incredible. Actually, we've dreamt about coming back to the Grand Palais for 4 or 5 years. I remember 5 years ago here, I was 6 months pregnant. And now he's 5 years old, somewhere here, I don't know where. And so many things have happened over the past 5 years. Oh, yeah, here. So many things have happened over the past 5 years. Terrible things, but also very beautiful things. And this is the kind of thing that grew so much over the past 5 years. We have doubled the number of exhibitors, but not only we doubled in number, we raised the level. I mean, the number, the level of fundraising is, I don't actually have the exact number, but in terms of maturity, the solutions have grown so much. The quality of the speakers here is just amazing. We are seeing like the best leaders of change in the world. That's unbelievable that we can gather all these people here. So I hope you learned a lot from them. I hope you discovered a lot of new ideas. But all this is just a starting point. Here we are spreading seeds. We are planting seeds. And now it's up to you to make them grow. And the world needs it more than ever. So please, when you come out of the Grand Palais, spread everything you received here. Continue to connect with the people you met. And yeah, please spread positive change as much as you can. And if there are fantastic things that happen, because actually every year after ChangeNOW, a couple of months later, we discover that new corporations were created, that people changed their career and are creating fantastic new projects. So please, if you see or if you are part of this kind of seeds that grew after ChangeNOW, let us know. Because that's the reasons why we are here. That will nourish all the team. So we have an email address, impact@changenow.world. If something great happens after the summit, please share it with us.
All right, so I'm a weeper, so it's very difficult to speak after opera singing in the Grand Palais and Natalie Portman, but I'll try to make it happen. So you were talking about making new friends. I've made a lot of new friends over the course of the past three days from all the continents. And I learned a new word from Brazil, from Portuguese, which says mutirão. Is it correct? Which means collective action of all parties that creates collective power. That's a lot of words in just one word. And I think that pretty much encapsulates what ChangeNOW is all about. And to get that collective power, you need to acknowledge the darkness, But you know, cynicism and resign doesn't lead us anywhere. So you also need to turn your eyes at some point towards the light. And light is what we've tried to give you over the past 3 days. Light that gives courage, light that, as Natalie was saying, that closes the hope gap, light that puts us on a moving path. And so what I wish for you all is to look one more time at this light here. Look at it very well and take it home with you and share it. Thank you and see you soon.
Yes, indeed, see you soon, because we already know the dates of next year's edition. And so just grab your calendar's agenda. We hope to see you all at that moment for ChangeNOW 2026. It will be on March the 30th, 31st, and 1st of April 2026. So I hope to see you there. And all this, as you mentioned, and we are talking about collective action from the beginning. And the fact is definitely that something that big, that nice, so powerful can't be done without a collective action. And so I'd like to really that you put your hands together and make a thunder of applause for the team ChangeNOW. Come on stage.
Hey, go.
So, as I said,
Attends. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we are.
Ah, fais venir Elena.
We have three.
So,
well, yeah, congratulations to all the team because you did an amazing job, definitely. And there's
yeah, and so sometimes I'm still asked, what do you do the rest of the year? Do you have another job? So no, I don't have another job, and actually we are 40 of us working full-time to prepare all of this, and many more who are joining over the last month before the summit. We have teams who prepare, who identify solutions all over the world. So big round of applause for all those who work on the exhibition. We have the team. We have the team that prepares all the program of the speakers. The team who connect us with all the impact ecosystem. We have hundreds of impact network ecosystem all across the globe. So big round of applause also for. Then we have the team who find all our partners and work really hand in hand with them to create dialogue between big companies and investors, solutions, policymakers. So thank you very much, the team. Then we have have the team of investors. This year we gathered 1,500 investors coming from across the globe. It's a huge job, so thank you very much, Marie and the whole team. Then as we grew internationally, we also had to develop our relations with governments, with international institutions. So we created a team this year dedicated to the institutional delegations. So congratulations, we had the first country houses this year, and maybe 40. Yeah. Then all this must be known, must be seen. So there is also a lot of work from the communication and the marketing team. So the communication team that will spread the great ideas, connect with the media from all over the world, so that all the solutions get visibility in their countries and all around. And the marketing team is working hard to continue to connect with you all over the year, across the year, and to make happen that you are so many here, that you can connect all together. So thank you very much. Then we also have dedicated programs. We have a dedicated program on art with our art commissioner, Ronan here. We have dedicated program on films. So with a team for Film for Change, with Agathe. Yeah. We have programs for
Volunteers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's coming.
the team for the volunteers.
Yeah, we have programs also for No, we also had an exhibition outside on the riverside of the Seine, and that was also a huge work to produce it. So congratulations to the team. We also have a program for women. That is also a huge campaign, the Women for Change campaign, which I hope you saw behind the garden stage. Congratulations for this work on top of everything.
Sports.
And now we also have the whole support, the team that is working to support the whole team with working on accountability, on human resources, on IT, because we have a lot to develop, to manage, to automate everything, a lot of things, I mean. So congratulations to this team. We are also working, of course, with a lot of partners, a lot of agencies. So thank you very much, MoMA, Epaton, and all those who work with us to produce this. And last but not least, and I hope that's the last, I hope I'm not forgetting, but last but not least, we have a volunteer team. We have the production team to prepare all of these, to produce all what you see, and then 400 volunteers who help us during the 3 days. And without them, this could just not happen. So a big round of applause to all them. So now, let's...
No, almost. Because I don't know if there is all the MoMA team also, who is behind there at the bottom. Thanks to the technical teams for all you have done on all the stages, to put the lights, to build all this. Thank you to Catherine, Estelle, and Guillaume, and all the MoMA, Team MoMA here also. And thank you also. You've been amazing during those 3 days. See you next year.